Good morning, everyone. Sunday sir. Sunday please. Let's start our morning summer discourse for today. So let's observe something quietly. Thoughts. There is something remarkable about thoughts. They never appear, introduce themselves. Let's say when a bird lands on the branch, it feels like we see the whole thing. The bird lands on the branch. We can see it arrive, and when cloud moves across the sky, we can watch it move. When rain begins, we know exactly when it starts. But thoughts, they are different. A thought never appears saying, I am only a thought. I have arisen because certain conditions have come together for me to appear, and I will disappear. Instead, it appears already bearing the thoughts of the reality. Immediately says, this is the thought, this is the reality, this is happening, this is who you are, this is who they are, this is the world. Not just simple facts, but strong, ultimate truth, reality. That's why we feel it really strong. That's why we take it that strong. That's the truth. And because it never introduces itself, it's truth. We never ask, we never question, we never ask who are you. We simply believe each and every thought that comes to mind. And when we believe them, the story continues with more emotions. Because we believe them, we feel sad, we feel happiness, we feel hatred, anger, love, clinginess, greediness, everything. Because everything happens, these emotions, we get them because we took those things, those thoughts, that's the reality. So today, let us become acquainted with this silent visitor. Observe closely. You can observe it right now. Watch closely. No one sees what being a symbol right now, at this moment. You get different thoughts. Some are even hard to notice, see, observe. No one sees thought being assembled. We only meet the finished product. But there is always this assembling process, not just that thought can appear itself. There is always conditions and this process, like a baking a cake. You have to make ingredients, prepare the cake to bake. Likewise, there is always this process of assembling the thought. Without this process, there is no thought. Yet we believe like this thought appeared, exist on its own, just like your believing a king is appear, existing on its own, without that making process. That there has to be this process. Once you see the process, you know what feels like is solid, what feels like existing on its own is no longer the truth. Because now we don't know this truth. This thought is something made, a symbol. Before we thought is something real, something solid, something exists on its own. Not only that, it exists outside, out there, objects, things, people, everything. But once you see those things are not out there and in your mind, and that also not existing in your mind, each and every time it gets created, like making that cake, 100 hours, 100 assemble, 100 processes, each and every time. That's what happens. This process happens so fast. That's why we are unable to catch it now. But no matter what, it's still happens. This is the reality behind this fake illusion, this fake reality. So no one sees thoughts in a symbol. You only meet the final. So how is thought assembled each and every time, getting reconstructed each and every time? We hear a sound. We get any one of our sense of context, and suddenly there is someone called my name. We see colors. Suddenly there is a tree. We feel movement in the body. Suddenly there is this sense. Each and every time construct is hidden. Only the conclusion appears. If we never witness the construction, we naturally assume the conclusion, the final outcome, has always existed, and that's the truth, that's the reality. But when you see the construction, that assumption, it's break open because it completely dependent. It completely dependent that on that calculation, that existing news. But now, when we see this construction, we see it as something that is not even existing, something getting created again and again, each and every time. Then you see the true nature of the thought. Thought is not even something existing. It is an outcome of a process, not the thought, not an object, but the process that creates an illusional object, mental object, mental reality. Then we can assign it to the outside because soul will know what we did as we assigned every thought, all people, things, everything outside us as they are existing out there. But now, when we see this process, we see nothing is happening. Everything is created as a result of this process in our mind. That also not existing. Once it's created, it disappears at the same time. It's not existing. We can't store it. We can't touch it. There's no location. There's no physical appearance. Just like a mirror. Something appears, but at the same time, there's nothing there. That's the true nature of the mirrors. We see it, but at the same time, we know there is nothing there. So likewise, the thoughts, there is appearance, there is this power that creates mental objects, things, people, situations, different concepts, thoughts, yet we can't see it, we can't touch it. It's not those mental objects came from outside and went into my inside the head. It feels like this thought feels like a real object when we close our eyes and think of a chair. A chair This 3D chair appears. We can assume the weight, everything. Yet, is there a real chair inside our mind? Can we touch it? Can we really see it? Can we find where is it located? No. So just like a dream, just like a mirage, there is appearance, and at the same time, there is nothing real there. That's the truth of these thoughts, the true nature of these thoughts. Yet, we believe only those thoughts as they are existing, strongly existing, not just simply. We feel it strongly, and not that, but also we think, strongly believe they are existing outside, up there, in this 3D space. But can we get a 3D object from the ear, eye, from smell, taste? No sense contact can give anything 3D. It's always flat, simple vibrations, sense contacts that appear and disappear. Eyes can only give colors, a 2D picture. Ears can only give sound, simple sound wave, different vibrations in different forms. Yet all are vibrations. And they are simple as they are, very light, no object, just some appearance and disappearance. So when we can't observe a three-dimensional object from any of our sense contact, how can we believe that it exists out there? Because the only way we can perceive out is through our sense contact. Yet none of sense contact can perceive 3D objects. Yet we believe they are out there. We strongly believe it. So now you can say what we believe out there is never out there. It's always that illusion that appears and disappears in our mind. This three-dimensional object itself is the thought, and it is in our mind. And that thought also is not existing, not even in our mind. It just gets created as a result of the subconscious process. And once it gets created, it disappears. Just like a firework, it appears and disappears. There is a process behind the appearance of it. But once it appears, it disappears. It doesn't stay. This is the truth of thoughts. Each and every time It happens there, same way they appear and disappear, and the mind falls back into that nothingness. Even though we believe thoughts are real, thoughts are something, they are also a mirage, a hologram appearing into nothingness. They are not real. The mirage of the best example is the mirage. There's definitely an appearance, yet we strongly know we can't touch it. There's no physical, real thing there, yet there is appearance. And what actually remains there is this nothing, empty thing, empty space. Nothing is there. In that nothingness, the mirage appears and we see. So the direct explains sensor content. It is very simple. Its direct experience is very simple. Seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, feeling, and thought appear. It's created. The thing is, this created. It quickly burdens that experience, like it's so the thought appears, and then thought, so we get the first we get the sense of contact from one of our senses. Let's say we hear the sound from get a sound from an ear sensor, and then suddenly mind works and gets created the thought. And the thing is, this thought it doesn't simply appear. It just simply appears, and we can notice this in our mind. Instead, this thought quietly borrows that experience. That's how it wraps itself around and says, this is what you are experiencing. Now there's this link between this experience and this thought. So no, soon, no, we no longer distinguish between the contact and that interpretation of this contact, or for that direct experience and that thought. We feel like these are same thing. We feel like the thought is out there and this sense again that came from that object. When we clearly see a sound, only a sound appears, still we believe it as an object, a thing, an animal, person. It clearly shows how this thoughts borrows that real experience and present it as the reality, as the direct experience. So when this process happens entire our lifetime, then we get so used to it. The system gets so used to this process of showing the thoughts as the real experience. So now, right at this moment in our life, it happens so quickly. Now the system is so used to show us in this perception. So immediately, sense contact appears. Minds create the thought, and it becomes one thing. Now we feel like we are experiencing that object, and we feel that object exists out there. We feel the sense of contact is coming from the object. When clearly we only really actually get the sense of contact, still we feel like there is this complicated object is out there. And clearly we know that sound didn't tell, gave information of any of those things. We are the ones we that created the thought of the sound. Yet it feels like the sound gave it all itself. We feel like the object came within the sound. Like we said, none of our sense of contact can give the same three-dimensional objects. They only give that simple sense of contact only. But we don't feel it in that way. We feel like the 3D object came with the sense of contact itself. When we hear a word chirping, we feel like that bird came with that sound. But what we really get was the sound of the bird. The interpretation of this sound, that bird is making this sound, is created in our mind. Yet we strongly believe not it as something created in our mind, but the bird came within the sound itself. This is the wrong perception. This is the wrong perspective. And even though it is wrong, when we used to see the world in this way, throughout our entire lifetime, this is the way we used to see it. countless times. We can't even count it. So because of that, even the faith has become feels like truth, naturally, automatically appearing. That's why at this moment in our life, when one of any sense of contact we get, we feel like the three-dimensional object came with that sense of contact, with that sound, with that vision, with that smell, with that taste. It that object cannot come to hear or eyes or smell or nose or tongue or skin. It's always that sense of contact triggers the mind to assemble a thought, create a thought, reconstruct a thought at that exact moment. So now look how fast, how instantly it happens. Right away we get the sound, hear the sound that's created in our ear. We already feels like the bird is here. To that level, it is so fast. It is so fast that feels like almost instant. When the sound comes, immediately the bird is present here. To that level, the mind works so fast. But that happens because of that speed is fast. We assume and assign that bird to outside, like it came with the sound. But always this sound triggers the mind to create this thought of bird. And the mind creates it immediately. It triggers and immediately the thought gets created. Because of that, we feel this sound and the bird as one thing. That bird came within the sound. We cannot find the exact location where this thought of bird is because it happens so fast. We can't see that mind creates the thought. Only the thought appears, and that's because of that we mistakenly assign it to outside a sense of contact and believe bird is out there. And then it feels like this is what we are experiencing, not the sound, but the bird, a 3D feeling. The thing is, this thought has become stronger to the point, it becomes more real, more present, more convincing than the real experience itself. So now this fake thought, fake creation, illusions comes to the top and the direct real experience go to the bottom. We don't even see the sound of us. We only see a bird which is not existing, which is basically like imaginary thing. Yet we strongly feel it is real. To that point we have used this illusion, and the illusion has gotten stronger. Than the real experience itself. Like we said, we're so used to this process, these thoughts. So now it becomes more convincing that the experience, the real experience is no longer felt, but it's there. Oh, imagine hearing a ticking of a clock. At first, you notice it. You hear that ticking. And after a while, it disappears from your awareness. Not that the ticking stopped, but it disappeared from your awareness. But it's always there. It disappeared from the awareness because it became familiar. We get used to it. We got used to it. So thoughts it function in the same way. From childhood to this moment, thought has constantly narrated the direct experience, real experience. So constantly process of this thoughts create that direct experience has become invisible. We notice only the thought now. We forgot, we forgot there is a process, a storyteller. It's not that it's not there, but it hasn't tapped into our awareness. Like just exactly like that. Taking in. It's not that it's not taking in. It is. But now our awareness cannot see it, touch it, catch it. But it's still taking. Likewise, the process of this whole illusion getting created from direct experience to the appearance of the soul. It's always there, but because we're used to it. It has become it has become invisible from our awareness. Not that it is really invisible or gone. It is there, but it's no longer tapped into our awareness. So we can't say the ticking, hear the ticking. Likewise, we can't say the process of a thought getting created. But it's always there, each and every time. And instead, we see only this final love, this final thought. And imagine how these thoughts feel like. Even the thought of a future feels real. You never know it, you never been there, you never even time travel. Yet it feels real, convincing. That's why we suffer. That's why we get anxious. Because to that point, the thought has become like reality. If the future thought feels that true, the past thought is there's nothing to action how it feels real. But is there a reality in that thought? Notice how thoughts feels, not perhaps, not this is one possible interpretation. Instead, it says, it feels like this is the reality. I know this is the truth. This is the full truth. Thought reality presents itself as an interpretation, as a suggestion. It presents itself as certainty. It's true. Yet certainty is also appearance, not the truth. It's like the illusion of an appearance. It arises, it changes, and it disappears. So likewise, each and every thought feels real, whether it's an object, a person, a thing, animal, past, future, time, and most importantly, the self, me, designers. One of the first thoughts each morning is often I. Where did it come from? Did we create it, or is it really existing? Did we invite? Did we watch it being built? Usually not. It simply appears. Feels like already complete, already existing, already familiar and convincing. And then everything else gathers around my plans, my worries, my family, my future, different forms. Entire world begins organizing itself around an unnoticed thought, assumption, illusion, creation that feels like the beginning. But the thing is, we will feel this feel like something not real. You feel it as strong thing really existing. So in this time, it's really beautiful and simple. Instead of immediately being each and every thought, it asks, where did this thought come from? What condition gave rise to it? Is it really existing or is it getting created? Is it really out there? Or is it this wrong perception that we are so used to create feels naturally to exist out? Is it real? Is it really solid continuous as it feels like? Or is it changing? Is it continuous or disappear? Question transcendental, not argumentative, not philosophical, simple things. And with that curiosity starts to begin the dissolving certainty. When you see this truth behind this illusion, when you start to experience it yourself with that, as we told in the beginning, what we were used to take as the real truth, objects, things that exist on its own, being followed by emotions, happiness, sadness, anger, hatred, anything which leads to suffering. So when we see through this truth, what we feel as reality is not as the reality. With that deep understanding, automatically it loses the value of the power which thought carries. And we have given to this reality this fake reality. So the only thing we can do is try to understand the truth, try to experience, feel this truth, not taking it as unless then it becomes another thought. just thought. We don't need thought. We need to see the truth ourselves, experience it ourselves. And with that, it ends the suffering. The only thing we have to do is to understand the truth. Rest and gently. So we'll end up on the discourse for today. And also everybody.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. With the deepest reverence, I humbly worship our noble friend Buddothpado and Vanse, and I'd like to extend my uh, sincere um, blessings to all who are gathered here. Tirwan Saranai to all of you. As, as, uh, as a practice, we gather here every morning at 7:45 a.m. at Sri Lankan time to discuss openly about the profound teachings of Lord Buddha, which has been preached about 2500 years back. So why we are discussing for the sake of understanding the truth. So we knew from our childhood that Lord Buddha had preached the absolute truth, but we didn't know, unfortunately. What we hear as what we heard since our childhood, uh, mm, led us to some kind of a question. What was that question? Am I hearing the true Dhamma? Is it the true Dhamma that has been preached by the Lord Buddha? So, in certain places, we had certain questions, but there were no one to ask. When compared with the other religions, the Buddhism, what we heard, is more or less equal. Some people were saying that all religions are same. At a glance, we also thought the same. To shape a person, to shape up the person, every in order to shape up the person as a good person, all religions, that was the idea that we had in our mind. So whole purpose of the religion is to shaping up the person as a good person into and introduce him or her into this society as a good person. So we thought that is the ultimate intention of every religion. But as Buddhists, we had some kind of a query always in our mind, hidden behind. Is that the only thing that Lord Buddha has preached? Ultimately, after listening to these Buddothpado sermons only, we got to know that the Buddhism is not another kind of religion. It is some kind of a philosophy. It is some kind of a theory which will help us to understand the absolute truth in this world. Not confined only to this world, into the entire universe. So I believe that we are the luckiest people in this world who could hear that truth. This truth has been hidden for 2500 years. Now it has been revealed through these Buddhothpada sermons. This, so that convinces us that sermons convince us that what Lord Buddha say was not a religion. It is all about the absolute truth. So what is the truth? In a nutshell, what is the truth? And what does that really say? It talks about the self. It talks about you. It talks about me. It talks about the self. In other religions, basically, what I got to know from our childhood, what they say is do good things, stay away from doing bad things. That doing good things will build up your merits. Doing bad things will collect sins for you. So those the things that you are doing at this present life will be uh, will give some kind of a feedback whether if you have done good things in your life in this life, so you will gain good uh, outcomes, good feedback in your next life. So likewise, there were certain there are certain misbeliefs. So all the uh, religions have been built on some kind of a belief. It's very hard to find a scientific theory behind each religion, what we practice nowadays, what most of the people practice nowadays. That's why in the people who are in the Western countries who tend to think broadly, going away from those uh, religions, so they become non-religious state. So they don't believe in those religions. But that is good in another way, rather than believing unproven myths. But but what they have missed is this absolute truth. So what we from these kind of discussions, from these kind of forums, what we try to announce this world is just forget everything and come here and have a look. Whether the things what we are discussing in these forums are really convincing for you, you you can take it up. Otherwise, just give up. So, what we are discussing is not another philosophy or not another belief or not another misconception. Everybody who has an inquisitive mind, so they can understand what we are telling, but the message that wanted that RN Master wants to convey to the entire world
is this: who you are, what is the purpose of being here, and that would be the ultimate truth to be understood. So, irrespective of the region that you believe, just set aside for a moment and come and have a look, come and listen what we are telling, whether it's really logical, then you can do your own you can start doing your own investigation on that. Otherwise, if you don't feel like this is true, just do whatever you do. Just uh, stay as you used to live your life. Lead your life. Anyway, anyway, yes. So, other than these kind of discussions, in our main website, there are plenty of texts available to download in PDF format. So there are the main website is www.buddothpado dash or hyphen dhamma.com website. So if you go to that, visit to that website, there are books available. So they are free to be downloaded, and please have a look. Please read them attentively. If you do have any questions, you may bring up here, and we can openly discuss them. So it will help for all of us to get the things clarified. Well, so other than that, we have another website that is www.wisdomofasia.com. Wisdom of Asia, you have to type as a one single word, then www.wisdomofasia. So those who are very much interested in the modern day findings, so how these modern day knowledge tallies with the ancient wisdom, so that will explain how it bridges the gap. So I encourage you to visit that website as well. So after that, you can join these kind of discussions, so we can talk. So most of the time, our noble friend Buddothpado is joining in this forum, so we can ask him directly whether if we have any doubts on that. So um, before going into today's discussion, I thought of uh, reminding some important points that we have talked in early sessions as well. So, um, so the the path, the way that we usually live in this world is known as, can be named, it is known as Anusotagami. That is the Pali word. So we are drifting with the current of ignorance. So as a person who is coming from ordinary world or the mundane world, so we don't know the truth. So for such kind of a person, we can call him uh, uh, a person who has the ignorance. He doesn't know the absolute truth. So such kind of a person is drifting with the current of ignorance. So treating the world as inherently real. So as the person is having the ignorance, as he doesn't know the real truth, because he doesn't know the real truth, he thinks the world is real. The place where he live in, he believes it's real. So at the same time, he thinks that he is also real. He is really existing. So that is again because he doesn't know the truth here. So the path of awakening is totally different from that. That is the Patisota, swimming against the usual current, seeing what appears as real is not real. And what we call the self is merely a illusion. That is the way of moving against the current. So for that we call patisoti. So if you are in the ignorance, you are drifting with the current. So that is the anisotagami person. And once you start to seeing the real truth, then you turn your journey from 180 degrees and moving backwards, eradicating your ignorance. And that is the way that is the Patisotagami way of moving backwards. Actually, it is not a backward direction, but with the ignorance we moved along with the current. But we have to move uh, against the current. So with the uh, wiping off our level of ignorance. So what Lord Buddha actually said, he declared, Vinaya loke avijja domanasanang kaye kayanupasi viharati. Lord Buddha announced the world is as it truly is not a fixed, enduring reality, but as impermanent and free of self thing. That is the ultimate truth here. So it's very difficult to understand as we say it as such directly if you are new to this forum. But the understanding happens in a certain way. It will take certain time period for you to understand what does that really mean. First, you have to listen what Lord Buddha really said as the truth. Then you have to incorporate these understanding or these lessons into your day-to-day life. Then you tend to feel that the world is not real. So even how much you know about this Buddhism or this true truth, it doesn't help, because if you don't feel it, the truth. Feel the truth. If you don't feel the truth, it is worthless of understanding this truth. So you have to feel it. The world is not real. The self is not real. The concept I took as real, the concept of me, or concept of I, uh, took it as real, is not true. So that is the understanding that we have to gain up, by participating in these kind of discussions. So after listening to the true Dhamma, then Lord Buddha has announced a clear path to practice. So yesterday also we talked about these things. So how the people who have some kind of understanding do practice this truth in their day-to-day life. So yesterday we talked and we saw how they practice it. There is a way. So Buddhism is very clear. First, you have to have the clear understanding. Then you have to practice uh, um, apply this understanding to your day-to-day life. So what would be the outcome? Then Satyajnana, Krutajnana, then the Krutajnana. So Lord Buddha clearly explained those three. What is the ultimate goal? Is the stillness, is the complete realization. That is not the enlightenment, as Hindus say. In the enlightenment, there would be self at the end point, who feels everything. But in what Buddha said is not the enlightenment. It is a state where you have a great or true tranquility or true stillness without a self. So that's why this Dhamma is all about an unsolved Dhamma. That's why it is known as an unsolved Dhamma. So after realization, there won't be any self or any living being who perceive that feeling. That is the Krutajnana. So even though we discuss these things openly here, if you don't practice, you won't be able to feel that absolute feeling, get that absolute feeling. So it has to be done by you. There would be no kind of a guarantee that can be given from the dawn Lord Buddha. Even if you don't practice and if you don't incorporate that knowledge into your day-to-day life, there is no guarantee of getting the true liberation. So there were certain instances in the past, in Buddha era also, there were certain people who have great knowledge about this truth, but unfortunately they didn't practice it. They didn't incorporate that knowledge into a day-to-day life. For because of that reason, they were failed to they failed to pick up the ultimate fruit. It's not a low hanging fruit actually. You have to put some effort. So how does this effort come? It also has to come from you. So after listening this Dhamma, there are certain the four things gets built up within you. What are those four things? Chanda. Chanda means first thing that you get some kind of a curiosity to listen this Dhamma. Oh, there's a strange kind of uh, discussion is going on. So I should um, have a look. There should be some kind of a um, what do you call this uh, urge that comes within you from within, yeah, to see, to have a look, to get the proper understanding. There should be some kind of a certain interest towards this listen to listen this Dhamma. That is the chanda. Then also, then you have to analyze how this concept works. So you have to so you have to contemplate at the initial stages, and you have to find out whether these things are correct without any doubt. So that is the second stage, second thing that you have to have. Then you have to have some kind of a courage. So it comes automatically when you listen this Dhamma, when when it becomes evident for you. So a courage will come automatically from you to to see to see this Dhamma in analytical lens. So Chandachit Virya, that is the courage you get, and along with that you get some kind of a inquisitive um, mind. Then you will be able to figure it out this Dhamma very clearly. So yes, absolutely, there is no self here. Theoretically, you get to know that there is no self here. So you become very confident on this Dhamma. So then if anyone comes and tell, no, you the thing, the way of the way that you are thinking is not correct. So you can argue with him, but it is not arguable Dhamma. It is some Dhamma that should be understood with the. So it depends on the capacity of your. As that this Dhamma is for the intellectuals. So who can argue, who can contemplate, who can have adequate courage. So this Dhamma is for them. So yes, so I think a lot of friends joined by now, so we can start discussing these things. So Terwan Saranai, all of you. Yes, we can start the discussion now. So yes, yesterday we discussed about the practical aspect, how the people, how these people practice this Dhamma. So it was great. It was a great discussion. So I think we can start uh, discussing it in this Dhamma in very practical aspect. In a way, yeah. So I invite Randima. Uh, so shall we discuss about the practical aspect? So the application of this Dhamma into day-to-day life, how we should start with, how we should begin with. So Lord Buddha has showed us a clear way. So through the Satara Satipatthana. So um, so how we can apply this knowledge as we have been listening for this Dhamma for more than two years by now. But if we fail to apply into the day-to-day life, so that will hinder definitely, it will obstruct the progress of our experience. So how do you apply this knowledge into our day-to-day life? So Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah. Thervan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, thank you so much for your very valuable and interesting explanation. Um, and also, I think Thervan Saranai Aryan Sir, Thervan Saranai, all Dhamma friends who have gathered here. Uh, yeah. So, as you very correctly pointed out, the most important thing is catching this practical path. So we are doing our homeworks in various ways, depend on the person's nature, depends on his life experience. Um you see, the way a particular person reach the realization would be different. But one thing we understand, that is this whole process of finding the truth within, that is this RA investigation or this noble message, to what extent that the truth start to reveal within has to happen. So the time factor, actually, I mean, it depends. But uh, when you start to listen Dhamma, and when you start to experience it in your day-to-day life, the you become Dhamma-like. So that's a natural transformation. So this natural transformation is the one which is happening. I think everyone is in some form in a natural transformation, in the sense they start to feel some reality of this truth, and they start to feel some less attachment within them. So these things really you see start to evident within themselves. But the problem is, you see, this mind, if he talks about the mind, this mind is the power. The thought means the power. So the thickness of the thought, because this thought is, you see, it was gradually building in up, and this now this thought is very thick. So sometimes the mind power level in the system would be very high. So then sometimes what will happen, even though the field of the transformation is occurring, this guy might still, you see, try to live in the thoughts. So there is a possibility of happening that, because you see, this mind power is not attacked. That's why the breakthrough of that mind, because that has to happen through the Dhamma itself, because mind power is still strong. Because when the mind power is still strong, you see, even in the Dhamma path, it's a natural thing. Mind power starts to stem. So why this? Then it is the interesting question. Why this mind power? So we understand, as you said, it is not a true. It's a real mirage. It's a real illusion, but start to feel like uh, alive. So then why still, I mean, even why still, if somebody knows this, why still this mind power is very strong, and why still thoughts comes, I mean, thoughts anyway come, but the powerfully it is still in the thoughts. So maybe in the Nibbana path also, like that feel, you see, the feel will not become paramount and the thoughts will become paramount still. So why
Mm.
it is happening so is a very interesting thing. The thing is why this huge, you see, thought burden or this thickness of the thought or the thickness of the mind power, that is due to this itta sanya. This
Mm.
itta sanya is the heavy part. I think if you have listened to yesterday's Andolanatmaka Deshana, this came out. Actually, Aryan Vahas is telling all this, but understanding this also, sometimes we might not understand it at the beginning, but later on, these things you see start to feel. But see, this itta sanya, so this is the heaviest part in the sense, this is the burden. This is the strong, you see, every mind
Everyone,
experience.
Sarai.
Peruan
Everyone,
Saranaya,
yeah.
sir.
We want to explain, Radhimba, this Dhamma, others,
Yeah,
Western audience.
yeah,
So you are explaining, can't understand Western audience
yeah,
because these words, Itta Sanya, you are talking about this English is okay. So who know this Dhamma is okay. But how understanding others?
yeah,
Very difficult now. Very difficult. You are discussing with Dr. Ravi or here someone, it's okay. They can understand. But others, how is understanding? How they understand? You see,
yeah, yeah, so
it's
yeah,
difficult. It's
yeah,
difficult because we won't do this simply. Otherwise, we won't do this. This this English. We won't we won't explain others. No. So I tried this Thailand. They can't understand like this.
yes, Saran.
Yes, can't understand. They want simply words. So otherwise, they can't understand singular words and the Pali words, especially. They don't know that one. So we won't realize this. What do you think about Doctor? What do you think about Harshi and the Kavindya and Dr. Kokila? Are you there? What do you think about? So are you try this? Are you try this Dhamma? Explain others, Western guys. You can experience it. It not. It can't do this. It can't do like this. It not happening. It not happening because they can't understand these words. So perception is okay. That's existence existence perception is okay. I always try to tell in these English words simply because I have a huge vocabulary. I have little vocabulary, but I won't explain this others because Sinhalese and this our guys know this. They have a problem, but problem is so we won't explain this other audience. So Western audience, especially. So, so this word is very important. That's why ita sanya is very worth this word, but is not. This word is not. Uh, this Pali or Sinhala is not. It can't understand. How understand this Pali and Sinhala? They can't understand. Especially, I want I want to tell this. Are you here, Doctor? Are you here, Harshi? Today? Are you not here?
No, no, Aranas.
Yes. Sometimes Kavinder also not here
Yeah.
because it's okay. Yeah, but it's very important.
Yeah, Renas, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, I'll explain
Yeah,
simply.
it's okay. It's
So,
okay. It's okay.
okay.
It's okay.
Thank you,
Continue.
Alan.
Continue. It's okay.
Yeah, so we understand the whole problem here is it is not about any perceptions. You understand perceptions are these trees, suns, moons, father, mother, so whole worldly things. Actually, the problems is not in any of these perceptions. But where the problem is each every moment there is a sense of mind power. You see, there is a sense of attachment. There is a sense of becoming. This becoming is the issue. Why? Then we try to understand why this becoming. Becoming in the sense why all the time the things start to feel as real. Why it is start to feel as real? Because if it is not felt, then there is no problem. So we understand this mind is not true. But the problem is, you see, the mind power starts to feel real now. That is the problem. So then, therefore, that's why even in Dhamma path, you see, we understand this mind is this sight, sound, touch, taste, and you see all the five senses coming together, and it gives some existent feel. So this existent feel is a perception, you see, but that carry a weight. That carry a weight. So there is a strong programming running within somebody. You see, what's that program? Everything is real. The world is real, and also the so-called person is real. So this is the perception. This is this existent feel perception. So this is very important. But you understand this perception not arise at once also. How this perception got stronger is the one you study when you start to analyze the mind formation. So you go to that kindergarten child. So that kindergarten level child, you see, it didn't have worldly perceptions like that. But slowly, these worldly perceptions were programmed. So, for example, red color. So it is sight to the eye sensor level, and also a sound to the ear sensor level. So this is how it was programmed, and it was programmed in a way like it is that outside is the one you are experiencing. That's how it was programmed. So the outside is real, and so-called the inside person who is experienced that is real. So everything was programmed in a such a way. So what happens finally? There were things got accumulated as perceptions, and the perceptions got real in the system naturally. When these perceptions gets real, finally what is the final product? So there is a one vibration here, one ultimate spark here. What is that spark? That is this everything is real, this existent field. Now it is not about the mother or the father or the sun or the moon, but now there is a one underlying, you see, strong, heavy perception, that is, this everything is real. Now, let's assume for a moment, now you are a elderly person. So now for you guys, what happened? Then and there, the senses will spark and some perception give rise in your system. That can be the mother perception or that can be the father's perception. So then what happens? This system doesn't matter whether it is the mother or the father or somebody, as long as some perception there means now whole world start to become real in the system. So this is the existent perception. This is the existent perception. So if I elaborate this part, you see, in terms of very short kind of relationship form. So what is the reason? Cause. Cause is the speed. And what is the effect? Effect is the vibration. You see vibration in the eye, vibration in the ear. And then what is the cause? Cause is that vibration in the ear or the you see eye. And these vibrations you see start to this is happening again and again and again, cause to have some existent feel, alive feel of something, alive feel of the light. So that's a completely different perception. That's why we try to experience. So all the time, this vibration, they are occurring in the present moment, but that is transformed and start to feel, you see, as a completely natural, completely different vibration. So now it is a complete different vibration that the light is real in the system, sound is real in the system, and see when that light perception and the sound perception, these sensations also coming together give rise to a completely different vibration. That is, now there is a chair. Chair is a completely different perception. And that process also you see coming again and again because this process is ongoing. So therefore, due to that speed of the process, the speed of the contact process, you see what happens, the chair become real. So that's a completely, now it is not the chair, now it is the everything real, the alive feel, the existent field. So this is the critical, very important factor we try to draw. So now this vibration is a completely different vibration if you go compare to the original. So and when the things you see become real, naturally the other side, it is the soul become real. So it is the same thing. So this existent field or the alive field is, if we do not understand, actually not understand. Understand is also not suitable, as Aryan has explained, but this truth has to feel, and you see that breakthrough has to occur. Like that is this underlying system transformation has to occur. So when that transformation occur, you see now it is different because all the time everything became real was the previous scenario. But with this, with the Dhamma, what will happen? What is the transformation? In that system, this vibration or this existent field or the so-called alive field become unrealistic. We become not meaningful. So hereafter that, so it is just a system running. It is not that soul perspective that everything is a soul will not occur, because now it is crystal clearly felt that it is not the mind, it is not the body. So there is no body here. So that is that you see, that shall not end up with the knowledge. So this, you have to become reality in the sense there is no you after that. So this you means what? The I means what? I is another thinking. It is another misconception. So every worldly phenomena is a misconception, and this misconception is the one which is mask the whole process, because at each and every moment you see some process is happening, but due to this process a power comes. But why this power is huge, start to become very huge in the system, that is because of that misconception of the existent field, because it is the misconception, so-called self is real and the world is real. But with the Dhamma, one understand it. This is the experience. A very not this experience is not meaningful either, and this is not anything related to outside or inside, but this is a moment experience which is not true. So this moment untruth is felt. So after that felt, that system liberate. System liberate in the sense system doesn't carry the so-called the soul burden anymore. So that's why after that naturally, then and there system you see occurrence, the system experience, because the thought naturally comes, but that thought will not carry that soul burden. So, so that's the peace, that is the inside tranquility. So that is the otherwise samadhi. So whatever the word you can use, but it is a natural liberation. It is not a thinking. But as Dr. Ravi asked, what happens is when someone start to listen to this Dhamma, slowly this you see the transformation start to happen. But if someone's mind power is very high, means thickness of the thought is very high, means what? Still that power level is still high. So due to that, you see, it's a kind of a deviation between the feel and the mind power. Feel and the mind power, like a feel is not winning like in the system. So feel is not consistent in the system. But if you, so you must be clever enough to catch within you or to experience the path also, because there is no point of you see living in the mind. Really a person can't do, I mean by thinking also you can't do it, but naturally the thought needs to become irrelevant in the system. I think that will happen definitely. Yeah, Dr. Ravi, I think you can add. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Randima. Yes, the people, the person who hear this Dhamma for the first time, or in the second time, he or she might think so we are telling always there is no doer here, but he or she feels that he's there. So he doesn't or she doesn't know the thing, the way of she thinks represents the self. So so what we have to understand is people tend to believe. So from our childhood, we believed the person who is thinking right now is me. So in other words, we believed the mind is me. It belongs to me. The, so does this, so what we have to understand is, does this mind really represent me? No. So what we have to figure it out, mind does not represent
the self. Actually, what is happening? So, so, so if we say so, but who, somebody who is new to this forum, he might think, no, this is not like that. I'm the one who thinking. I'm the one who is listening. I'm the one who is dealing with the early perception, and so many thoughts would be there. But he or she doesn't know that thought are separate things, that we can't say that thoughts represent the self. So, but, but, he will say, but I feel that I am thinking. So now we have to explain how does this happen. So we say the mind is not you, but he still say, no, I feel like I am thinking. I feel like I'm alive. So then we have to explain him or her how this alive feeling comes with that thought. So what we have to understand is the thought. So thought is the building block of your mind. Another word, for the mind, we another word is the thought. So how this thought get created? So to understand what the thought is, we have to understand where the thought gets created, from where the thoughts get created. So our five senses are responsible for creating these thoughts. So that's why Lord Buddha said, mind is the world, because the perceptions we create in our own faculties or five senses combine each other, makes a forms a contribute to forming a thought. That thought represent your mind. So it that thought, as you clearly said, has some kind of a power in it. That power makes you to feel that you are alive. That is the alive feel. The thought is there. In each and every thought, there is some kind of a power, because we know how the thoughts get created due to the vibration, telepathizations, and resonance. So that is the work of, that is the way how your faculties or your senses work, resonance and telepathization. So each vibration has, as you said, some kind of energy within it. So that energy collectively come into one single thought. So it has a certain kind of energy. So that energy can give rise to some kind of a feeling, that that feeling is the existent feeling. So everything happens with that feeling of the existence. That feeling is the troublemaker. That feeling is responsible for everything, even for the suffering, even for the happiness, even for the continuation of the samsaric journey. That that feeling of the existence is the cause. So what what Lord Buddha revealed into this world is understanding how these feeling become a real thing for you, how this thought becomes a real thing for you, how your mind becomes a real thing for you. That is very well explained by the Paticcasamuppada Dhamma, or the cause and effect Dhamma. So as Nandima clearly explained, so if the magic is not that one. Magic is when you start understanding how this alive field gets created, then that is sufficient for you to get away from that alive feeling. That means that helps to dissolve that alive feeling at the same time. So understanding will lead you to get away from or uh, slip away from your this alive feeling. So that will that in the sense what has happened here. So you are liberating from that mind power. So that means you will be able to escape from the mind. So at that point, you will feel the mind is something else. I am is the not the response. I am the not, I'm not the one who is responsible for the mind. So mind behaves as a different entity. But we know with the Patisamuppada, the mind gets created then and there due to the interplay of these five senses, five faculties. So what we have to understand is the behavior of the functionality of the faculties. So that understanding of the mechanism, the process, or the system, how these faculties behave is sufficient for you to liberate from your mind. That in the sense you will feel that your liberation. You will feel your liberation for sure. That means you are getting away from uh, that alive feel, that feeling of that you are existing gradually. It will happen gradually with the understanding. So I think that is the thing that you want to highlight in your explanation. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, Dr. Ravi, I think, yeah, that's a very valid explanation. So
Mhm.
we have to understand like this mind power, you see, so there is no place for the mind. So
Exactly.
this is a very unrealistic, you see, things start to feel as alive. So only thing is this power, it is not created by anybody. So this is a process. So even though we discuss about this cause and effect, you see, some few minutes before, in a series like we have to understand the whole process occur and ends in the present moment itself. So there is no several vibration also. Even though we explain like that, so it is finally a one vibration. So everything is a illusion. Only thing is there is a feel, the feel of real. Like a one shot, there is a spark happening here. But
Yeah.
all this power carry, why this power felt very strong? It is because of the ignorance. So that's the thing. Ignorance is this misconception in the sense it is through the entire samsara and also in the present life programming there is a strong rooted belief that the so-called soul is real and the world is real. So this externality and the internality and the material concept is strongly rooted. So
Mhm.
this ignorance is the one is masking the whole thing. So that's why there is no chance of power reduction in the system because power this because if there is no power in the sense if this is just like a stick and the entire sense system is just like a stick and so there is no pain no suffering here there is no problem But the problem is this unrealistic mind, you see, that that mind power start to feel, and that is the suffering. So if there is nothing is if why if everything is not real, why it is feel as real? So the reason is due to that ignorance, because that ignorance is powerfully making everything cloudy.
Yeah,
Therefore, person is blind by this cloudiness and not seeing the truth, and the system is not transformed. So the system is still in that ignorance. So this Dhamma really helps to unmask these misconceptions. So so these drushtis, these misconceptions. So when the misconceptions become irrelevant, when this ignorance is cleared, crystal cleared in the system, then that system now running in a new program line. It was not the original program. So now it is a different program. So that's why whenever any of the different experiences come, now the inside program running is different. So this is what needs to have happened. So system liberate from the system itself. So I think, yeah, Dr. Ravi.
yeah, 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 that's true. Yeah. So if you if you want to start this investigation, so from where you can start this investigation? To start, yes, it's absolutely you can start with investigating your own senses. So there are principally there are five senses. So you can start analyzing how the vision takes place. So am I real? Am I really seeing the real world? So is there is a kind of so-called vision actually? So what you call by vision? So is the light or is the object that you are seeing? So how this vision takes place within your eye faculty, then you can apply that to other faculties as well. So starting point that is a good point to start. So then when you start understanding one by one, then you will understand the thought. Then
Yeah,
yeah,
Dr. Ravi,
yeah,
that's very correct, because one has to start by investigating one sense at a time, because
exactly.
now all these senses collectively come and form the illusion. But when you start to study one sense at a time, you realize, my goodness, now I am walking, but my feet doesn't know whether it is sand or something else like so. That when you take one sense at a time, you understand the world created in the sensor itself in the present moment, and that is nothing to do with the outside, and that sensor experience is just a spark, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Yes, so I can see Miss Lalana is also with us. She must have a lot of experience, and she must have conducted this experience for a long time. I think she knows more than us. So can you explain a little bit further?
තෙරුවන්
There was
සරණයි ඩොක්ටර්. තෙරුවන් සරණයි රන්වහන්ස. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Ranjini and all the Dhamma friends, doctor. It's a very interesting discussion. I'm listening now. Doctor, that means the Itta Sanya means, doctor, existing field. So existing field, the reason why it is still with us, because we don't know the exact truth of the cause and effect Dhamma. That is the reason why still we are having the existing field, doctor. So once we understand little by little the cause and effect Dhamma, in English, 5 aggregates, Skanda Vigraha, that means make us a thought or aramuna. So that is the summary of this Dhamma. The cause and effect we haven't heard it before, Doctor. That is why still we have the illusion the world is with us. The existing field also with us. Whatever happens, Doctor, still we couldn't get rid of the existing field. Why? We haven't realized the wisdom has not polished yet, Doctor, because of the cause and effect Dhamma. But Doctor, when we listening this Dhamma over and over again in different angle, Doctor, our existing field also try to existing field also diminishing. Why? To a certain level, Doctor, when you are not attached to this world, that means Loka Sanya, right, Doctor? Loka Sanya, when you are away from this.
Worldly perceptions.
Hello, can you hear me, Doctor? Hello, can you hear me, Doctor?
Yeah,
Yes,
we can
yes,
hear
we
you,
can hear.
Lalat.
We can
Tell
hear.
me.
So,
Yeah.
Doctor, so that means we to a certain kind of liberation once you experience. But no one is experienced, Doctor. Once you realize it and once you feel it, one day you can see your existing field is also diminishing little by little. But it not happens very fast. According to your wisdom that appears to you. The wisdom level increase day by day. The existing field also diminishing, Doctor. So it may takes time because your understanding level is differ with other one. We should not compare with others. She's having this kind of knowledge. No, we don't need to get according to your understanding the existing field, the pattern of the existing field, why it is still with us. Why? Because of the actually it's totally depends on the cause and effect Dhamma. So earlier we thought the cause and effect Dhamma in different stages. But Aranvas is clearly explained it's in one thought. It's in one thought. So once you understand this to a certain level, Doctor, the existing pillars are diminishing day by day. That's what I want to highlight, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
There are
yeah,
some like
yeah. There was Mrs. Lalana. Yeah, no, thank you very much for that great explanation. So, yeah, you highlighted the point where the wisdom comes into become prominent. So, the wisdom is kind of a field that you will experience the non-soul. So it comes gradually, but once you start seeing the truth, that means that how much you get to know that you are living in such an illusionary world, the attachment that had been there to that illusionary world gets diminished little by little. So that means the craving that you had earlier towards that worldly perceptions become uh, reduced. So that in turn, that feeling will keep you away from the cravenness or the entertaining. So that will lead to diminish your defilements. At the same time, what will happen? Your wisdom, the feeling of non-self, will gradually uh, uh, start become prominent. So that is self-evident. That can be clearly felt because you know how much a craving you had earlier. But now for the world perceptions, you don't get that kind of a um, um, craving or the clinging. So that's why this Dhamma is self-evident. So you know that the attachments you had previously, now they are very low. For that we call diminishment of defilements. At the same time, as Lalana said, what will happen? The wisdom comes. The feeling of non-existence become prominent. So that gives another signal that your alive field is dissolving. So what would be the ultimate result? You deal with the world as usual, but you don't feel like you are living. Now you can live.
I think
Yeah.
Dr. Ravi is something
Mhm.
is somebody is hearing these Dhamma discourses that you try to explain. I think it's misunderstanding coming because you are okay. You try to explain, but hearing this Dhamma, truth telling. So Mr. No, non-soul is okay, but I think it's something I won't pay. So entertain is not here, but entertain is yeah, entertain is here. So this what I say, entertain is gone. It's okay. Little bit is afraid, is disappeared.
Yeah.
But entertain is here. Another one is a non-existent. Non-existent existent feel also entertained. If nobody is here, it's okay. But feel is strangled.
Mhm.
The meaning is you are in very calm and cool. Yes. Nobody is here, it's okay. System is working, is okay. System is automatically happening. System is working. So normally you can see, normally you can hear, normally everything is happening. But no any suffering or any sadness. Because it's your mind is given this sadness and suffering, you're thinking. But this thought, the normally Mandarin guys, the thoughts have value. But value is gone, thought is normally is here. The meaning is not inside pain. No, not inside pain or not inside,
Yeah.
not anything happening. It's okay. Normally, everything is happening, but you're inside not any no any problem because no problem here because you know everything is thoughts. Thought is not real. So, but normally everything is happening. Thoughts also here, but no value because you know this not a real world. It's simulation world. It's like a program. It's sound and film together count. That thoughts are like that. Sound is not real. Otherwise, what you looking is what you see is not real. It's your eye creation and your ear creation, not any, not real. So, but the system is working. No,
Yes.
everything is normally happening, but no any problem anywhere. So someone is it's okay, no problem. Like this, no. But I want to say, entertain is disappearing because your sensor. Normally, your sensors are working. Your tongue is, you know, it's taste. It's okay. Your tongue is taste is signal is coming. It's okay. No problem for that. So what you are seeing is very beautiful. Yeah. Buddha also told this. Yeah, it's very beautiful. Yeah, this forest is very, very beautiful, but not entertaining. But it's beautiful. What is the meaning? It's entertaining. Is doing somebody, but nobody is here. It's internal transformation is very important. It's happening little bit. So that's the, I think, is ego is disappearing, same thing. So defilements also disappearing, it's the same thing. Well, I feel otherwise. It's fading. So same, these are soul and defilements and this ego, everything is same. So words are different, but it's an experience only one. No, there's a what the final is tranquility. No, tranquility is the final effort. It's cool mind, calm and cool, because it's like a nature. Tree also, you also same. Only the nature part. No one here, nobody here, no being, no living being, nothing existing. Misato Nijiyo Sunyo is the universe. No being, no living being, nothing existing. Everything is the nature. So our physical body wants power. This sense of creating, the senses creating, the power is the entity. So we want to understand this. This is only the nature. There's a power is the ego otherwise. But you are thinking it's a thinking power. Thinking power is you don't know what happened here. You are thinking power is generating. But you understood this. But how is power is coming? Existent field is given you. How is existent field is coming? This sense of creation given you to existent field. But your existence, you understood this Dharma. You know nothing here, anything here permanent. Everything is constructing this sense of creations. It's not real. It's a mirage. That is a perception is mirage. That is our consciousness is the consciousness word is we are using is existence. But its perception is coming the consciousness. Perception, no power, but consciousness is same perception, right? Like power is coming again and again happening. This is speed. Spark, rapid speed. Is your eye creation. What is eye consciousness? Light existence. Sound existence is ear consciousness. Smell consciousness and the taste consciousness and then your skin, body consciousness. And these five consciousness together kind of. That's the mind consciousness. That's chair, table, mother, father, everything is a word. It's your mind. It's thought, thinking power. If someone understood this Dharma is no light, no sound or anything, it's vibrations. So waves is systematically happening, this sense of consciousness. No problem anywhere. So what you talking about? Words have the power. Otherwise, your action also nobody's doing. System is working. So mindset also, thoughts also coming, thinking is all everything is system working. You are not doing it. You only the thought. I, me, mine is a thought. Death or birth or everything thoughts. So these thoughts are not real. So it's everything. So that's the final. You are not anywhere. So only the power is. So you understanding this. So no problem anywhere. What do you think about that, right?
Yes, Aranvasa. That is very true. So only thing, Aranvasa, so we are finding difficulties in practicing these things. So how do you incorporating that understanding to our day-to-day world is the challenging part, I think, Aranvasa. So yeah, we know the faculties are the main culprit. We know that, but but for the knowledge we know there is no doer here. That is true, but in day-to-day life,
Yeah, it's okay. Because practice, experience very important. Yeah, it's not a believing because of us. It's not a knowledge. You can experience, no? First, you will know is first, it's a knowledge is coming, but it's not believing, it's not trust. So, but you can experience. So it's very important. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, doctor.
yeah,
Experience is very important. Yeah. Because it's a self. Your side is a self identify. No, it's no one is there. Yeah, it's okay. It's nice. Yeah,
mhm,
it's okay. That's the Pratipada. No, we are talking about.
yeah,
Buddha's word is it's very important. Yeah, and that's it's not a pray. It's not a belief. It's not trust. It's a Pratipada. It's an experience coming. No. You are not really you know finally it's experience that's all.
yeah, yeah,
Certainly. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, doctor, today I think his time is gone. What do you think
yeah.
about others? What do you think about others? Yeah, doctor, you continue. It's okay. My side is mute. It's okay, doctor.
Yes,
Everybody
okay.
has their
Thiruvan
thanks.
Saranai, Aranvasa, Thiruvan Saranai. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add? Thiruvan Saranai?
Thiruvan Sarnai, I think you all have discussed all the deeper facts. I just wanted to add something that now a person who is newly joining this discussion, so newly listening, might sort of hear these difficult things. I mean, difficult, completely different from what they have been listening in the traditional Dhamma Deshana. So they might think, what is this all vibrations and sensor functions? There is no real world. So they might get a bit anxious and wondering. But I think simply what we have to say is that there is no way, there is no change in the way that you are interacting with the world, and there is no change at all with what you are seeing, hearing, and feeling.
Yeah,
You are the same normal person who is living in the same environment, the family setup, and you will be working in the normal way. Only thing is that that story about the magician, I think because a person who knows the tactics of this magician can still sit in front and then enjoy the magic, whereas
yeah,
a person who doesn't have any idea about the magic, or a child, will be completely taken away by the performances that is done by the magician. So that is the only difference. So just I wanted to say is that not to worry about these complicated explanations, because you need to know the alphabet to be fluent in a language. So that is what you all have been doing all this time, because you are trying to teach a new language. by teaching the alphabet. But once you become fluent in the language, you don't need to sort of go and dig and find out what letter is this and how is it pronounced and all.
Yeah,
I wanted to add that.
yeah,
Okay, thank you. Therwan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. Therwan Saranai ආරයන් වහන්සේ පාද නමස්කාර වේවා.
Thiruvan Saranai. Yes, as you said, actually we are using the same language to explain a different thing. Uh, it's not merely a different thing actually. The way you have seen the world has to be has to change for a little. So there should be another angle. There is, so what we are showing is we are trying to show you another angle of seeing the world. So that were from that, if you look from that angle only, you will be able to realize what Buddha said. So that will lead you to achieve some kind of an understanding from a different perspective. So that perspective, that understanding will lead you to liberate from these worldly perceptions. That means, as you clearly said, Dr. Sakuntala, so we are watching the same, the display, the same magic. Yeah, so we are watching the same magic. So we are enjoying it. Yes, actually we can enjoy as a similar person next to you, same person as the person next to you who is coming from the mundane world. But the impact that will give will be different. So the actual feeling, what you perceive by watching this magic will be different. So that is the only change that will happen with the understanding. So I think there are a lot of other friends here also. So unfortunately, we have very limited time so we could have given you some kind of a time to explain your ideas as well. Anyway, we have tomorrow also, so we will join tomorrow. So so as we are running out of time, so we have to hand over this Zoom space to the next coming Zoom session. So I would like to conclude this session now. So thank you very much for contributing. Thank you very much for adding your thoughts to this discussion. So Teruvan Saranai to everybody. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. We'll meet tomorrow morning as well.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Teruvan
Therwan
Saranai.
තෙරුවන්
Saranai all
සරණයි.
Dhamma friends. Therwan
Thank
Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Everyone, sir, everyone, sir, everybody.
respect to our noble friend Buddothpado and Vanse for giving this kind of opportunity to take part this um, kind of Dhamma discussions. So, and also I'd like to extend my sincere greetings to all who are gathered here today. So, as we always remind, this is not an ordinary gathering. It is a gathering of the truth seekers. So we have gathered here for a common purpose, to just not to listen to another ordinary kind of sermon, but to discuss together and understand the true Dhamma, the true nature of everything. So after the realizing the truth, after understanding the truth completely, you should be able to feel that truth as well. It therefore it's not just another kind of a sermon. So as we are collectively do it, it is kind of a collective effort. So we share each other their experiences and how they have found out this Dhamma and how they see this true Dhamma and what should be the correct angle of seeing the same true Dhamma. That is very important. So that's why I call it this is kind of a collective journey. So even though it is, as we said, it's a collective journey, but you have to understand this Dhamma individually. So otherwise, you won't be able to liberate from your own mind if you understand, if that had been clearly realized on your own. So sharing Dhamma is another thing, and complete realizing part belongs to the individual. So this has so other than the discussions, we have plenty of texts there in our website to refer. So that website is, as I always remind it in these forums, that you must be knowing these things by now, but I'd like to remind again and again for the new comers. So that is our main that is our main website, that is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So if you visit that site, you will find plenty of books which have been written under the guidance of our noble friend. So they are in Sinhala, English and Tamil languages. So as a customary, we read few pages from the English book series, the True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So we are focusing currently on volume number 6, and so it will pay. It will put some kind. It will put some kind of a foundation to the daily discussion. So I like to encourage you to visit that site as well. So other than that, we have the newly developed website that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So there are so people who are very keen in scientific findings and modern day technologies. So if you want to see this truth through these angles, so I welcome you to that website. So it will clearly illustrate how these modern day findings tally with this ancient kind of wisdom. So um, yeah, so what actually, before we begin this discussion, I'd like to recap some important points that have been that were discussed in previous sessions. So Buddha talked about some kind of a fact that is called the Cheto Vimukti. This is in Pali. Cheto means mind. Vimukti means liberation. So he talked about this Cheto Vimukti, liberation from mind, freedom of mind. So how does this come? So we think the mind is me. Mind is, so I'm thinking, and the one who is thinking at this moment, even if you analyze your mind, how does it behave? So we think the person who is responsible for this thinking is me. So if it is that much uh, intertwined, how we can liberate from that mind? That is the question. Unless you understand what sort of a thing the mind represents or mind is, you won't be able to liberate, or you won't be able to achieve this Cheto Vimukti. So what Buddha said is how you would be able to get away from this your mind. Other than that, the understanding is the only path. So why we should be very concerned about liberating from mind? Why is that? But so you can analyze through yourself. What does mind say at this moment? Mind says, just keep on listening this Dhamma. And if by accident, what will happen if this discussion would get interrupted? Maybe due to power failure, maybe due to interruptions in your internet connection. So you feel some kind of a disheartedness. So some kind of a sorrow. To where does it get into the mind? Because your thought was to be engaged with this sermon, but due to unavoidable circumstances, you had to stay away from that discussion. So your mind says, now discussion is going, but unfortunately, I can't join with this discussion. So you get some kind of a sad feeling. Why is that? Because your mind. So what is this mind? What is this mind? Does it belong to you? So does the mind represent you, Or does your mind do whatever you say? No. Just think. Just think. So at that very instances, you did you need do you know do you need to sadness to have take place? No. No. But sadness comes in the sudden interruptions of the electricity or the internet connectivity. What will happen? So your intention to join with this discussion will go will be interrupted. So that interruption make your mind to feel sad. So it is not intentionally done. It happened. So why is that? So if your mind does whatever you say, does mind did you tell to your mind, so this is my suffering time. So now you now this is likewise this is the moment I become happy. No, mind does whatever the things it wants to do. You do not want want but think. So is that the mind? Does this mind do whatever the thing as the way that you want to behave? No. So can you change that? It is not possible either. So what we have to understand is mind is very similar to what to sensors that you have already in your body, like eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So if you move to some place where the hot sun is there, so can you prevent feeling of the heat? No. Can you stop? So the sensors work. Your body sensor, the skin sensor works. So you can't stop feeling the warmth. So it is a sensor. So likewise, if you go to somewhere kind of chilly environment, so can you prevent feeling the low temperatures? No. It happens. So as long as you keeps your eyelids open, can you prevent seeing the objects outside you? No. Eye acts as a sensor. Skin acts as the sensor. As long as your earlobes are open, keeps open, so can you prevent hearing the voices or other noises? No. Your ear acts as a sensor. So likewise, as long as the things get together and forms kind of a mind or a thought, the mind keeps on generating the thoughts again and again and again. So it is not under the control of you. Mind also acts as another sensor. So that's why Lord Buddha said there are 6 faculties. So through these 6 faculties, we create our own world. So we have to understand how this world gets created through these faculties. So why they are called faculties? So they are somewhat like factories. Actually, what is happening here is the eye acts as a factory of generating the light. So if we say you can, if we say you see the outside world, but think deeply, what you actually see is the light. The differences of shading, the differences and the shadings of the light is captured by the eye. So that shadings will create you some kind of an image within you. So scientists say it's in the brain. So actually what you see is the light. So then you have to understand, does that light come from the outside? So if you analyze, if you get to know the theory behind that, you will understand the light, the perception of light gets generated within your eye sensor. How does this happen? That is due to the resonance or telepathization. So we'll say like this, your eye has some kind of a frequency. So if the vibration of that particular, so if the eye cells, we'll say the cells in the retina, so if these frequencies tally with whatever the frequencies in the surrounding, it generates some kind of a feeling within that cells. That feeling is the vision. For that we say the light. So when you observe the animals, how they see their surroundings, then you will be able to understand how this vision takes place. So the vision is very different from human to the other animals. So other animals usually, most of the animals are colorblind. So, but they still live in the same world. But they also do the same things as we do. They eat, their lungs are working, and they reproduce. They find their own mates. So likewise, everything what man does, everything happens. But they are colorblind. Scientists have found out that they are colorblind. So some animals might see the more vibrant world than we see. We don't know. So through that, you will be able to understand the vision, the ability to see is not because of coming light from the outside. The capacity of the ability of the faculty is the power of vision. So like same principle can be applied to the ear faculty, nose, tongue, and the skin. Same thing happens. So if you touch something hot, so it is not that much hot as you feel to another animal. So it may be different. The perception will be different. So likewise, you have to identify, you have to understand that we as human beings live in our own worlds that are created with the help of our six senses, mostly five senses. But how we say, what is this mind sensor? So we have been talking about that because Lord Buddha talked about a Cheto Vimukti. What is the liberation from mind? So there should be a mind sensor as well. So how does this mind get created? So the book says, so we'll read few pages from book. So I'm focusing on page number 59 in volume 6. The name of the book series is The True Dhamma Has Awakened. So I'm starting from the lowest paragraph. So Dharan clearly explained how this mind sensor get created. Tinnan Sangati Passo means Ditta Sutta Mutta. These three together. Ditta means seeing, Sutta means hearing, Mutta means tasting, smelling, and sensation in the bodily feelings together. So by combination of all three things, Ditta, Sutta, Mutta, there would this statement has not been told before. This is the first time. So I'm reading the discussion. This is coming through Dhamma Abhijñā and it is magnificent. So Tinnan Sangati Passo continues. The eye, colors and shapes and consciousness together make eye consciousness, which is also known as Patika Sampassa. With the contact of these three, eye consciousness is constructed. So now in the mind consciousness, with the unimaginable speed, sparks are formed as a result of the process. The mind takes the image as real object. Manasancha patissa dhammesu upajjati mano vijnana. So this is the Pali statement. So this part refers to, due to the six senses, contact arise with the contact, sensations arise. At this junction, craving, value, and the samsaric cycle start to spin. This is also the birth of the I, as explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutra. This is the origin of cycle of birth and the death. The attachment leads to extensive thinking, vitakka, and again with the arising of the feelings of sensations, craving arises. So, and with the arising of the craving, clinging arises. With the arising of the clinging, a sense of becoming is arisen. So it clearly says how this alive feeling comes into action. So as I said earlier, all six senses, all five senses have vibrations. So these vibrations come together and
form another kind of a vibration. It may have, the newly formed vibration may have the previous characteristics, yes, but it is a different kind of vibration. But the newly formed vibration cannot be reconverted back to the previous ones. So for this, the newly formed vibration we call the mind. So that's why we can't assign a particular place to this mind sensor. It gets happen due to the combination of all five senses. Was it there before? No. As soon as a stimulation happens in the faculties, the mind sensor will be formed. So that has some kind of, so that is also a vibration. So as in first Nibbana Sutra, whenever there is kind of a vibration or a duality, so the energy, the generation of the energy in between those two ends will not be preventable. So this energy would make you to feel like something is there, something is there. So it is not a single vibration. We have to remember it comes again and again and again. So this repetitive happening of the similar kind of vibrations make you to feel that something is there. So to that we call the consciousness. That is the mind consciousness. After combining all five senses into one single vibration, when it is happening repetitively, it gives kind of a vibration, it kind of a feeling of something is there. That is a consciousness. So for that, it is a particular kind of consciousness. It is the mind consciousness. So in that mind consciousness, you have light, color, shape, sound, and also the firmness or the uh, consistency as well. But you can't separate all these things. It is one single vibration. So that's how if you look around your room at this moment, you will notice so many things are there. Maybe a bed, maybe the table, maybe the chair. So you don't get the light, the chair sound separately, or you don't get the consistency. So because there's a combined perception, directly you get a feeling that this chair is there. That is a mind consciousness. Your mind say the chair is in front of you at this moment. But remember, within that process, has it been any kind of interference of some kind of living thing? No. No involvement of a living being here. It is a process. It is a process completely done at the faculty level. At the faculty level, you got the light, the sound, the bodily sensations. So after combining all these sensations, you create another kind of sensation. That is the mind consciousness. So in that, due to that, the potential energy, we feel like
that particular object is really existing. So when you feel something is existing, then another feeling would come. What is that feeling? Who is seeing this object? So that we name as me. I am the one who's seeing this object in front of me right now. So from that point onwards, the self gets created. But still, no one had involved in this process. It automatically happened. No one did it. But ultimate result is you, creation of the self. What was the initial step is the function of the faculty, I faculty. It generated the signal. What would be the ultimate result? Result is generation of the self. So this one has to be understood very clearly. Neither you did it, nor someone did it. So it automatically happened. It is a process. So if you understand this thing, can you ever say in this moment, a person, so-called you, is here at this moment? No. When you hear this discussion, when you hear this conversation, you create the impulses. The faculties create impulses of hearing, sound. If this sound gets become a real thing for you, real thing, that will create you. So in this very moment, you get created. In this fraction of seconds, yourself gets created. For that we call the consciousness, the it, the feeling of aliveness. So we feel that we are alive, but in the absence of the faculties, no one would be there. So what you have to understand is, what are these faculties? How do they function? So then you will realize it is a natural phenomena. It is not controlled by you. So it happens naturally. So so how does this suffering come? As long as you take that you are real, you are a living being, you are a self, the suffering would be there. Because but once you understand that there is no so-called a self here, so will there be a person to suffer? No. The senses do function as usual, but there is no one to be there to suffer. No one there to suffer. No one will be there to suffer. So that is the way how this Cheta Vimukti occur. That is the way how this liberation of mind occur. It is very difficult to understand because we have been entertaining these faculties for such a long period. since our birth. So it is very difficult to understand that it is a natural phenomena. The creation of self is also a natural phenomena. There is no self understanding of non-soul dharma. This kind of non-soul dharma has become a real challenging thing for us, because from the time we were born, we have been dealing of a self. So we have been experiencing the uh, self soul. But what Lord Buddha said was, there's another kind of experience without a soul as well. So we have never experienced that non-soul experience. So that is the whole effort that we are taking to get to know, to really feel the non-soul experience. In order to do so, we have to learn this Dhamma well. We have to understand this Dhamma well. Dhamma in the sense, the mechanism, how the self get created, how the feeling of a self gets created. We have to understand. With this understanding, you will realize there's no such a thing called such a self. Then you will, from with this understanding, you will be able to feel, experience the non-soul experience. It is not the happiness that ordinary people say. So the happiness we feel from our mind. So there is also there would be a person to feel the happiness. That is not the happiness what Hindus say. So in Pali or Sinhala, Aryanavasi say it's kind of a sukha. It's kind of a pleasure. But there is no person who feels that pleasure. But a pleasurable moment is there. It will existing uh, constantly with you until you die. So it has to come from the understanding, not from just listening, or not by understanding. Not by uh, keep memorizing this Dhamma. You have to argue within yourself. You have to understand this concept very clearly. Then you will understand there is no self here. So along with that, you tend to experience the non-soul experience as well. So that experience is the experience that Lord Buddha wanted to uh, 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 communicate. To communicate, we use words, but there is kind of experience that goes beyond that words. So I think, yeah, I have talked much. I think our other friends are also joined with us. So joining us, Mr. Justin, Kavinda, and Randima also there. So we can start the discussion, I think. So yesterday we had a good kind of Zoom discussion, so that that was conducted by different people. So it continued for more than 24 hours at a stretch. So I think Randima was there and conducting a nice practical session in her own premises, I think you must have some kind of experience to share with us with the yesterday's practical sessions. Why don't you share with us, Mr. Randima? Therun Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, Thiruvan Saranai, Kavindya, Justine, and Dr. Sakuntala, everyone. Thiruvan Saranai, Aryan Hansa. Yeah, I think it was a very interesting experience. We we had a really very I think effective session. So we did it for the first time, but I think we never thought that I mean that kind of a plan was not there in the mind, but it is the vision of Aryan Hanse, and but many people came, and I think that was very interactive. Because most of the time, sometimes I feel we are in Zoom, we do not have the kind of eye contact. So, and but this experience is quite different. So people can communicate each other. So people share their views more openly, and especially our mothers. They come up with various backgrounds, various financial problems, and various disability issues. So I think you see the mother, you see the behavior, you see how this mother is talking, her thought patterns, and you see sometimes some mothers, they are actually coming to tell maybe their problem. So and so they say they have this kind of experience and so on. So actually a lot of mothers had so many questions. So then I said to mothers, okay, we'll take the questions in a separate form. So thank you, Amma, for telling that. But we'll have a discussion separately. But that was very interesting because we took those mothers' incidents, mothers' experience one by one, and we sort of discuss. There is nothing big there for worry, or so everyone then started laughing, and that was a very relaxing session where everyone understood like it is the mind. So a problem means somewhere it is the mind. So for me also, I think it was the first experience, and actually Aryan Mahansa came live, and Aryan Mahansa really had a very good intervention and a discussion with all of the people participated. So that gives a big strength for us because that was necessary, I think. Especially Aryan Mahansa's coming and having that kind of a very relaxing discussion. I think every parents who, and the fathers, and especially old people were there, many old people. So I think they are really in a helpless stage. You see, they have very less time to live, and I think the mothers were really happy. So if we can bring happiness to others, I think that's really great. And uh, so so and also we plan our session in accordance with the normal program outlined by Aryan Mahanse. In Sinhala we call Ekdina Pratipada. So we found those guidelines in the groups, and we got printouts of that, and then we try to match to that schedule also in a way like. So first session was really had a discussion about this Satyanana part. So That was even two-way like communication, because when we explain, these mothers are really understanding, because their level of understanding is very higher. So we
Mhm.
can't put this mother to very ordinary or layman mothers. So all of who gathered there had quite experience. So we first asked Ammas, how many years you have been listening to Buddothpado? Then some Ammas are, some mothers, 2.5 years they have listened. So then there were some 3-4 years people as well. So therefore, their understanding was good. So we started with some questioning, like mothers, what do you understand by suffering? And we came out lot of answers. So with that, we continue kind of a very interactive discussion, and all the mothers were very relaxed, and you see they were very actively providing answers.
Yeah.
So I think that is one of the you see plus point in this kind of small group session, because at a time, even though it's a fairly some crowd, but that was controllable, manageable, and it was very easy to interact each other. And then Aryan Vahansa and the crowd, everyone got a chance to talk to Aryan Vahansa, because there were some others they have never talked.
Mhm.
I think they do not know the value of carrying out such a conversation. So I think in a way we help them. You see, we provide them opportunity where we encourage them. Mothers, you have to talk, like this. There was someone backseating. But you see, that provide a great opportunity for mothers to come and have a kind of a conversation, relationship with Aryan Hanse. And then we had some break sessions too. Then we did the meditation part. We asked them to, first we gave them guideline on the first Kamatahan, and we asked them to do the meditation, walking meditation, and that was after lunch. And
Mhm.
finally, we took a discussion session where what the mother's problem, mother's incident, and various scenarios they experience. So some very interesting questions came up. You see, I think that's in a way like challenging to the Dhamma speaker who are there as well.
Mhm.
So because these mothers, you see, they ask some deep questions, so some probing questions. So in a way, I think it was helpful for both the parties. To the party who took some effort to conduct these sessions, and also for the party who participated these sessions, it was a real, you see, beneficial outcome.
Mm.
I thank Miss Indu and our Aryan Mahase also for you see having some coordination and helping us to you see to make this a very successful event. Yeah.
Yeah. So usually what we see in this kind of gathering, especially conducted by the monks, what they ask is to be silent, keep your eyes closed, uh, 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 calm your uh, keep your body in certain posture, like sitting posture or the lotus position, and for keep focusing your breath to the tip of the nose and do the meditation. But unlike that, unlike those ordinary way of doing meditation, so you conducted it in a very different way. So first you discussed with openly. So they were in certain, some were standing position, some were sitting position. So irrespective of the position you are in, you you convey the message of Lord Buddha, what Lord Buddha said, isn't it? So we have been feeling, we have been experiencing a soul throughout our lifetime, but Buddha wanted to convey the message. The message Lord Buddha wanted to say there is another kind of experience without the soul as well. So were you able to uh, convey that experience to them at the end of this session? So that is the most important thing, I think. So were you able to deliver that message to them? So
Yeah, exactly. Because we started the whole discussion with the probing question and what ammas, what is suffering. So we gave them time for them to, you see, come out with various answers. So several
mhm,
questions were coming out, and
yeah,
you see, to some extent, they lacked, you see, even though certain words coming up.
mhm,
There were some issues relating to the not identifying like the focal point here.
mhm,
So finally, that was a very interactive, you see, conversation to show them that it is because of this itta sanya, inna thiyana කියන එක. So
yeah,
it is this perception of soul. It is this
mhm,
misconception and the field of this existence, alive field is the suffering. So I think
right,
so mothers were really happy because we did all our sessions, you see, for focusing mothers to give this.
yeah,
And finally they then only they realize, you see, they are doing all kind of thing because the problem is here, the problem is the existing field. So we
exactly,
understand how the existing field is formed, and we are doing all these pratipada for techniques also to understand this existing field is not real. And
yeah,
finally, at the concluding part, we had some tea, and after that, all of us get together, you see, in a standing position in one place, and we were about to, you see, I mean, apart ourselves. And
mm,
then I said, Mother, so you got the message, and now you are happy because you know what you're looking for. The suffering is this energy what is felt, that is the alive feel, but that's not real. Therefore you must go home with the happy smile. So I think all our sessions we showed them and we directed them towards that focal point, Ravi, with the
yeah,
opening questions of what is suffering. Yeah.
yeah. That I think that is the most important thing. Yeah. So are there something that you have missed? So if you so you can
Yeah,
so
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, actually, the one thing is the timing. So
Mm-hmm.
even though we had certain parts to discuss, like there was couple of questions from these mothers, and we did not had, you see, adequate time to discuss all of that, and
Mm-hmm.
fairly since because everyone has, you see, some problem.
Yeah.
No, we did not have time, and even the Satyajnana part also, we thought of using not discussing whole the thing because anyway, you see, can't go to that because this has to deliver any discussion we have to do step by step because more time we took actually for interaction. That is to communicate the message simply. So I think this discussion can continue for another extent as well, but that depends. I mean, we manage the session where it has the meditation side, it has some questioning time, it has the interaction time, it has some happy, relaxing, some kind of, you see, sometimes it jokes also, like, because we can't just have the very deep things we can't discuss, you see. And so it was kind of a mix kind of a session. So
Yeah.
definitely we couldn't touch all the things, and maybe perhaps in the next session we'll try our best to
Yeah.
deliver that aspects as well. Yeah.
Yeah. We very much appreciate your effort. Yes, Randima. Very well done. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. As you said, in between there should be some kind of entertaining things as well. So the relaxed mind will grab this truth very easily. Tensed minds can't grab this truth very easily. So that's why we have to have these kind of things in between these sessions. So what I want to highlight this during this discussion. So other than the discussions, other than the reading books, we do practice this Dhamma in real world as well. So that's why, so the people who listen this discussion, so they might think they are talking and talking, they are not practicing it. No, we are practicing it. Yesterday we did this session, so in all over the places in the island, so we did it. So RN was um, uh, mm, very, I don't know, very uh, mm, strategically handled those things. So it is very great. Yes, Kavindya, do you have something to tell about those things? Thiruvan
Peran
Saranai?
Sarnaya, Dr. Ravi. Peran Sarnaya Aramhasa Namaskara Deva. Peran Sarnaya Vedamma friends. It was really nice hearing the experience that Randima shared. And yes, we had a very nice session yesterday. It was a 24-hour Dhamma discussion, and it completes everything because there were the Satyana, which is the truth about how this um, solve the existence field arise, and then how to practice this Dhamma, and the experience, the jnana part, the kritajnana part. So it was really nice. And then as Vandima said, I'm really happy that she shared her experience, because the one-on-one experience with the mothers, especially our parents' generation, would be really nice. Now there are a lot of opportunities for these parents, I mean, all mothers and fathers, to join these sessions. And we saw it in many places. And it was really nice to hear the experience firsthand from Randima. So, and then I really agree with her about the happiness or the blissful mind is needed to see this Dhamma through. Because we hear from Buddha, Lord Buddha, that if you want to give Dhamma, first you can check are they in hunger. So if you're hungry, or if you have any other uncomfortable feelings, you would not concentrate on the Dhamma, and then you would always focus on that uncomfortable feel. So you're not listening properly, and you would not reflect it properly. So if you are happy and your mind is ready to accept Dhamma, that is very important. So I'm happy that you had a really interacting and very nice session. And further, I would like to highlight that how our Buddothpado and Hanse, our noble friend, is dedicatively talk with many Buddothpado Dhamma friends yesterday. I could not finish listening to all their experience, but it is very nice to hear. And then it is giving the message to the whole world, not even to Sri Lanka, to the whole world, that this is possible. This Dhamma path is visible, and then it is living here.
And then there are noble friends who share this message. And if you are really into nirvana or like liberation of mind, it is possible. So come join with us this journey, not to follow the path, but to experience the path. So that's the message I would like to give to everyone, because you can see the proof here. Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes. That is the message that Aran Vasa wants to give it to the world. So we experience, the people are there who really experience this non-soul experience. So everybody can come and join, listen. First you can listen, you can understand these things. So there are so many things, discussions are going on in English medium as well as in Sinhala. So there are plenty of texts available in our website, so they can refer them. So then also, if you are really interested, you can come and join with us to have that experience for real. So that is the invitation that we can make to this world. So yes, I can see Mr. Bernard is also here. Do you have something to tell about these things? Everyone, Saranai?
Everyone, Sarnai, Dr. Ravi.
Everyone, Saranai. So,
Yeah. Throughout the day, I was listening and witnessing these things. So I was so happy, and that it is clear that the lamps of wisdom, which is empowered with the true Dhamma, is being lit every nook and corner of Sri Lanka in this island. So we are very, very proud about it. And all the people, all the participants, our Dhamma friends, including nuns and especially the Aryan ones, our noble friend, they were endeavoring it. Actually, that was a very magnificent, very exemplary, influential effort. So now we can just imagine the big picture which our noble friend Aryan once has it his mind. Actually, we can't imagine even that. So the power of the power and the potential and the I mean the his vision. So it is not actually put into action. This is the beginning. So
yeah.
it is being done.
It
Actually,
is not, it is not the full potential, isn't it?
no. It is not. It
Yeah.
is just a flight of the just a spark. Just a
Yes, yes.
spark. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we feel now. We are engaged, engulfed, and we are doing it with a lot of effort, and I mean the enthusiasm. So everybody who participated and dedicated was very interesting, and we experience it as an outsider. I just observe how wonderfully it was organized, and it was supervised by our noble friend. And each and every Zoom programs and the participation and the discussion, everything was going so effectively. So it was so powerful, and the message was really given to the expected audience, and we experience it by listening to them. They speak at the same time. We, as you all said, even in the very remote areas, the participants, the older people and the older generation or the senior citizen, whatever it is, they also speak with very enthusiasm. They are very happy to express themselves. And their agony, they expressed their agony. That means how helpless they were, and with the help of our monk, the present monk who is residing there, so how he has guided them. So that is the picture we are getting. We know that this is going to happen. A big miracle is going to happen. So at the same time, I would like to humbly suggest one thing in this Boy Day program. If we can, if we can take the first Zoom as the children's one, it will be very successful as a beginning start, because we couldn't experience that part. That was very interesting. And whoever conduct that Zoom, it is challenging. The most challenging Zoom, I think, is the children's youth one.
Yeah.
So if we can take that particular part, I mean the Zoom first, then that is over. Then we can give time to the other Zoom participants also, but it is not practicable because the participants are getting more and more increasing day by day.
Yeah.
So this is we experience. We can now forecast, can't we? We can forecast what is going to happen. Darkness is being eliminated by day.
Yes.
So that is the message I have to share with you. Thank you very much, Dr.
Yeah.
Ravi.
Thank you very much for your wonderful thoughts. Yeah. Yeah, we have other friends as well. Dr. Sakuntala, Surangika, do you have anything to add? Sudharma, Tirvan Saranai, to yours?
Tirvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Dr. Ravi, here in Gaul also we conducted a poetry program in one of the aram, about like 5 kilometers away from the city of Gaul, and there were like 25 participants. It was a little bit challenging at the very beginning because none of them actually knew about Buddothpado. It's because it's a new crowd. Some of them hadn't even heard about this. That is a bit surprising. Anyway, so at the very beginning, it was like a briefing of everything, the program, and what is this, how it is different from what we have been following up to now in terms of Buddhism, etc. Because there were like 5 representatives of us and we took turns, and so you can they were little, honestly speaking, little suspicious about this at the very beginning, some of them, especially the elderly ones. So once we started using, actually then we felt how effective and how useful it had been for us to listen to all of you in all Zoom discussions. I mean, all the presenters, they used diverse strategies to help participants to understand the mechanism of the 6 sensory organs. So it was interestingly, we managed. The first thing we decided that we should do is to help them to understand the mechanism of the 6 sensory organs. We did not have a huge target. What we planned was, Dr. Ravi, by the end of the day, at least they will be able to take something back, like at least to practice that everything is the mind, nothing is external, that which comes in the first point of contemplation or the first kamatahana. So interestingly, we very interactive session we conducted, because the group was also kind of a cross section of the society. There were educated people, kind of people coming from lower socio-economic backgrounds. So with the help of those people, we thought that involving them truly is the only way to get the message across to them. And then question and answer thing, like, so when actually the first question we asked was, okay, we have performed all types of meritorious activities, we have listened to sermons, we have offered alms, etc., all pujas, so what have we achieved by now? Oh, why are you here today? Very good question was posed by one of us, and they said to get a relief at least on the poet day. So from there onwards, what is this relief? We started. Then how the pain comes. So starting with eye, ear, the depiction of how we get caught in depictions of six sensory organs, and it really worked, Dr. Ravi, and the community. We could approach the community also. Pradhana Dayaka of the Arama brought arms for the lunch for everyone. So they were also quite impressed, and we met that Dayaka's son was a grade 7 student. I have shared that photo and the video in the representative group also, Dr. Ravi. That guy seemed to know this note. So we directed him to the children's Zoom as well. And he was telling, I am interested in this because in the school I had a discussion with one of my friends, and this friend was telling his grandfather has told him that there is nothing called table. Although we see a table at home, there is nothing called a table, but even anybody can put another name for that. When we separate it into parts, there is nothing called a table ultimately. So that boy knew it, but it was very easy for us to because when rather than giving the message to the people who were kind of having a lot of knowledge about all Dhamma theories, principles, this little fellow got the message, and so he seemed to be interested. And but after lunch, of course, everything went well, and they were requesting. Normally, they stop the sale program at 3 o'clock, and then they have some Gilampasa Puja. So they wanted to delay it for 30 minutes and practice walking meditation also. So it went on that way, under the guidance of Venerable Aryan Mahansi and all other representatives, Dr. Ravi. So that was how it went yesterday. Teruvan Saran. Teruvan
Yeah,
Saran.
yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Mrs. Dharma. Yes, very interesting, and yeah, so pleased to listen these things. So I'm also one thing to add. So if the people have that kind of a curious mind, they will definitely grab this truth. So that 7-year-old boy, whether now maybe he's having some kind of a different view, but it can be easily rectified because he has some kind of a curious mind to see what's going on, what the truth is. So for these kind of curious people will easily grab this truth. So yes, that is very nice, very nice.
Yeah, Dr. Ravi, interestingly, this guy had some knowledge about them. And this he actually come from a not a very small school, but not a prestigious school in the area, but he can speak several languages, and he will actually be a resource for this children's Zoom also. He explains things nicely. He's kind of doctor for 13-year-old guy. Yeah, grade 7 in the school. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's great. Yes, yes, Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to tell about these things?
Thiruva Saranai, not very big details like the previous two ladies. Actually, it was very interesting to hear the people talking with their experiences and coming forward. That was extremely nice. One thing I noticed that it's not available in the YouTube to listen because I wanted to listen to some parts, but maybe it's a technical issue because it's a long Zoom, isn't it? Maybe they will sort of section it and
Publishing it.
publish it later on. Yeah. Right at the beginning, you explained very nicely about how the sensor faculties, how the forms are formed. I think that is the level that you have to sort of clarify and purify. Not 100%, I would say about 200%. So when you realize that there is no solid base here in the form of uh, in the form of eye consciousness, ear consciousness, etc. There is no solid sort of base here. Then the structure that you build up on top of that in the form of thoughts collapses, and then you realize that there is no solid thoughts either. So I think that explanation is very good, and the experiences that Randima and Sudharma had also very interesting. I suppose they will definitely need more and more days, I suppose, more meetings to sort of get everything be more clear, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Terwan
yes,
Sarnai, Terwan Sarnai.
Teruan Sarnai, Dr. Sakuntala. Yes, uh, how about Ms. Zurangika? Do you have anything to add? So, you know the differences, the way the people think about this Dhamma. So, you are in Australia, so they look at this Dhamma in a different way. But the actual Dhamma, what we say, what Lord Buddha say is very much similar, very much go align with what we really experience in these days. So, what do you think about these things? Everyone, Sarnai, Sarangita?
Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, and Theruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends and Theruvan Saranai Aran Mahansa. Yes, Dr. Ravi, I think yesterday's experience, I think we've had a 24-hour Zoom before, but yesterday, I think we all felt it. There was this huge resurgence nationwide,
Yeah,
isn't it? As I think Mr. Bernard very correctly pointed out, you could see not just, I mean, at the grassroots level, this whole, it's almost like a movement, a whole new regeneration of a spiritual movement, almost like the days of the Buddha being awakened, you know, little by little. And it
yes,
was
yes.
really illuminating to see that. And I think Randima and Sudharma, I don't think I heard the Gaul experience, but I did watch the mothers talking from Randima's residence. So I think first and foremost, Sudharma and Randima, my very, very deep, and I'm sure all our Dhamma friends, our very deep appreciation for the efforts and the sacrifices that you have made in the name of the Dhamma, in the name of being able to, you know, position yourself spiritually and then also allow your homes to be opened up as well. And to give the time and the effort to bring all these other mothers along this journey. As somebody pointed out, they've only heard these traditional Buddhist teachings, so on, and you could see the frustration of especially some of the elderly mothers, but then some ladies in their 40s who said they felt sorry, they felt sad that they had not encountered this true Dhamma before. And you could hear R.N. Mahansa almost pacifying them and saying, don't worry, it's not too late, that you are now on the path, so you know you are in good hands. So it was so warm, and it was so, I don't know what to say, I can't even find the words. It was so nice yesterday. I tried to listen to almost the whole thing, but there were bits and pieces, as I think Dr. Sakuntala said, I have to listen later when the video goes up. But just touching on what Randima said, I can understand the challenge, isn't it, Randima, when you have a mix of people where some of them have listened for 2 years and some of them 3 years, and then some people haven't heard anything at all. So that audience is quite challenging because you have different levels of knowledge or access to the true Dhamma in one audience. And then how do you manage the questions? How do you manage that? But it looks as if you have tackled it with great cleverness and aplomb. So well done to you. And I'm sure, this is the first time you opened your home up and you've sorted a program like this. True, we followed that one-day program that Aryan Mahansa said, but depending on where it is, whether it's in a monastery and whether it is in a home, it can get slightly different in terms of the way you interact, as you said, in terms of the way you deliver, and how you build up that relationship with each of those mothers. Because if you say that this is an open space, this is an independent space where you can air your thoughts, air your views, you can bring your grievances, and then we will then look at your grievances from the light of the Dhamma, from the light of the path that the Buddha has shown us. And then it makes it so much easier, isn't it? Some of these mothers, actually from experience, all they want is to sometimes get away from their own homes, the humdrum of their existence. And then just, they must have, I think to Sudharma's point, if they hadn't even heard the Buddothpado teachings, but they still had the curiosity of wanting to come, isn't it? And that's the greatness of it. You have to start somewhere. So in that sense, I think it's really great that these mothers took that very big step of actually even thinking, no, I'm going to dedicate this day to come and listen to what this whole message is, what this new message is that Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is saying. And I'm sure Randima and Sudharma and all the others, you will find your own natural style. You will adjust your own program, and next time it will be even better. And as Mr. Bernard said, I think Kavin there said, the beauty of this whole thing, which was really very apparent yesterday, was the practical side of it, wasn't it, Kavin there? I think that's the really big message that we are giving out, not just to the nation, but to all our viewers globally, that the true Dhamma is not just theory, the true Dhamma is not just philosophy, it's not just relegated to the Tripitaka and just, repeating paragraphs and chanting. This is something, unfortunately, that we see in these countries, Australia, New Zealand, both. I have seen it. And then they give the alms and they say it's good karma. And then there is a very brief chanting session, and then they all have a lovely meal and they go home. That's it. That's their sense of the Dhamma. So what happened to the Buddha's teaching? What happened to that true message of how do we alleviate suffering? How do we understand that there was no soul here to begin with, that the soul and the self-perception, that false sense of ego is really the root cause of the suffering? Where is that message? That message has been hidden under all these dogmas, under all these beliefs, under all these traditions. And you really feel so sorry that you have massive monasteries, so much of resources. People really donate big amounts of money, but where is the true Dhamma? And that's why Aryan Mahansa says when in his travels in Vietnam, and I don't know where it was, Cambodia or somewhere, that he found the same experience. So many big temples, monasteries, but no true Dhamma. No monks who are actually passing on the true message of the Buddha. So I think we are all very truly lucky to have access to Dhamma, to have met Aryan Mahansa through the Dhamma. And all these mothers, you could see the absolute pleasure, isn't it, in their faces when they met with Aryan Mahansa. On the video, you could see as if it was one of those once in a lifetime kind of moments. And I think, Randima, when you said that having a session like that and then giving those mothers who are slightly, I think, afraid to turn the Zoom on or doesn't even know how to use a phone, that opportunity to come face to face with Aryan Mahansa, to actually get a few guiding words from Aryan Mahansa directly to that mother, is such a big opportunity that you have opened up to them. So once again, I think my very deep appreciation to all of you, Sudharma and all the other people out there who made yesterday's 24-hour Zoom possible. I think we will just go from strength to strength. Isn't that, Dr. Ravi?
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. I agree 100% with your ideas, your thoughts. Yes, yes, this is kind of a collective effort. So, as you clearly said, though we have no big statues, big monasteries, and big all these things, but in a one single small room, we have the true Dhamma. So that is very strange. That is the thing. That is the ultimate uh, goal. Yeah. So we are here. We have the true Dhamma, and we are experiencing it. Most of us are experienced by now. Do experience this real experience of true Dhamma. So I think we have come to the end of today's discussion. So I think another fruitful discussion has come into the end. So we can join tomorrow as well. Yes. So I'd like to conclude this session. Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, and thank you everyone who have contributed to these discussions as well. So thank you very much, and Teruvan Saranai Aryan Hansa, Teruvan Saranai everyone, Teruvan Saranai.
Dr. Ravi and all Dhamma
Thank you,
friends.
Dr. Ravi. Thank you, Suranka, Sudharma, and everyone. Thiruvan Saranai. Thank you, Dr. Sakuntala.
Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Wahasa.
Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Wahasa. Please accept my humble worship. So, dear Dhamma friends, as usual, we have going to start the English Zoom session. So, as you all know, this English Zoom session is very important because this Dhamma Zoom session discuss the solution for everyone's suffering. So, as we know, everyone search for happiness. People do many things to satisfy themselves. You see, people don't like suffering, but exactly where is the suffering? Can you do it in that form? Can you do that in the mind? Then it will be a never-ending process. So, on the other hand, this Dhamma provides you a very practical path that you yourself can perceive that when you start to feel the world is not true and the so-called soul is not real, when that starts to feel, on the other side, it is the you see the relief from the burden of thoughts. So all sufferings, you see, all plannings, all stress, all depressions, all anxiety, one of the main reason, really, actually it is the reason, that is the mind. So never ending thoughts. So actually in our Zoom sessions, you are guided to understand what is the thought, what is the so-called mind, what is the soul. So then people start to liberate, you see, from themselves. So as usual, you all know we are reading few pages from True Dhamma volume. I think currently we are reading True Dhamma volume 6, page 60. So we can start the reading. Tinna Sangati Passo continues. The eye, colors and shapes and consciousness together make eye consciousness, which is also known as Patika Sampassa. With the contact of these three, eye consciousness is constructed. Now in the mind consciousness with unimaginable speed, the sparks are formed, and as a result of this process, the mind takes the image as a real object. Manancha paticca dhamma uppadesu manoviññāna. This part refers to due to six senses, contact arise, and with contact sensation arise. At this junction, craving, value, and samsaric cycles start to spin. This is also the birth of the I, as explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutta. This is the origin of the cycle of birth and death. The attachment leads to extensive thinking, that is vitakka, and again with the arising of feelings, sensations, craving arises. And with the arising of the craving, clinging arises. With the arising of the clinging, a sense of becoming is arisen. This is how Paticca Samuppada spin, dependent origination. People who are misled by the illusion in the mind consciousness cannot understand this Dhamma. Things are only momentarily created and disappear with the speed of vibration. This is the truth. You cannot find any existing things, nothing at all. All are just illusions created in the mind, and nothing is permanent. It is only a creation of a thought in a given moment that occurs due to changing conditions and also disappears along with the condition. With the realization of the truth, you lose me. So I think now you are familiar with this Tinnan Sangati Passo. So Tinnan Sangati Passo means the Ditta Sutta Mutta, that is the sight sensation, and the you see the sound sensation, and the feel, the touch, you see sensation, that is basically all five senses. So the eye sensor is the ditta, and the sound sensor is the sutta, and the mutta refers to the other senses. So now we understand the sensation rises on its own. That is the sparks. You see the sparks form, and each sparks carry a power. So even though the spark disappear, then and there, the spark, this electric spark, gives rise to power. So then what's happened? The spark you see continuously occurring when this occurs. So then the color world form, sound world form, and the other sensory organ world starts to form. So actually there is no meaning here, because when someone see really how this is happening, it is just the spark. But when it continuously happen, it gives rise to some alive feel of something is there, like, because at a one point, you see, at a given point, some composition of sparks is happening. So so when that you see occurring again and again, and you see the nature is that the spark combine, and because that spark continuously occur, and when this sparks comes to some level of power, like it's coming together, like in the sense it's feel as a lot, or as a packet, like, so that's the quantum packet. So then that carries some sensation. So this sensation is the one which really gives a feel like the light is real, all the sound is real, and so on, like. But now we understand nothing is meaningful here. So so this you see this all to once this coming together in the sense sampaticca, so then that is the birth. So this contact is the birth, because then it is the perception start to form. So then there is some meaning. You see, some meaning is added, like, so some reading in the form of name starts to occur. So but nothing meaningful, because if the origin is not meaningful, the product of that those sensory faculties also not meaningful. But we can understand totally different sparks here forming, like, so when you take even at the light level, it is just a one spark which will not fade, but a series of spark will start to fade. So so then it carries a different kind of a meaning there. So some light consciousness in the system, but all that is the speed. All that is the speed. So this process. So that's why actually here there is a process only. A process. Continuous process gives you the feel of something, but they are not existing thing. So that's why if something happens to your eye, thereafter no such color world, like, I mean, so then that sensory organ doesn't have the capability of forming color world. So that's why the world created, you see, with the origin of the sensor, with the sparks in the sensor, and but that sensor level, it doesn't, you see, carry a deep meaning. But when sensors comes together, you see, it totally drive a very different feel of something alive, things actually, mother, father, like that, son, daughter, moon, tree. So then slowly this 3D, this film starts to create. Right. So so manovinyana means that. So you have to understand then manovinyana, when you say mind consciousness, so it is actually not a existing thing. It is that the same sparks you see coming together and drives a completely different spark. So, so that's why in this section it is mentioned these six senses contact arises, and with the contact sensation arises. Actually, it's all the time is this contact. So the contact points, the sensation starts to feel totally as a different thing. But if you take isolately, actually this sparks doesn't gives any meaning. So, but what happens is with the birth of the eye, this you see the things start to feel, and then it will not start, because then the spark of something will give rise to another spark. So the vitakka is that the endless flow of thoughts. You see now, for example, let's say someone wants to, let's say, buy a car. Then what will happen? Then he will start searching. You see, it will like insane. You see, until the car reach home, he's panicking. He's searching the internet, he's searching the colors, models, and so on like that. Then think about the financing. Sometimes this guy may not have money, but you see, it will somehow, at least, you see, in some way, he wants to buy this life. So what is that? How that power came? That's why this is a spark. So when one spark comes, and you see, and that spark give rise to another spark, and then you are in the film, and then the spark starts to, in the sense, the spark getting stronger, and that film sort of getting very stronger, and until the car reach home, this guy is not satisfied. But once the car reach home, he's back again now in a plan or in search of another satisfaction target. Now it is not the car, maybe it is something else. So this is the behavior or the pattern of the mind, because mind doesn't bother. You see, whether this is a cow, whether this is the house, or so on like that. It is a spark. It wants to keep the level of power ongoing, because here there is some level of mind power. Some power is maintained. So this power maintenance is the nature. That is for this physical body to continue. The power must be there. So what happens here? The physical body all the time wants to maintain. You see, the whole system wants to maintain this ongoing power. Actually, this power is in a way like it is balanced with various other vibration in the environment as well. This is actually vibration talk. If you leave the physical body and everything set aside, this so-called mind is also another vibration, with all which is linked to it, various other vibrations. So that's why you see, even when you sit somewhere, when some group of people sit in a room, inside the room the temperature level will go up. So even though we do not see this in that way, there is an impact. We see a permanent body, permanent mind. permanent things like. But it is not true. This is every moment forming. Everything is forming. Everything is constructing. And it is the vibrations. So nothing is real here. Nothing real. So actually we were talking about this vitakka thing. So then what happened? This vitakka comes, but when you say this extensive thinking, that is thoughts keep on flooding, means what? Very difficult in the sense that lead to stress, and you can't sleep, you can't eat, you see, because more than that, the particular power, mind power, that's why when the mind power is start to imbalance, like it's until it is done, you can't do anything else like. So this power is coming to very strong end. So if it is not satisfied, something can happen even. So that's why at whatever cost, people try to satisfy. Then naturally you become slave because you have no any other choice. You need to do it like. So when that comes, it's so much stress, so much pain. That is the problem of living in the mind. So even though you love the mind, you say my mind, you see, I keep my word and so on, like there's nothing reality here. Because this mind is the one, you see, telling all these things. So very difficult if you do not know what's the mind, actually life would be very difficult. Because the mind says so many things and your physical body deteriorate day by day, because with every breath, this body, physical body drives this mind power, and body get wear and tear. Because the mind power getting stronger in the system naturally also. That is the Abhisankarana. When there are many things, and day by day things also form now in the system, unlike the small child. So from the small child to an elderly person, think about the worldly perception it has attached to. So there is anyway a power rising in the system continuously. And very difficult for the whole body, and body also, wear and tear of the body also quite fast. Because body even can't bear this mind game. That's why one needs to really understand. Actually, understand word is not good, because one can understand the mind and then think about the mind from another thought and sort of controlling the mind. There is also some tranquility one will experience. But that is not the path, because you see there is some stress there. Because why? The need for entertainment come from the system. You see, system bring signals of mind entertainment. So then somebody thinking and try to control the entertainment, then there would be some clash. There would be some clash. It's not, I mean, that is also not good. So there is some need arises from the system, and artificially by bringing another system, attacking it, will have another stress situation. So that's why it's very important. All this entertainment in the system needs to naturally drop. Naturally drops in the sense, if this power level drops with the listening of the Dhamma, then there is no question of a stress of maintaining or controlling the entertainment. You see, that's why the Dhamma is very important, because it is a feel. Rather than using the term understanding Dhamma, if you become Dhamma, like, so it is a transition. Otherwise, it will be bit of a difficulty. But if naturally with the listening of Dhamma, if naturally there is a feel of transition and you see unnecessary this need for that and this and those things are not arising, and then it is the less vitakka. Less vitakka in the sense, then each and every moment it is the present moment. Because there's no fire, like it is cool, it is calm, because even though some sensation arises, that will not carry it away, like then it is naturally vibrate, because your hunger, your system is hunger, your system have a thirsty for satisfying that and this. So as long as that is there, it's quite difficult. At least you will leave something and try to search Nibbana. That also can happen. So that's why we need to understand this. We are doing something with the mind. So therefore, don't take this too light also. Don't take this whole process and the Dhamma as too tightly also. Because this has to happen in a natural transformation. So therefore it will happen. So you have to continuously have this vidarshana meditation in some balanced form. So then automatically you see the reality of things will start to feel much better, because when the system, because it is the system drives the mind power, it is the system drives need for that and these things like that. It is the system wants the entertainment, and if the system change, then you are liberated. Until such time, you are trapped in the system. In the sense, you are trapped in this speed. Nothing else, this speed of illusion. So here I think R.N. Vahans explained about the Paticca Samuppada. So whole Dhamma is this cause and effect, dependent origination. So this is the gem of Buddhism. This is the gem. Because all these years, it was the karma bhumi, karma was discussed, giving much prominence. Actually, very less talks about this dependent origination, that is the cause and effect Dhamma. Actually, Buddha saw the cause and the effect. So the cause is the vibration. You see, actually it is the speed, and the effect is this vibration. So this vibration is the cause, and then the effect is the alive field, some existent field, so which is not true. So that is the Dhamma basically. And if let's take for example a chair. So when that chair become real means that is the Paticca Samuppada. So simply as that. So you do not want very deep that line by line explanation, right? So chair real means that is the dependent origination. The chair has become real in the system. But once you understand the cause and effect means, then it is the liberation. That's all. When you see how the things formed, how your life will start to form, then it is when you see the reality, there is no point of back again be blindly, you see, no point to have a further blindness. So then it is the liberation. That's why the Samudaya Attagam, one who see the formation will experience the cessation. But if you are still in the ignorance, still blind by the this thickness of things, that is the thickness of your thought. But when the thought understood, the thickness of the thought will drop. Then the thought can't, because the spark, the level of spark drops. When that spark drops, that carried away in the film is the one stop. Then you are very cool. Then very cool. So I think we talk a lot. Let me see. Yeah, I think we have a few friends today. Do you have any views of yourself? Just feel free to unmute yourself and talk. We have Justine and Kema. Yes, your idea or how you understand this and what do you experience? Is there any change you experience with the Dhamma? So you can unmute yourself and talk. Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Justine. Are you in a position to talk? Yeah, Teruvan.
Yeah. What you explained is just the beginning of the world. When eye consciousness starts means the world begins. when the sparks happens, you get the sensation of the light. Then with the help of mind consciousness, the clear picture, you get something outside there. That is, there's a house. I see a house. So that means you are in the world. At the moment you see the house, at the other corner, the witness is there, me, I. So this is where the world begins. That is the dependent origination. If someone gets this idea clearly, so everything is solved. But to understand this, the most important concept is, most important thing is to understand the spark. That is, this is not real. This is get created at that moment. Momentarily it sparks and it fades away. So when it diminish, the thought still, the process is going on. And with the mind consciousness, we get what we felt earlier. The house is still remains. So there the illusion begins. Then at the beginning, it is just an object. With the help of the eye, we get a picture, some kind of image. Then at the second phase, the mind sensor, the mind consciousness starts, and they are also in the rapid vibration, manipulation of speedy vibrations. we feel some kind of feeling is there. That is the feeling sensation that I am alive. I feel it. I witness this. This is what I see. So I am here and the world is there. So existence is established. So this is the process of the mundane world. The ordinary people, the ordinary man, the layman, they think the world is there. I am here. The life goes on until his clinical death. So he doesn't know that every time the birth and the death is occurring in the mind. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. Yeah, Thiruvan Saranai. So as you very correctly pointed out, the mundane guys really stuck in the illusion. So they do not understand this mind is not true. Otherwise, it is the feel of transition has not taken place to the reality. So, but everything is a spark. Actually, I mean, there is one spark here. That is this mind power. That is this so-called things. So it is not, I mean, when you take finally one vibration. So what is this vibration? So as you explain, first what happens is this Rupanya. Rupantiko also Rupa. So that is this series of sparks give rise to some form. So that is a completely vibrational phenomena, continuous spark. So that spark give rise to some form. Some form. We say rupa. But you see that rupanaya start to felt. That is, each spark carry a power. So when series of power start to felt means what? That is that nama. So that start to felt. So felt as something, you see. So that's why this some then either mother or the signal of the mother means the reading. So that Rupanaya, that form, it is an internally generated form in the present moment. And so this reading comes, you see, reading comes in the sense, reading is another telepathy of resonance of another layer of vibration. So everything, since everything is occurring in the present moment, that past vibration now start to resonate. That's why past signal of the mother now appear. And but you are experiencing a past mother in this system. You have no chance of experiencing anyway the present mother. So Rupanaya is happening in all the senses, and that Rupanaya is felt. You see, so that's what we say. The new signal in the system is this Rupanaya. But new signal doesn't end. The another layer of resonance start to occur. That is vibration. So with that, the old mother perception now start to feel here. That's what happened. But all this is a vibration. So finally, where is your birth? Your birth is really the final end. That is the point that mother perception start to feel. That is, the perception is now feel like real in the system. But there is two rounds here. First round and the second round, even though we explain like this. First round is the sensory level round. Second round is the this mind consciousness level round. So that's why I think we have this Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana even for the light. So light is also a process. Light is a process. So Rupaner is this light, you see these sparks which is happening, the color forming process, but then that color give rise to some power, sensation in the system is the Vedana, and then Vedana is a reflection, Sanya is a reflection of Vedana. So Vedana Sanya comes together. So Sanya is the light signal, light perception in the system, and when this process coming again and again is the Sankara, is the speed of the process, and the result is the light consciousness, that is Chakku Vijnana. So that's how all the sensory organs, Chakku Vijnana, Sota Vijnana, so all that happens, light consciousness, sound consciousness, taste consciousness, all that is a process. So process means it is not an existing thing. Everything creates in the present moment. In this moment, the color will occur, and the you see the everything occur. The things become real. Everything occur in the present moment. So when this consciousness, you see, start to feel together, gives a totally different thing. That's why. Then it is not the color, sound, or taste or touch. Now directly from the system, totally different one come. My sun, you see the sun, moon, all this film comes. So that's why the thing means actually these perceptions, they really do not carry a meaning. But where your birth is there. If there is no perception world, you can die even today, isn't it? But if the perception world start to feel stronger, you see, then it is, it gives the feel like something, things real, and the existence of things, the Itta Sanya, and then like the two sides of the same coin, the Atma Sanya. So it's all same. So finally it is one vibration here. The vibration is the one transforming like into different ways, and finally it's a totally different one here. That is this Itta Sanya and the Atma Sanya. So the existent field. So that is the one we try to understand here. Yes, Justin or Kema, you all can add. Yes, Justin, anything else you like to add here?
Actually, the Itta Sanya and the other one, Satta Sanya, these two, the feeling, the sensation happens at the same time. In the process, it happens so instantly, so quickly, rapidly. So we can't distinguish it so neatly. But this can be done only through Abhijna Desana, the person who actually the noble friend only reveals it. So what we have to understand is about how it happens, the process, how the process is going on. Actually, as you said, we start from one point. We see with the help of the eye, that is our vision, we see some object. outside. Outside means you experience something that is a spark. There's actually a spark, nothing but spark. It get created then and there, it vanishes, and the ultimate result is uh, I am existing. Uh, there is a witness. I exist. There is Lord Buddha always asks from his disciples, uh, is this I permanent? Then the disciple says, no. Then, then Lord Buddha asks the second question, what about the soul? Is the soul exist? Also the answer is negative. So actually, the first experience, that is the sensation, is the some kind of spark. As a result of a spark, something get created, but ultimately the self is there. That is not someone else doing, but it is the part and parcel of that process. So the feeling happens due to the speedy vibration. So they are we can't understand, but with the help of the noble friend only, we can clarify it. We can get it clarified. Yes.
Yes, Justin, as you very correctly pointed out, actually it is the Aryan Vahansa revealed this Dhamma to the world, because I don't think on an ourselves can you see understand this kind of a thing. Because we certainly did not had any abhijna or like super awareness, but it is through the journey that Aryan Vahansa took, like doing meditations for very long period from the childhood, and going into this asanya tala, where there is no perception, nothingness stage. You see, practicing this very difficult, practicing the meditation techniques to a very extreme end, I would say. So that's going into a deep end and experiencing every level of this result of the meditations. So then, and also its inner transformation, like inner from the, if you listen to Aryan Vahansa's life experiences from the childhood, the reading which went in the heart, and you see heart was different. Aryan Vahansa, as I understand from the childhood, was a very feel-oriented guy, not a mind-oriented, because mind-oriented people are very much, you see, controlling the mind, and they will have a very one single pattern of journey. So, but this field-oriented, it's quite different. I like Kammogo nature is also there, and trying to experience the dead end is another way, like so. So, and also given up nature. Given up nature, I don't think every one of us has. Given up in the sense, even at the very early stage of the path, like Aryan Vahansa has given up his life and approach this. So somehow it will, because it has searching this with that kind of approach. So that is more field side. I think field side is very strong. So that is one reason why this third eye, like this abhinya or this super awareness, starts to feel, because it will feel reality is not this, reality is this life. When it start to feel, you see, naturally what it talks or what it sees, the world is different. So now even we can understand. So anusote means everything start to become real, and everything real, and you are in thoughts, and with the thoughts you try to do something, controlling the thoughts and so on. But you are doing so many good things also, but still you can't happy. You are struggling. You see, you can't die. So all this, why? And you are in the future, like either in the past thought burden or future thought burden. So it is very insane. And then you try to protect yourself from everything else. You see, you try to maintain relations, you try to maintain friends, because you want to satisfy that inside so-called soul. So that is the kind of insane nature, and so much of struggle to satisfy the other people, to maintain people, to maintain things like. But you see, when it comes to this Dhamma, it's quite different, because once you start to feel the truth, naturally you are liberated. Now you have a lot of friends maybe, but you are liberated. You do not carry that strong stress of maintaining them, because you understand this insight is the one you find in outside. So it is not any outside thing is coming and satisfying or fulfilling any inside. It is the inside. So if your inside is very calm, pure, tranquility is there, then that is what you see in outside. So basically, actually, once you understand this Dhamma, will really feel that what do you call that happiness everywhere. But this experience is not like a soul happiness. Happiness is not the good word. So sukha is the word in Pali. So sukha means it's a liberation. Liberation means like it is not falling into any happiness or unhappiness, like. Then that is not caught up in the speed. When the level of speed is the mind power, the speed is the endless thoughts, the speed is the endless film. But when the speed is low, means it is the calm and quietness in whole body, and also the mind. So it's actually there is nothing called mind there. Because mind is the one which start to feel like real. You see every incident, you feel like real. You feel people like real. You feel value of that and this. All that is the mind. But when this mind drops in the sense, even the thought comes. Thought in the sense, it is a name we give, no. It is a signal. That signal will not carry the power. That is the liberation. So that is really what is happening here. Yes, Justin, or even Kema, we like to hear. Yes, yes, Justin, Teruvan Saranai.
Telwan Sarnai. Yeah, as you said, it is not the mind but the feel is the most important thing. The from the beginning, from the childhood, we our brain, our mind is, so the brain is filled with all the factors, all the cognitive things. So we are conditioned to think and act and react in that way. That is the nature of this world, the mundane world. But if we goes, as you said, as our noble friend followed, the feel, if you follow the feel, actually there is the freedom. You can find the freedom very easily. So when you come to understand this the challenging part is understand the terms, that is in the that's in Dhamma, true Dhamma. I mean, when you say the sukha, when you say sukha, the meaning there is the word is given to a feel there. That feel is not felt with the mundane people, in mundane people. So we associate a relatively close word in this mundane world. That is not the exact meaning, actually. Exact meaning. So therefore, the people, most of the people, and especially the Western countries, the people in the Western countries think the happiness. Buddhism says the happiness, and what we say the happiness is the same thing. Actually, that is totally different. So this Dhamma cannot be explained actually only with the help of the words, with the lexical items and the language, linguistic things. It must be felt, because then only you find your transformation and your liberation of from your mind. Therefore, it is very important. Any person who is interested in this Dhamma, true Dhamma, try to understand those words in that context. You have actually the Western world and we'll take Germany, for example. Germany, if we take Germany, the people there, they experience happiness in some other way. In the Dhamma, we say the happiness or the tranquility or whatever it is, the word, that is a different meaning. But we don't have English words, I mean, other than the Pali word, to give that exact meaning. But that particular word in that Pali, I mean, when you, as an example, take sukha, when you say sukha, it is a totally different, because that is a felt thing, and that is not in the ordinary or the mundane world. When we, it is the most challenging part in everybody in this forum. I mean, it's very challenging, actually challenging, because we are going to express something to the Western countries and the other people, the mundane world, the people in the mundane world.
Justin, can you speak louder? You are very interesting. Please talk.
The people in the, I mean, the Western countries, they when they say happiness, that happiness and the sukha, we explained sukha in this our true Dhamma is totally different. I said that part. Because
that's
because
true.
that is a felt thing that must be understood after listening to true Dhamma, and plus practical approach, a true practical approach. Then you yourself, one can experience purely this, what this feeling is. As you said, the feeling cannot be expressed totally. You can express totally by putting into words. Whenever you put into words, that is something else, because we still it comes to the mundane world word. That is the challenging part. That is the challenging part. When we use our mother tongue, Sinhalese, that is okay. Similarly, the words are some kind of similarities. We can see the Pali and Sinhala also. But when we spread this message to the Western world, Western countries, and the other people, uh, that is, we have to be very careful, because that idea cannot be expressed with the help of those words they are using in their own language. Take for example Nibbana. Nibbana. If you are going to explain that word with the help of the language, it is impossible, because it is felt. That is why Lord Buddha say, it exists the words. Pada ikmola yanawa kiyala in Sinhala we
Yes,
say.
yes. Yeah.
So that is the most challenging part in this forum. In this forum, we have to be very, tactful, skillful to put that idea into words. But it is we can't do it always. But that is the challenge. That is the challenge. I always emphasize that we have to use the same word that Buddha says. It is sukha is sukha. Now we are not going to explain that into translate into English. Why? Because sukha is not the happiness they say. They are totally different. So then that's another problem arises. What is that? How are I going to express that? So you define that word, sukha. The sukha, what is sukha? Sukha is this and this and this and this. So you can define it. You can't give an equivalent. Equivalent. Sukha and happiness. Oh, the same thing. They say, we get it from our religion also, our philosophies. Happiness. Even listening to a music, we get happiness. So this is also happiness. So what is it? That is how I feel.
Yeah. That's very interesting. Yeah. Yes. That's really worth actually. Yeah. I think Kema is also have some ideas. Yeah, Kema. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Caravan, Saranai. Yes, Justin, I agree. The language is really important. And the Buddha said, ordinary people don't know what true happiness is. And but Buddha's teachings are pointing to how to find true happiness. And so it's not based on external conditions. And that's what the Western world is, and most ordinary people are believe that it comes from external things, and that is not what the Buddha's teaching. So it takes a lot of training to understand and be interested that because how could this be possible? Everything I learned, was saying it's from buying this and being this and getting this and having this. But when you have enough suffering, I think sometimes that can be the spark that you're looking for. He says the noble search starts from suffering, and then we look for a solution. There must be a better way. And sometimes we all get that in life, through life. But some people just don't listen to that intuition that says there must be a better way, and then don't start the search. But it can also, this is where people start searching for the solution. And I'm fortunate that I found this path again in this round of birth. And how I found it, I I just feel so grateful because it's not, I know I know it is what I was looking for. And it's anyway, yes, I think the Four Noble Truths are a condensed version of the dependent origination, very condensed, and it's like a beginning maybe to see. The first two are the cause of suffering. There's a cause, and there is suffering, and then there is a cause, and then wow, number three, there's a way to stop suffering. And there's a four is the path, and he explains it. But then we need good teachers and a lot of help to work on the path. But I think this, as Ron was explaining so well, the you know dispassion, how this dispassion for the world comes, I think from understanding the Four Noble Truths, dependent origination. It starts losing its interest in entertainment because you can see that you're just feeding your own suffering. And when you see that you don't, then you start having like a hot fire. You don't want to touch it, motivated to not feed these defilements and the hindrances. Having sila is a way to move toward happiness from being a less self-oriented human being to letting it shrinks the self, having sila. And so we have to learn what are these things we need to do to live, to break this stuff up, to see clearly. And we do use the mind. Like last night, we talked about using the mind with mind to find our way out of it, but yet not losing interest in the proliferation of this mind that just stirs up everything. And we lose our taste for it. We lose our taste for entertainment because it just feeds this suffering, actually. And the Dhamma, these meetings, these feed the wholesome, the solution, the medicine, the antidote to this ignorance. So I'm very grateful for your program and all that goes into this. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kema, for your excellent explanation. I think your coming here is very, very important, and your voice, you are raising your voice is, I think, that will really help some other segment you see to know this Dhamma, because we understand everyone is searching happiness. Everyone love the world, freedom, liberation, but that is not outside. That has to happen within. So people like you coming here and you see raising your voice, I think it's really helpful. And I think I know the way you talks, you feel this Dhamma, so you feel the transformation. So that is the experience, and that is what even Aryan Vahanse wants. So we want actually experienced guys to come here and talk like Justin and like you, Kema. So all of you are very important for us, for our forum. And I think Justin and both came up pointed out about this language. Yeah, that's very, very true. Because this Buddha's word, you see, very difficult to find the interpretation. Because that word, now if you take a word like Sankara, what is the interpretation? So that carry a very, you see, deep meaning, because I think entire 84,000 Dhamma, right? So every word spoken by Lord Buddha, it is on the field side. Field side in the sense all that Dhamma was the nothingness. So how can you write in a book about nothingness? So as you all very correctly pointed out, it is really a challenge. So how it is the nothingness finally. It's a illusion, it's a vibration, it is a spark. So spark means at a shot it has occurred and you see has disappeared. So at a blink of the eye, world forms and world disappeared, and you do not have a moment to think about even. That is such a super past thing. So so that is the real world. So there is nothing there. So nothingness, the impermanency. Impermanency is not a knowledge. Impermanency means Anitya Sanya is a feel. So now you can talk about it since you experience it. But how can we expect another person to, you see, look at this? They might fight for these words even sometimes, you see. So it's really difficult for us to give a real meaning for this. Even the term sukha, I think, yeah, Justine, you pointed out that was really great, because sukha is really, we can't say happiness. It is not falling into happiness or unhappiness, but there is ultimate liberation, ultimate freedom is there. But there is no ownership for that. So it is like the wind, it is like the sky, it is like the water light. So that is that. So I think everything, I mean, this like a feather means it is not like one experience a feather like, no. This is just you see with the natural transformation, it is the sukha. That natural transformation, inside transformation, what is happening with the Dhamma is the sukha. So that's why I think since you all experience only, you can you see talk about this anger. So I'm very happy to hear that. And also I think Kema pointed about this Four Noble Truth. Actually, R.N. Mahansa has done a lot of sermons on very detailed explanation about the Four Noble Truth, and also this dependent origination 11 elements. So all that is very clearly explained, but finally there is one message behind all that. That is this understanding, this mind power. So one understand the mind power, find in its inside that it's not meaningful. So it is the energy. So I think that is Kema's word, energy. So that's very, I think, appropriate word, this energy, that is this mind power. So I think under the Four Noble Truth, even the first one is the suffering. So suffering means what? What is the suffering? Suffering means this energy, this mind power. So as long as things start to feel very strong in you, means what? That is the suffering. Because this power has come. You are helpless. This power has come. So that is the suffering. So you see the cause of suffering. That is, you understand what is this power. What is the cause? This is the speed of vibration. That's it. The speed of vibration. So then once understand how this speed of vibration or this energy is formed, you see that is the liberation. So that is the Nirodha. So it will, you see, it understand, it starts to feel. So what is the last one? Last four noble, out of the four noble truth, the last one is the ultimate freedom. That is, whatever you do, even words spoken or any action you are doing, everything has done, you see, without any energy, without any power. There is no power because the power is now less, or there is no power in the system. So that is the Nibbana. So this power getting reduced is the what is happening here. So then it is the ultimate liberation. So even the Four Noble Truths discuss about the same thing. So cause and effect Dhamma also discuss about the same thing, how this mind power is formed. So everything starts with the ignorance. But Aryan Vahansa very clearly pointed out this, I think, 12 element, no, in the dependent origination. So this cannot be written in a one line. It is not like sequential thing. You see, entire Paticca Samuppada or the dependent origination is there in that spark, in the present moment. In the present moment is a process which is happening at a blink of eye. So in that present moment, something has become real means all the 12 element is there. That is, the ignorance is there. The so-called sensory world has formed, and the perception has become real, and your birth has occurred, bhava occurred. So bhava occurred means it has the samsaric power. You see, in that moment, samsaric fire is there because itta sanya is there. So in the present moment, everything become real means it is not only a pain or energy in the present moment. So the present moment energy has the power for another rebirth as well. Like that is the ongoing, this process. The process continues. The process is ongoingly happening. Only thing is the spark, there is no end for the spark. Only the body, physical body will change because we understand this physical body cannot survive for a longer period. So after some part of the life, physical body will change, but that we call the terminology, someone die like, but there is no death in this process. This is spark process that continues. So it is a change of the physical body life. So this is the thing. This process is the karma. What is karma? Karma means this ongoing process. There is a continuous process is happening. And someone is caught up here. You see, like entire samsaric cycle. But once who understand this process, but that understanding will not happen in the Kamma. Like Kamma is the nature. Kamma is this continuously, this process is happening that you can't control. Nobody can control. But it is the cause and effect Dhamma which really have the breakthrough in this whole process. So then one starts to experience the liberation, and it finds that nothing meaningful here. Nothing meaningful. It is just an endless travel, endless suffering. So Buddha never delightfully spoke about the samsara. Nothing meaningful here. So only way is for us to see how this energy is formed and to have that feel of transformation. Yeah, I think this is a very interesting conversation. So we had a very wonderful conversation today with Justin and Kema. So I think tomorrow also we can discuss because our time has come to end. So let's have a discussion tomorrow also, and I invite both of you. Since you experience this Dhamma, you talk, that's very helpful for us. Shall we conclude the session today, Justin? And Kema, do you have anything more, or shall we conclude?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
Thank
right.
you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Tervan
you.
Saranai.
Tervan Saranai, Kema. Tervan Saranai, Justin. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you.
Tervan Saranai, Aryan answer. Tervan Saranai, Mr. Andima. Tervan Saranai, everybody.
Tervan Saranai, Aryan Wahansa. Tervan Saranai, all of you.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Peruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Peruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. We've been discussing the book, Volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with the discussion titled Night Zoom Discussion on Sunday, September 3rd, 2023. Participant, Teruvan Saranai Aryan. When I was trying to find the truth in the subject or aramuna, Manasancha Paticca Dhammesu, or mentality and materiality, or mental formations, I would like to know to incorporate these with the outside world. Is it the same as name and form? If this is so, what is with the arising of ignorance? There is the arising of the taints. Is it caused by the I consciousness when the I is the subject? Aryan Mahansi, Lord Buddha said, do not grasp in the Upakilesa Sutta. Then according to what you said, I think you're lost. I think you think according to the Dhamma. It is good, but you're entangled in this. When you say trying to find the truth in the subject or the stimuli, what do you mean? There is a special way to analyze the Dhamma. It has to be practical. This is not for knowledge. You try to talk about true knowledge, but you have a problem here. Tell me, what is this practical knowledge? You're trying to seek the practical experience. That is wrong because automatically this should happen. That is the feel of this stimuli. You do not do it or think about it. You should automatically experience it. You're distorted. I will help you with this. So this participant is asking about Manasancha Paticca Dhammesu. Manovinyana, meaning when the Dhamma comes in contact with the mind, mind consciousness is born. So this person is asking that he or she likes to know to incorporate these with the outside world. Is it the same thing as name and form? And how it's related to ignorance? And how it's related to the appearance of defilements. And Aryan Mahansi says that, he is looking for searching for Dhamma, which is good, but he or she is entangled in this. And that the Dhamma needs Dhamma. If you want to understand Dhamma, that you have to be practical, because it's not mere knowledge. True enough that you learn it intellectually at the beginning. But after you listen to this wisdom of truth, after you listen to the true Dhamma, You have to practice it within. You have to see it practically. We say it is only an energy vibration. There is nothing called sounds and colors. This is only something created here and now. It's not an existing thing. Chakkuncha paticca dhammesu. This section was taught by Venerable Pittigala Gunaratna. I respect him for teaching this. If you think of your former thoughts, then you create I-ness, or me, my past thoughts. That is also incorrect. It is a delusion to think that things are coming from outside. Please refer to the discourses related to this subject, including Lovama Dedaraya. These are really magnificent and unique. So Aran Mahasi says this whole mind is an energy vibration. Even what we call sounds and colors, they are also manifestations of vibrations. And everything, the so-called mind, our experience, is created here and now, not an existing thing, not something that continues to exist from some point in past to this moment in time to some future point in time. Rather something that comes into existence moment to moment. And when we think about former thoughts, this sense of self is created. Somebody who doesn't know the truth, whatever he or she thinks, anyways, is embedded with the self-perception. And to think that something is coming from outside and that thing, that object is giving us pleasure or pain, that's ignorance. And R.N. Vahans recommends that this person listen to the sermon titled Loma Dedaraya. Tinnan Sangati Passo refers to the combination of the five senses. And Arya is not related to a person. You can only find mental purification inside this scope. The objects or the stimuli or aramuna do not exist anywhere. Chakkuncha padicca rupe cha uppajjati chakku viññānam. This is about the speed of vibrations. There's no mind consciousness or viññāna without mental formations. Also, without mind consciousness, there are no sankara or mental formations. According to the vibrations, the five aggregates circulate at such a speed that an illusion of an outside world is created. Tinnan Sangati Passo means Ditta Sutta Mutta. Ditta, what's seen, Sutta, what's heard, Mutta, what's felt. So three things come together. These three things together, when we say Ditta, it's seeing, Sutta is hearing. When we say Mutta, we say it's felt, but that component that's felt consists of tasting, smelling, and sensations. Sensations means the heat detected and the pressure detected, or the solidity of something that's being detected through the skin. So, meaning the five senses, the inputs from the five sense faculties, they come together, these three things, these three categories of things come together to create the mind. This statement has not been said before. This revelation, or this kind of, one could say interpretation, but it's something that's seen through the transcendental wisdom, this kind of explanation hasn't been done before in the effort to realize the truth. And as I said, it's Dhamma, it's coming through Dhamma Bhigya. So these three things come together to create the mind. First, the eye consciousness, when we say Ditta Sutta Mutta, eye consciousness, sound consciousness, nose consciousness, taste consciousness, body consciousness. That means when we say eye or the vision, and then when we say eye consciousness, it means it's known that I saw something, that something is seen. It's the fact that something is seen when we say eye consciousness, because it's detected. Now there's a knower here, or an observer here, not developed as a self, but in the example of the child whose mind is not developed, still he has eye consciousness, meaning he or she knows that something is seen, that something is heard, something is smelled, tasted, touched, but it's not recognized as, or a chair is seen, or a wall is seen, a doll is seen, or mother is seen. So there's some sort of consciousness, but it's not quite the mind consciousness yet. So when we say Tinna Sangatipa, so three things have to come together. What are the three things? Basically, the three things are the five things. Ditta Sutta Mutta means Ditta and Sutta has what is seen and what is heard. Mutta has the rest of the three components coming from the body, because in that kind of categorization, the taste and nose is included in that Mutta section, what is felt. So when these come together, and it's also the same thing as name and form union. Name is the sound, or whatever the name we give to something. As the kid is introduced to names, starting from the first ever, his or her first ever label. And when we say chair, like even we can experience, kind of observe this idea, or try to understand this, how it's created when we look at whatever is right in front of you. It could be a computer, table, chair, whatever it is. If you pay attention to it now, if you look at it, open your eyes and look at it, you can clearly see. Eyes cannot see the name of it. Eyes can only see the colors. And we can't even say colors, because when we say colors, it's already labeled. But the experience, the direct experience when you open and kind of your focus land on then whatever the object that we are taking as an example right now. And if you think about the name that appears in the mind, or the mind, eye of the mind, or whatever, the child doesn't know that it is a table or chair or whatever we are contemplating on right now. So if we don't pay attention to the name aspect of it, it's just the experience of seeing. If there's like some sort of sound, like if it's a computer, there's some sound coming from it. We can say from it, but it's not quite from it, but that's what we think. If you pay attention to the sound that's coming from it, or seemingly coming from it, sound is just a sound. Because we have prior knowledge that it is, we have been told that it's coming from the computer. That is why we know that even now, that it is coming from the computer. But if you really contemplate on it, sound is just a sound. That sound that's detected through the ear doesn't have any labels to say that it's a computer. If any label is attached, that it appears in the eye of the mind. So this is something that we need to really, really understand. And the fact that when this image, the smell, taste, touch, the sound, when, computer can have a sound and can have a name in the form of a sound too, the name being the computer. When all of this come together, it doesn't have to be all five. Even yesterday in the discussion we talked about, even in the absence of one of them, there's some sort of a replacement, like, in the absence of the mental image for the label COVID, we have some other affiliated mental images. It doesn't necessarily have to be something to give us an idea, to give us the idea that something called this is existing, or something that is not called by a name is existing. It exists out there. This complete package of information gives us the feeling something exists. And that is why, even though we keep saying that it can be grasped in the form of knowledge, but it's really difficult for us to see it not as a thing, but just as the color, because it's kind of a feeling. This perception has been that has come in our awareness so many times, millions of times. Let's say rose, how many times in our lives we have talked about a rose, thought about a rose, felt a rose, seen roses. So, like in birthday cards, in the TV, in the garden, in botanical gardens, on Valentine's Day, there are so many affiliations that gives us the feeling, that has happened so many times, that gives us the feeling that thing exists. It has some, like Randima was explaining yesterday, that there's a 3-dimensional feel to it. It feels like the smell is coming from there. It feels like it has this softness to it. When we see it, the softness is felt in the mind even before we touch the rose. When we look at a bodybuilder, let's say, we feel like there's some toughness in him. Like all these perceptions have been assembled over and over again, assembled, altered. Uppada panyayati, vayo panyayati, titatta anyatatta panyayati. That's this altering. That's also kind of, meaning it comes into life, appears, disappears, in between due to speed, it alters too. So this kind of quality, this kind of, it's called chitta niyama, the order of the mind, the law of the mind, how thoughts are created. It's created according to the system, moment to moment. So it appears, disappears, and gets altered in between due to speed of these vibrations, manifestations of vibrations. It appears in that vibration, during that vibration, appears, disappears, alters, but disappearance is not detected by the fast frames of second, that we can say in like that too. So it feels like there's something is continuing, but over a period of time it's changing. But it's in every appearance it changes, but it cannot be detected because it's so fast. That's why, if the time span that we've been living on this earth, it feels like, for us, we wouldn't know we are aging, but somebody who sees us, after a few years, they would know that we have changed, or, put on weight, or whatever it is. They are able to say that because they're seeing it over a period of time. But we see our faces in the mirrors every day, we are not able to detect it. And even when if we kind of line up a collection of our pictures from the day we were born to 3 months, 5 months, 1 year, 2 years, like that, like up to 40 years, 50 years, or whatever, we still have the feeling within us that something has being in something that doesn't change is continuously there. Whereas there's no relation, almost no relationship to the face you have, to the face you had as a kid. So this appearance, disappearance, and alteration, that gives that gives this changing nature to everything, not just the so-called self, the appearance of the self. Trees grow, flower, bear fruits, animals, they change, the whole environment, the clouds, everything is changing every time, all the time. And therefore, it's really difficult for us to not see it as something that's existing, because this kind of nature is already making us feel that something is out there, it's existing, it's changing. That's the itta sanya, or the existent feel, existent perception. And if that is out there, then I am here experiencing all that with respect to that world I hear. And that sense of self is kind of an extension of the same existent feel, that vibration that's manifested turns into an existent feel, turns into the self-perception. That's why R.N. Mahansi says dependent origination cannot be written in a book. If you're writing it on a book, you have to write one on top of each other, because it's kind of maturing. It's like a flower bud flowering and changing appearance. It's like everything else around us, appearing, disappearing, and changing in between. Our whole experience is that. In between the deception, in between that, this duality is created. When it comes to when the dependent origination starting from the ignorance kind of matures into the sense of self, and then to clinging and all that duality, this is the most difficult part to grasp from a mind. That's why when we get into the practical approach, when our mind slows down with all the big attachments and clinging that we have in life, they have to slow down for the truth to be seen, because all kinds of these thoughts, let's say you're just entering the Dhamma and you have your 3 kids, they are going through school, you have your husband, you have issues with the husband or a wife or whatever, then there's a lot going in the life. That means so many thoughts. Your whole experience is just crowded with thoughts. There's no space for truth now. But as you understand the importance of the truth, the Dhamma, you listen to it, and you begin to experience little bitty aspects of the mind, get little insights here and there, and slowly it's taking you from the crowded mind to a lesser crowded mind through the diminishment of defilements. It's not concentration meditation, it's not suppressing emotions. And we know we've been done that for a while, and we know when you are not in your cross-legged position, you still have these desires and clinging and all that coming back. But in this practical approach, they are just slowly eradicated one by one, and the mind becomes less cluttered, and there's more free space, and there's more space for the truth to appear. Now you're able to see the mechanism of the mind first-handedly as the defilements are slowly diminished. Just like, you have a very, how do you say this, kind of a unsettled pond. After some time, when the mud kind of settles to the ground, you can see through the pond and you can see the pebbles on the deep bottom, of the pond. The same thing happens with the thoughts to the mind. You can see the mind now. And when you see the mind, you get confirmation of this Dhamma you have already heard first-handedly. Oh, this is how it happens. Or this existent feel is this. Because we are just listening to this Dhamma and understand it kind of in a logical way based on everything we know at surface level. And things like this, a lot of things about this Dhamma, especially the existent feel and the self-perception, cannot be grasped with the mind. It's detected through transcendental wisdom as the mind slows down. So this existent feel, this how everything is so plump and luscious and full of life, that is a quality that comes to existence with volitional formation, this association with thoughts over and over and over and over again. And you can experience this existent feel, the perception without that plumpness, and then then it's self-evident to you, oh, this was just the trick of the mind, and in essence what there is just a bunch of colors. You can't even say colors, but like we have to use the language to communicate. And same way, first-handedly you experience, not that you experience, it's present in the experience, in the awareness, that there's no self here, that there never was any self here. It was an illusion that came into existence. So this is the path, and it's so beautiful because you know for a fact this can never be known by a mind. Because however much we think, that's why we need a little bit of penetrative insight.
Therwan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Therwan Saranai, Dhamma friends. First of all, we must bow down to our great spiritual leader, spiritual master, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, for opening a very sophisticated, very new and actually a unexplainable free path of freedom to us, the mankind, because we were searching for this Nibbana from our teenage, and so many elderly people died not even have a glimpse of this truth on this land of Lord Buddha. So after Buddha era, nearly about 1000 odd years, this true Dhamma of Lord Buddha was not there. And nobody knew what actually Lord Buddha said. There were so many books and 84,000 Dhamma aggregates, but nobody knew how to explain this Dhamma to the human society. We had only a cultural religion, cultural practices only, not only in Sri Lanka, all over the Buddhist countries and all over the world. In other countries also, there are so many monasteries, Buddhist monasteries from different Buddhist countries, but they were all doing this concentration meditation. But actually, Lord Buddha didn't ask us to do the concentration meditation because that is not the correct, that is not the way to achieve Nibbana, full realization. So, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, after a great effort, now showing us by revealing the ultimate true Buddhist philosophy after 1000 odd years to the wise people who live on this planet. Wise means not very much educated or not very much wealthy or not very much powerful. All these are not relevant. Actually, a pure heart, a honest way of living is actually, and some kind of effort will be enough to go through this path, because actually it is not a path of just learning and reminding. This is a feeling. Actually, this path to Nibbana is a complete feeling. To a certain point, we should have to listen and learn, and some kind of thinking part is going on. But after a certain point, thinking become useless, because from the beginning, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is telling us this true Buddhist philosophy. There is no self here. This is only a six sense system, and there is nothing outside. There is no such world as outside, and there is no mind also. So this is a very deep understanding. To achieve that, to go to that level, we have to be very much conscious, and we have to be very subtle, very calm. Slowly, this path will be open up, like a flower is blooming slowly, like a lotus is blooming when the sun rays are touching that. Such a subtle way this Dhamma is opening up in one's mind. But actually, by understanding Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's Dhamma sermons, now in YouTube more than 13,000. When we listen to that Dhamma, naturally this Dhamma is coming through this Suttamaya Jnana, and it is starting to react inside us, because after starting to listen this Dhamma, everybody who listens to this Dhamma will have some kind of relief, some kind of calmness, because the understanding, the true understanding about the mind-based world, and this mind-based world is creating with the thoughts, we are understanding that. We are only seeing the shadows, reflections, hearing only sound vibrations, touching, tasting, and smelling only touch vibrations, seeing only eye vibrations and light vibrations. We know the synchronicity is the mostly happening incident here. With synchronization, there is a world creating in us, but actually we think it is out there, outside, because the consciousness illusion is creating and showing us there is an outside. But we very correctly know there is nothing called outside. It is only a illusionary nature showing by the mind consciousness. So by listening to that Dhamma and doing some kind of little insight experiences, meditations, and practicing 4 contemplations given by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, we will be able to see through this Dhamma slowly, slowly. That is why Lord Buddha has given us an example about the rainbow in a dewdrop in the dawn, to see the rainbow, a rainbow in the dewdrop. In the early morning, when the sun rays are appearing, if we can see so many dewdrops are there, and if we happen to look at those dewdrops, to see a rainbow in that dewdrop, we cannot just look at it. We have to look at the dewdrop in a correct angle. In a correct angle. Then only we will be able to see that rainbow. Likewise, to understand this ultimate truth of the nature, the humanity, and this whole illusionary world, we have to listen to this Dhamma and very carefully look at everything what we see, what we hear, and what we feel. Because actually the Nibbana is like the rainbow in the dewdrop in the dawn. Thoughts are arising and ceasing, not attaching to the thoughts, but living without thoughts. That means thoughts are coming and going, but living with no idea about thoughts. Yes. Aryan Mahanse is explaining in Nivana Obalangama is second sermon. Nibbana is near you second sermon 6 years ago. Based on this Dhamma discourse, Aryan Mahanse says the nature of the mind is this: thoughts are arising and ceasing, not attaching to the thoughts, but living without thoughts. Because the thought power is becoming very less low, because when we happen to look at the thoughts, how they are creating, then this thought power is become very low. So the mind's nature is this: thoughts are arising. Thoughts are arising and ceasing at each and every moment. Each and every moment. But the mind sees the truth is not attaching to the thoughts, because the seeker who knows the truth is very clearly understand these thoughts are only color and sound, color plus sound. That means the stimuli is coming through the six senses, bind with the name given by the mind, making thoughts. So these thoughts are just illusionary, not correct. Therefore, the seeker knows what about the thoughts, and seeker will not attaching to the thoughts, but living without attaching to the thoughts. That means thoughts are coming and going, but living with no idea about thoughts. Just like we are sitting in front of uh, television. There are so many things going on the television, but we are not interested. Like we are just sitting there, and the flowing of things are there on the TV. Like this here, the mind in the mind, the thoughts are just coming and going. This is called in Dhamma in this way: Sabbe Dhamma Nalang Abhinivesa. Sabbe Dhamma Nalang Abhinivesa. You will feel a great relief when you see this point. Yes, that means when the thought power is very low, you can't even you are not even imagining what is going on. What is the thought flow, even you are not trying to look at it. That is called in Dhamma, Sabbe Dhamma Nalang Abhinivesa. You will feel a great relief when you see this point. Yes. Because as you know, the thoughts are only giving us very much pressure. If the thoughts are not there, thoughts power is very low and the thoughts are unseen like. So you will feel a great relief when you see this point. At every time, while in the day-to-day activities, you will feel a very pleasant nature. Because actually speaking, when the thought flow is, the thought power is very low, you are opening to the actually you are opening to the present moment. Awakening to the moment is there. So that is why you feel at each and every day-to-day activities, you will feel a very pleasant nature. You will feel a very pleasant nature. Certainly, it is called Pritida Sukusukuma Satya Sanyava. It's a very nice wordings. This way of the mind is clarified by Buddothpado Aryan Vanse, saying that in day-to-day activities you will feel a very pleasant nature, and certainly it is the Priti, the Sukusukuma Satya Sanyava. It is a kind of a concentration, perception in the four postures. Shunyatavya, animitta, apranita, samadhiya. That means the emptiness. Emptiness means not the emptiness short in Hindu Veda. This emptiness means everything is there. You are not attaching to any kind of any of your senses. That means not attaching to eyes, ears, nose, tongue, or body skin, as well as the mind. So that is the shunyatava. Animitta means not aimingless. Apranita, very pleasant concentration. That is this shunyatava, animitta, apranita, samadhi is not in a meditative posture. Yes. Lord Buddha has given a complete relaxation, realization that is not bound to a meditative posture. Satara Iriyavu, in the four postures, you can feel this emptiness, that aimless, pleasant concentration. You do all your day-to-day activities without bonding in emptiness nature. Yes. Otherwise, there is a bonding with your mind, and mind is troubling you all the time. If you are reached to this shunyata, animitta, apranita, samadhiya, you do all your day-to-day activities without bonding in emptiness nature. Shunyata viharane, the way of life. Emptiness, feeling emptiness, the way of life. Feeling emptiness, that means everything is there. You are not attaching or clashing with anything around you. This is very subtle and deep, but this is the ultimate truth. Buddothpado Aryan once is explaining, this is very subtle and deep, but this is the ultimate truth. Nibbana is in you at this very moment. Nibbana is in you at this very moment. We have said that, yes, Aryan Mahansa is all the time telling that. The possibility you actually need the possibility to see this only, because Nibbana is in you at this very moment. If Lord Buddha said about Nibbana in the meditative posture, you will not be able to stand. Why? When you get up, Nibbana is over. Yes. See how good that example is, because Aryan Mahansi is explaining Lord Buddha's Nibbana is not bound to a meditative posture, because in this whole world, even Buddhist monks in Sri Lanka and all over the world, they think Nibbana is in the meditative posture. So Aryan Mahansi is explaining, if Lord Buddha has said us this, if Lord Buddha have given us Nibbana in the meditative posture, that means when we get up, the Nibbana is over. Lord Buddha has not given such a Nibbana. Lord Buddha has given a Nibbana which is very, very light and very simple, and all the time we are living with that. No need of any kind of posture adjoining to that. That is why Aryan Mahansi is telling, if Lord Buddha said about Nibbana in the meditative posture, you will not be able to stand. Why? When you get up, Nibbana is over. Actually, the one-pointed concentration is like that. Most of the people trying it nowadays, even with unknowingly, without wisdom, they are just floating in the concentrations, and when they get up, dhyana, samadhi, everything has gone. This is not a baby story like that. Yes. Aryan Mahansa is revealing us a story with a great ability, which is not bound to the one posture. This is not a babish story like that. This is a very profound Dhamma discourse. Your natural lifestyle is this. A fully realized person can see through the wisdom. Yes, Aryan Mahansa is telling, your natural lifestyle is this. Your natural lifestyle is this. A fully realized person can see through the wisdom. Because we are having these mental problems because the way of looking at the world is not true. So the mental pressure is high because we are running behind an illusionary world. But it is created inside the mind and nobody is understanding that. So Aryan Mahansa is telling us, this is not actually a babish mind like that. A fully realized person can see through the wisdom. Deep thinking, trying hard, redeem from the mind will not happen. It is a catch. It is a grabbing. Yes, it is. It is a catch and it is a grabbing. So wishes, expectations, beliefs cannot see the, if you are having wishes, expectations, and so many things you are looking forward, if so, that person cannot see the Buddha nature in the mind. Until such time, mind will not redeeming from you, not become empty. We provide all these facts because we see there are a lot of Dhamma sermons of ours. All those are showing you the truth of the mind. Yes, Aryan Vahansaya is showing so much of in different sermons. Aryan Vahansaya is showing us how, because Aryan Vahansaya is providing these facts because there are so many Dhamma sermons of Buddothpado Aryan Vahansaya, and all those are showing us the truth of the mind and the life, everything. So in Dhamma, Lord Buddha has said, so there are so many uh, wisdoms, insights, like Udayavaya Dakina Jnana, the insight, wisdom, seeing the arising and ceasing of thoughts, Sankara Upeksha Jnana, that means all the mental constructions, looking at all the mental constructions without attaching or clashing. Dasanyana, 10 types of insight wisdoms. Udayavya Jnana, seeing the arising and ceasing of thoughts. Bhaya Jnana, that means some kind the fear, wisdom of fear. Bhayatupatthana Jnana, so how to overcome the fear, the insight wisdom to overcome the fear. All those are spoken in Aryan Vahansaya's Dhamma discourses. So in the practical side also, we see, what we see means color mind. Actually speaking, we are seeing our mind only, we can't see anything. So we are seeing a color mind. We are hearing a sound mind. We are tasting a taste mind. We are smelling a smell mind. And we are touching a touch mind. Looking at the redeeming of these, however, touching the Nibbana, your mind is at a place of redemption. Yes. When you look at your mind, thoughts, how the thoughts arising and ceasing, at one time, looking at the redeeming of these, yes, when you can see these thoughts are redeeming, the mind is redeeming. However, touching the Nibbana, your mind is at a place of redemption. Yes, you are touching the Nibbana means you are in a place of redemption. Place where not bonding with the mind, not touching the mind, just flowing without a reason, and there is Nibbana. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing us in the second sermon of Nibbana is near you, done before 6 years and uploaded into YouTube. In that, Aryan Vahanse is telling us Looking at the redeeming of these, however, touching the Nibbana, your mind is at the place of redemption. Yes, because your mind is not, it's actually redeeming slowly, slowly. A place where not bonding with the mind, not touching the mind, just flowing without a reason, and there is Nibbana. Yes, the listeners of this great Dhamma will feel this Nibbana in different ways according to their unique li- lives. The place we are not bonding with the mind. Yes, when we understand the thoughts are not bonding with the mind, or thoughts or the activities or anything is not bonding with the mind, not touching the mind, just flowing without a reason, and there is Nibbana. So Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma discourses are giving us a very valuable glimpses about Nibbana and showing us the correct way to go beyond the Nibbana. Go beyond the samsaric journey and attain Nibbana. Actually, searching for Nibbana is also not good. If we start to search more and more, Nibbana is actually, we are unable to realize Nibbana because it is actually a nature where there is no self. So if we are searching means there is a self here searching. There is a nature of a self searching here is creating, though there is no self in the body. So if it's like a butterfly, when a small baby is running behind the butterfly is not coming to the hands of the baby. It is flying away. Nibbana is also like that because it is a natural happening. So to happen something naturally, we have to let go everything and live without thinking of anything. Then only the first experience of Nibbana, that means the complete outside is not there and there's no person is there, no self is there. That kind of experience you will have. So after that, you have to actually live without pushing or pulling anything. Just you have to be with your day-to-day activities, listening to Dhamma and uh, practicing 4 contemplations given by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, and you will be relieved ultimately. Even with the listening of this Dhamma gives us a great relief because it actually, this true Dhamma of the words of Aryan Mahanse is, when we listen to them, it's something like a thirst is over, like there's a thirsty for the truth in the system, and when we listen to that Dhamma, the thirst is vanishing. So it's actually a natural thing. Therefore, we will have to listen to Buddothpado Aryan Mahase's Dhamma in English, Tamil and Sinhala. Anybody can understand. You can go through the websites www.wisdomofasia.com. www.buddhotpada-dhamma.com, Buddhotpada Facebook, Buddhotpada Dhamma Discourses in YouTube, Buddhotpada main channel, and Buddhotpada early morning Dhamma Zoom discussions, Buddhotpada PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, Buddhotpada Andolanaatmaka Deshana, Buddhotpada practical experiences, Buddhotpada morning Dhamma Zoom, like that, night Dhamma Zoom. There are so many platforms to listen to and to come and talk about you and understand what really happens here. So that Dhamma is very much pure. And when you listen to this Dhamma from any type of the world, any part of the world, that Dhamma will clear your mind naturally. You may, whatever religious beliefs you have, no matter whatever social background you have, you live in, is no matter, and whatever education you have is also no matter, and whatever powerful you are, it is no matter. You can listen to this Dhamma from any corner of this planet Earth, because with all the power, with all the money, wealth, and land and land and uh, houses and everything, though you are having everything, but you are still trying to live a peaceful life because your mind is harassing you all the time, because sending so many thoughts based with craving or lusty craving, or for hatred, with or ignorance, and you are fooled by the mind. So when you understand this clearly by listening to this Dhamma, you will know actually there's no self here to suffer. If there is no self, means there is no death, or there is no birth. That means all those are thoughts. So if we happen to listen to this Dhamma and come to that level of understanding the true nature of the human mind, creating with thoughts are creating with perceptions, stimuli, all those have power, and all these are happening because of the light vibration. Actually speaking, according to Aryan says true Dhamma, based on Lord Buddha's true teachings, there is no light. Actually, there's no light out there. This is a wonderful revelation. Even scientists can't find it yet, because light is a vibrator in nature. When the light vibration is there and the eye vibration is also there all the time, when the eye vibration and light vibration is become equal, then the gap between them is disappearing, and this light vibration and eye vibration become one. That means light is creating on the human eye, and when the other stimuli around you are also, their vibrations are equal to your eye vibration and this light vibration. 3 vibrations become one, that means synchronizing into one vibration, and you are able to see whatever is there around, you are able to see. So in the ear is also the same thing happening. When a sound is vibrating and your eardrum is also vibrating, when the two vibrations are equal, then only the synchronization happens, because same vibrations can be synchronized. So when the sound vibration synchronizing with eardrum vibration, you are hearing the sound and feeling also like that. Hot or cold or breeze or anything touches your body skin, that heat wave or cool wave or yes, breeze wave vibration is equal to your body skin vibration. Synchronization happens there, and you feel the breeze, feel the cold or the hot. That is why all these are happening. Tongue vibration and nose vibration are also same. If there's a smell around there, when that smell vibration is equal to your nose vibration, the gap between those two vibrations will disappear, and you can smell that smell, because smell vibration and nose vibration become one, synchronized. Thoughts are also like that. Thoughts are also synchronizing to the other thoughts appearing in the moment. Other thoughts are also, the past thoughts are also synchronizing to the thoughts arising in this moment. That is how this, actually the living experience, alive feel you get is because of this. Because the fast vibratory nature of the light, eyes and ears and all your 6 senses, you are experiencing different forms, color forms, sound forms, taste forms, smell forms, and touch forms, and thought forms. So living means, your life means, the experiences you gathered have become your life and your self. So there's no self here. There's nothing outside, nothing called mind, nothing inside the mind. Only 6 sense systems in this body. No owner for this body. And when you understand these things, you are slowly redeeming from the dream. Because when we sleep, we are dreaming so many dreams. But when we woke up, we know that is only a dream. So we just left it down. So if we can left the dream and get up, here is also the same thing is happening. Because when you get up, the dreams have gone. So one day, when you get up from this illusionary dream, you see from the morning to night will disappear at a fraction of a second, according to the level of Dhamma your system has. So every day listening to Dhamma and practicing these 4 contemplations and doing little insight meditations, that means insight experiences, your system will slowly fill up with Dhamma unknowingly. That means not with the mind, just with the wisdom. When you see things with wisdom, when you hear Dhamma and doing the insight meditation while listening to Dhamma, insight meditation is happening naturally. Like that, this true Dhamma is reacting inside you without even knowing. Unknowingly, it is happening. That is why Aryan Vanse is telling not to search for Nibbana. If you are trying to search for Nibbana, a trying person is creating at this point, because all the time this thoughts, when one thought is coming again and again, some kind of power is activating with it. Power is become high. So the self, the me, my mind, self is also like that. From our early childhood, our parents used to say, this is you, baby, this is you, this is your name, this is your body, and like that introduced. So that has now become a burden to you, because actually there is no self. The baby with the radiant mind in the cot didn't have a self. This alive field is creating due to the fast vibratory nature of your six senses, like a fireball is making a fire round. So you are thinking everything is there, but actually nothing is there. All those are just arising and ceasing, like a sea wave in the great ocean. It's coming up and going down. Like that, your thoughts are also coming up and going down. But if this system is grabbing the thoughts, then the craving starts. So suffering follows. So Aryan Mahanse's true teachings will cut off the bondages with the so-called outside world and the so-called mind. Then the system will be free forever. Forever. The system will not experience a death or a birth. So it is a very relaxed, relieved way of living. How satisfied it is. Even with having one meal per day, an arahant can live with a very relieved mind, going to the jungle and living with the species, both the trees and the other creatures, without any harm. Such a beautiful life. That is what the teachings of Lord Buddha and Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is the great spiritual master, the great sage of this era, the Sravaka Buddha, the real son of Lord Buddha, now teaching us the actual and true words of Lord Buddha. How much we are, how much relieved by these teachings, how fortunate we are. This is the fortunate era on this planet Earth, We wish everybody in these villages, in these towns, and in this country of Sri Lanka, and this Asian continent, and the other, all the 5 or 6 continents in the world. That means the whole planet Earth, the people, 800 billion people live on it, should get this Dhamma and we live with the peaceful life until the end of their lifespan. That is our great expectation, and that is why we are here to talk about Dhamma according to our ability, but it is a great service for human beings because Dhammadana is the greatest ever thing we can have because it gives us much pleasure to talk about the Dhamma, and we are also relieving by doing this as well. So we invite each and everybody from each and every corner of this planet Earth to come to listen to this, come and listen to this great Dhamma. Even for scientists, this Dhamma is very much uh, helpful for them because they can't go beyond the material world without this ultimate truth of Buddothpado, Aryan Mahanse's teachings based on Lord Buddha's true teachings. So, as we said earlier, we are very lucky to hear this Dhamma, and hearing this Dhamma day by day, we can feel all slowly our defilements are going down. Actually, relief is, we can feel the relief of the mind slowly appearing. So that is the greatest achievement a person can have after coming to this human realm. Actually, the nature has given each and everybody an opportunity on this human realm to understand this great Dhamma. That is why we are here. So you should understand to listen to this Dhamma and follow Dhamma and bow down to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Also, we invite each and every clergy in different countries, though they have different uh, parts of Buddhism. We all are one, and you should understand this Dhamma and you should teach to the human beings around you to overcome their life sufferings. So we bow down to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse for the great work and the greatest ever revelation in this era, giving the mankind to live a peaceful life by overcoming the bondage of suffering. So it's our duty to give this message to you, the listeners, all the listeners. We invite you listen to this Dhamma and share this with somebody else. That is the greatest ever gift you can give to another human being. So for today, I'm going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. I bow down to our spiritual master, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Until other Dharma friends join this discussion, I would like to say this is a very good platform for each and every seeker, listener can come and join to this discussion, and all the people who are listening to this Dhamma also come and ask any type of question when our senior seeker, Dr. Kokila, will join and give the explanations. Until such time, we should understand this is the new beginning of reawakening of Lord Buddha's true Dhamma through Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse and Aryan Wahanse's followers all over the world. In Sri Lanka and all other countries, there are so many followers, listeners, listening to this Dhamma more than 3-4 years can come and join here and to drop some kind of ideas. It will actually help all others listeners, because this Dhamma is not a teaching actually. This is a feeling. Though we are listening and understanding in the first stages, finally, slowly, it will become a natural stream of Dhamma arising in each and every human system, because the suffering is happening due to the thought processes and the mind consciousness, due to looking at the wrong views. From the early childhood, we were taught to look at the world with the wrong view, which is not true. That is why there is a self arisen, and all these systems are bound to a so-called self and a life field. They feel actually each and everybody. We all are feeling a self, a life field, and that a life field. Due to that alive field, a self is created, and human world, human realm people are thinking there is somebody here, which is actually not. As Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is going to village, town to town, and showing, you are not the body, you are not the mind, you are not your name, you are not your form, and you have taken as you the burning inside you. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඩොක්ටර්.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. I think Aran Hanset Namaskar Veva. I think we had a very good discussion today morning, right?
Today morning I couldn't listen, doctor. I didn't have time. Last night thing I heard and I have taken some notes on it. Today morning thing I'll listen tonight. I didn't have time for that.
Yeah, it's okay. What happened last time?
Last night?
Mm-hmm.
Last night Aryan Wahanse did sermon in Andolanaatmaka Deshana and talked about this Sukhaya. Relief is not belongs to the senses, Cheto Vimukti, and talk about this non-self experience, Anatma Adhyakima, and Sukhaya cannot, that means cannot get this relieved sensation. It has to come automatically. Everything is happening naturally. In that you feel non-self experience, Anatma Adhyakima. Something arising due to thinking is a mental image. There is self in it. Because some are thinking about emptiness, or they're thinking about the Sukhaya, and they are also getting one, it seems, doctor, it is a mental image. Aryanvanse said. Until memorizing no Nibbana, until searching no Nibbana. At last, seeker can feel the dissolving of defilements and not grabbing the stimuli, but not yet an arahant. That is also one stage. Triple gem is worshipped in different ways by a seeker who practice the path to Nibbana. And then Aryan Mahanse talked about lifestyles and about that animals, creatures, lifestyles and things like that. Then how the thoughts are appearing in the mind and how the body reacts accordingly. All are there. You are not, but you all are there, but you are not belongs to them. A stage. When looking at a mountain, when looking on a mountain, animals, trees, and humans are all same. Nothing is permanent. Even this body. This mind is also not true. Feelings are also not true. Nothing is gaining. When you feel this level, you have a nature of irdi. You are not belongs to the world. You have redeemed from that. You are not belongs even to your body. Seeing this body is not you. This mind is not you. You are not the form. You are not the name. When you clearly see these things, you are not anywhere. Correct angle is not there. It is not easy to see that. If you see the reality through your wisdom, you are in a irdimaya nature. I don't know the word for irdi. How is the day? Night is also the same. How is the night? Day is also the same. How about the up? Down is also same. How about the down? Up is also the same. What is it all about? Redeemed from Satta Pudgala Drushti. You are redeemed from all. Until the world is true to you, there is a person there. Nobody to die, live or born again. You will feel very much freedom. Animal nature, difficult to bear by the human mind. And talk about the Putra Masha Sutra, Sattva Pudgala Kona. Aranwante said a babish mind cannot realize Nibbana. When living with mundane people, we are not fallen into suffering because we know how this is happening. Shrutavat Arya Shravaka, seeker who seeing the truth has no problem, but he knows the mundane people's nature. Like Kisagotami, Angulimala, we can tell them no use of suffering. Then they will redeem from the suffering because this is useless. That is how Lord Buddha rescued them. But to help a person, we should not know the truth that there is nobody here, like the nature, swaying the tree branches. Seeker who sees that only, who sees that only can help another human. That is all, Doctor. I have written that up to that point.
What caught your attention in this? There was
All about we discussed the matters, that means the self view. If something become serious, the self creates, and to look at each and everything, each and every sensor without self. That is how I understood, Doctor. Because until the world is true to us, there is a self, no, that means a life feel is becoming a self, no. That is why.
Yeah.
I heard one time, and last night I heard it, and today I translated it, but didn't have much time to complete it.
Yeah, that's okay. Any discussion points?
Discussion. Yes, a discussion point means, Doctor, at that Aryan Vahansi said, according to that, Miss Asanti has said something about this human, different human natures, because they are changing time to time, and a mundane person's mind, there's a danger. Can you remember? Ashanti Miss told so many stories. So, redeeming from this self-view is the best thing. Because the fallen into trouble, the possibility to fallen into trouble is still there. That is the danger.
Yeah, anything can happen to the body, anything can happen to the
mind.
Mind, yeah.
Yes. So that means the fallen into sansara is possibility is there.
Very high, 99.9% usually. I think it is the possibility.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Morning thing, what about it, Doctor? Today morning thing?
Oh no, Ravi came for the discussion. It wasn't a new thing, but it was very kind of good in a different angle. Dr. Ravi was the one who came for the discussion.
Right. What was the topic, Doctor?
Well, he just asked a question and it just went on. I don't know, and said he did a big sermon actually.
Right.
So can't remember exact thing, but it is all about no self-anger.
Yes. Yes, Arenvansi last night also said no. So that means when we are listening to this Dhamma and practicing the contemplations and do this little experiences about this insight, then the non-self feeling can be experienced.
Mm.
Because the body is just doing everything without a self.
Yes. Yes. But actually, this Dhamma is actually for understanding that there is no self in any of these parts. Because body is actually a rupa side. Nama is the feeling side. Oh, actually, his question started from, I can't remember exactly how it started, but he also discussed about this beauty of the revelation that Nama is the way you feel. In the sense, feel.
Yes.
He talked about that as well.
Yes, actually, we didn't know about it. No, we just thought Nama is a name side only. No, it's the feeling.
No, actually, it has been told nicely by Aran Hanse. It's just that some points are only going to sometimes to the heads, and we just shut down the head.
Yes, yes.
Rest doesn't go.
Yes, yes. Listening is the greatest thing we should do, Doctor, because by listening, the
Superficial listening doesn't do either.
Yes, listening will fill our system like no. It's
No, listening can actually fill anything. Any listening can fill. No, we can listen. Now, brainwash means you can listen to something and change, right?
Yes, yes.
But just because you listen like a lot saying that there is no self, you still can have doubts. That's the problem with this Dhamma.
No,
because
Doctor.
whatever you listen
Yes.
is gone. That's just the mind.
No, Doctor. I'm not listening with the mind. As I told you earlier also, we use Sutamaya Jnanaya for listening. The first that means while listening, the Sutamaya Jnana is arising in each and every one, because it is the first jnana. That means it's opening up. If we listen to this Dhamma, that means with our heart light, that means without taken into the brain, that means that is the way of listening it. That means it's there. When something happens, the Dhamma appears.
Yeah.
That is the way.
Yeah.
I taught it from our previous guru. He told us, you all should listen to Dhamma with Suttamaya Jnana. Don't remember
but
anything.
that is also a mind. Shutamanyana is also another mind. Whatever the you just let it sink in, and Puttanyana is whatever sinked in coming into action.
Yes. This is, Doctor, listening by the heart light. Right? Not.
Well, you can't say you have done that, because we can't really say that until this Krutyajnana arises, right?
Yes, yes. But that means if the point, then in the day-to-day life, something happens, that Dhamma arises, no?
Yeah, that's again in the mind. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there are so many levels.
Yes.
Because anything can come. Like if someone says this person is bad, as soon as you see that person, that will come.
It is from the mind. It is from the mind, yes. Because this true Dhamma cannot be පාඩම් කරලා මතක තියාගන්න බෑ, it seems. Cannot remember like. It's the nature of the truth. And it is appearing at the point, the needful point.
Yes, it will be a feel.
Some kind of feel, that is why. we all can experience then that, no, doctor. The Dhamma we listen is not just coming up, no.
Yeah, but the challenge is also that feeling them.
Yes, that is true. Maybe whatever the challenge may be there. But thinking about the challenge is dangerous. Last night also, Arenvasi said to Vasantimis, not to think of having Nibbana.
Sorry, I got disturbed.
It's okay. No, last night also, Arenvasi said to Asantimis, to a certain point, up to a certain point, you can.
Even Asanti, it was the same thing. The field side is less. That's why.
Yes, Arenvasi told her.
No, we all feel the keles, not the actual anything else.
No, that means doctor, the world become true thing, and
yeah, everyone knows that world has come true. That's the only thing, but it has to be otherwise. ලෝකයක් තුනා කියන එක මහ ලොකු අමාරුවක් නෑනේ නේද? ඒක ෆීල් වෙනවා.
Yes. But
that is also good in a way from Pruthajjana point of view. From a Pruthajjana point of view, it is good to know that there is some fire. But this Dhamma is not for that. This Anatma Kone is not for that.
Yes. Not
so
for
lot
that.
Lot of the talks are not actually highlighting the Anatma Kona. It is actually highlighting all the keles.
Yes. But Anatma Kona is the important thing.
That is the important thing.
If we feel that on that, keles will go automatically. We don't want to worry about any keles.
Yeah. That's the thing. So that's why it is rare.
Yes, it is.
Lord Buddha's example.
Yes. Niyasila Paspinda.
No, it is worse than that. The other one,
Dewdrop rainbow.
No, the other one where the horse.
Yes. That means Aswa.
අසලෝමයක් සියක් කඩකට විදිහට එයත් වේ හැකි මේ විය නොහැකි.
සුකර නොවේ. Yes.
Yeah. Why? Because this angle is also difficult to understand. To feel that is more difficult to understand. Because everyone talks about their the defilements.
Actually, doctor, the thing happened here is this. According to my knowledge, we should not think about the achievements. Right? That means we have to talk about our defilements or experiences, egos, or anything. Any experiences means not the good ones. This is how the problems are in my mind. These are my barriers. When we talk about that in that angle, only we can redeem without thinking of achieving something. When we are studying in the classroom.
No, the main thing is, Aranvanse's Dhamma or Lord Buddha's Dhamma
Yes.
is mainly about feeling that there is no self.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes. But doctor,
And not what I mean is not to go behind that. That's not the point.
yes.
Keep understanding why are the argument should be with Aran says like for that, not
Yes.
for anything else.
Not for anything else. Yes. That is
Yes,
why.
Aran, why you say there is no self? Why I feel that? Can you tell me more? I
Yes.
still feel that. So that kind of argument is good. That is like Lord Buddha's time argument, like Satya Satya, kauda Satya again.
Oh.
Like that, there were so many discussions in Lord Buddha's time.
Yes. So what?
So the alive feel or whatever this thing,
I feel yes.
That's why today morning discussion was kind of had some good points where it's good because තරහ ගියාද ඉරිසියා හිතුණාද it's all good. But main point is understanding that how there is no one here.
Yes, that means how to overcome the alive field, how to go beyond the alive field. That must be the question.
No, understanding that not how to go, because you can't go.
Yes, you can't go. Yes,
you can't go because if you're trying to go, that means there is self, so you can't go.
Yes.
Why it is like that? Aran Mahansi has told so many sermons about that.
Yes.
And calm down and see whether there is any. But Aran Mahansi has given 4 contemplations also.
Yes, yes.
And that's all. But the thing is, I think we get deviated a lot.
Yes, yes. Because not talking to the point.
Even anger is. Whose anger is that? So the anatma angle should be highlighted everywhere, not just it is very tricky, but it has to be done according to the level of the understanding of the listener. So it is difficult because Aran Mahanse handles everyone so different.
Yes.
That's because of that. Someone who is in Arupa side, Aran Mahanse handles them so carefully because they are already in Arupa.
Yes.
But someone is in sensual world, he may handle them roughly. So like that, there is different aspects.
Yes. Only thing we have to do is.
But the craving is the same. No, craving is the self.
Yes.
Whether it is arupa craving or non-form craving, or whether it's a form craving, or whether it's a sensual craving, it's the same person in the same problem.
Yes.
Who is wanting nibbana? It's the same thing.
Yes.
That is craving for non-existence.
Yes, that is fine, doctor. That is also, yes, that is also dangerous, no? So seeking, I think seeking is the worst part here. We should not seek anything, but we have to do the needful.
Yes. There is a pratipada.
Yes, listening to Dhamma, practicing the pratipada, and contemplating on this light and sound and small
finding your own problems, like the kamatahan.
Yes, and this name, looking at things without names, and when there are names without forms, like that, separately looking at names and forms. And if there is some problem, go to the start of that stimuli and see. These little things can be done. Other than that, oh, I am not getting this, like that thinking is very dangerous, I think, doctor. Some uneasiness is happening there.
Uneasiness is there. Even the voices have that uneasiness.
Yes. That uneasiness is the danger, I think. Because this, when we listen to this Dhamma, some kind of relief is getting, we are having some kind of relief day by day. That is for surely we are getting that, no, doctor?
Yeah.
So we have to go by that. I think that in that way, that is why most of the people, it is very much dangerous, no? Thinking. That means there is no end of thinking, no? Even we start thinking about the moon, going to the moon and
Yeah. Like
sit there.
මොකද මම තාම නිවන් දැක්කේ නැත්තේ වගේ.
Oh.
That's very difficult also to the system.
Yes, very difficult and very uneasy also.
It increases the doubt as well as uddachcha kukkuccha, that is restlessness.
Because when we actually came through a long path, now, doctor, before this, I had this problem. Seeking. Because seeking, no end of seeking. Because we didn't get it, no. Until we get this, the seeking was there. So I know how difficult it was. I was felt so much hardships. This my money also went away due to this. So stupid things have done because all this happened due to this seeking. So now I know no point of seeking. Now if we have the true Dhamma, true spiritual master, and the senior seekers like you, so what else? Everything is there now. Sun and the moon is in two sides, and the river of Dhamma is flowing. For what we are suffering?
Yeah, true. Actually, Aryan Hanse was saying so many things. As usual, I can't remember exactly his words, but today morning sermon was good. And he was reminding that how important is to feel the non-vibration and how that other thing works, that ප්‍රතිකම්පනය නෙවෙයි අර මේ
අபிසංකරණ.
No. The talking against proper Dhamma, how it can affect. What is it?
Aryopavada.
Yeah, he was talking about that as well. Yeah. It's
here, doctor.
What can I mean? It's a long time that we didn't have Dhamma in the world.
Yes.
And no self angle. Everyone says that, but not really, because no one was straightforward with that.
Yes.
Even though they knew it is what Lord Buddha said. Because Lord Buddha didn't tell about like nicely living. That's not the Lord Buddha's Dhamma. Everyone knew that, but they couldn't understand how to enter that area.
Yes.
Because of the lack of experiences. And they were expecting after breathing meditation that they will touch the Nibbana. But the thing is, they didn't know how to get rid of the self, because this has to be done in the no self angle.
Yes. Doctor.
That's a problem.
Yes. All these years, all the bhikkhus have some kind of ego in them, no, doctor? Right?
The survival instinct is also there, no?
Yes. We keep Aryan Mahanse aside. Before Aryan Mahanse came into light, so many bhikkhus were there. So many books were there. So, if they have some kind of knowledge, intelligence, if they sit and do that meditation, because it's refused by Lord Buddha, no? That is so simple, no? So they didn't have any kind of communication throughout them, within them. They just ate, slept, and become sick and died. Go here and there with the, that means with the lay people, did processions, just had so many things. They have discussed about so many things, some kind of sammelana, but nobody had any kind of Dhamma discussion sammelana. So that is what happened to this world, doctor. If they were tried, they didn't do this one-pointedness meditation, doctor. As Aryan Vanse said, Aryan Vanse have seen, or some have died in the jungle in that posture. So how sad it is.
Yeah.
Because I think the main thing is, even as you are a doctor now, doctors are also always looking for new things, no, in your areas. So many new things are appearing, no, discussing, no. So just sit and wait with so many books has happened this kind of nature. If Aryan Vanse didn't come, we are also just going to hell. No point talking. So now they are very much afraid of Aryan Vanse's Dhamma and Aryan Vanse. So we have to keep them aside and we have to take this Dhamma throughout everywhere. Now, doctor, from tomorrow, Colombo, there are so many areas. Dhamma sermons are there.
Yes, actually, I saw that.
But Viyagama is very far for me, so Lalala misses home. I am not going there. But in somewhere in army.
Yeah, Homagam, is it?
Homagama. So I have to go there, and at Harshi Missus house, Panipiti, it's near. Those two places I can go. I'm trying to find the place. I have given so many calls.
Viyagama is kind of Kaduwela, past Kaduwela, I think.
Yes. No, not past Kaduwela. Passing Kalaniya, there is Viyagama. After that, Kaduwela. Lalana miss is there. No? So this is some army.
Panipiti, yeah.
Panipiti is very close to me. That is, I can call them and ask. But I tried, I couldn't find the place where this Kandalanda, some place. Day after tomorrow.
It's near Homagam.
Yes, after Homagama, there is Kandalanda. And
it's just very close to Homagam.
Yes. Army Engineers Services Community Center or something like that.
So, yeah. So, are you planning to go there and the Panipiti?
Yes, doctor.
It's Sunday, I think. Sunday and
no,
Panipiti
Saturday.
is very close to you.
Yes. Saturday.
No, Saturday is Biyagam, I thought.
No, tomorrow Biyagam. Friday Biyagam.
Oh, okay.
Today's Thursday, no? Tomorrow Biyagama. Day after tomorrow, Kandalanda, yes. And I have spoken to some army fellows also in the morning. They said somewhere in Kandalanda. And 28th is Harshimisa's house. 29th, I think, somewhere in Kurunagal, I think. I heard Aryan once was telling.
Alavati is slightly far away, right?
It's far away, doctor. It is in the Katunayaka to yes, Katunayaka.
It's
Passing
yeah.
Katunayaka that way. Putlam, Katunayaka Putlam Road.
Mm.
Tilav is there. So I'm wondering whether Sudharma can come day after tomorrow. I'll
Yeah,
put
not
him there.
sure.
Doctor is coming on the 27th, no? Dr. Sakuntala?
10 days.
From 17th, no?
Yeah.
Because these 2 days are good chances, doctor. I can fly to see Aryanas.
Yes, yes. So are you close to Homagam?
Not very close, doctor. I am close to Pannipitiya. That means I am staying
Yeah.
in
Pannipitiya, I know.
yes, between Maharagama and Piliyandala. This is close to Boralaskamu. Very close to Boralaskamu. My place is. There's a crossroad going to Maharagama. I have to go to Maharagama and then go to Homagama. This place is good. Can go here and there everywhere. This is in the middle, like. Doctor, actually speaking, this about this Dhamma, listening Dhamma is also taking us some. That means in the path, no, doctor. Listening to this
Yes.
Dhamma.
Yeah, definitely. Sotapanna mark kind of. If someone is hearing this Dhamma, they actually, if they get the attention, if
Yes.
there is focus to that, definitely.
Yes. Because it's actually a natural thing no happening, no natural activation of wisdom, no create. That means arising of wisdom.
Yes.
But the feel is not in the mind, no, doctor. I don't know where the feel is.
No.
That means
Jnana and jnana is not in the mind.
yes, jnana is not in the mind. That means not in the brain also, no?
Who talks about the brain? Brain is the body part. No, that's.
Yes, it's only a body part. Yes.
Because mind is aramuna. Aramuna is the chair.
Yes.
Chair can't be in the brain.
Yes. The feeling is coming from somewhere else, actually.
It is because of the vision. So imagine you're looking at a tree. That vibration is the feeling that feeling that tree is there is the misunderstanding that we feel that we are here.
Yes, that is what no, the consciousness is doing that, no?
Yeah, so it's nothing to do, actually, it's not nothing to do with the actual body, but the sensory organs are creating this because of the stimuli which arise.
Yes. But to the knowledge we know what we see, everything what we see, hear and feel is now in the mind. Though it's a bit far away or something like that, still that is the mind.
Yeah,
Because
even light is light consciousness mean. Again, not in that the sermon Aranahan said it, the one I put to the WhatsApp group.
yes.
That nicely said, no?
Yes, it's wow, it's a marvelous thing. I have to listen it again, doctor.
Because mind consciousness, it starts from chair anyway.
Yes. Mind consciousness is falling out, no? That is the reason.
There's nothing called mind consciousness actually. Imagine, or don't take anything as static. So
Yes.
imagine it is, what do you call, we can say, Canada.
Yes.
That's the, now where's the Canada?
In the mind.
In the sense, now when you say that, it is very tricky because I don't know whether you feel it. It's a
mental picture.
Canada is created by sensory organs. It's just a vibration. It's not in the mind because there is nothing called mind.
Yes. This is a sound and color and sound. Yes.
Color and sound. And if you have anything about, you don't think about water when you say Canada?
Niagara is coming.
Yeah, but when we say moon, we don't think about water. We think about something earthy, right? Like solid.
Yes.
So like that, we have a mental picture.
Yes, with so many snow and
mental picture is a vibration though.
yes.
That
Right.
vibration එක තියෙනවා වගේ දැන් එක තමයි මේ life feel කියලා misunderstanding වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. මේක කොච්චරද ඔයාට තේරෙන්නේ එච්චරකට තමයි මේ ධර්මයේ තේරෙන්නේ.
Right. Each and every mental image is a vibration.
Yeah. And that ඒක තියෙනවා වගේ දැනෙනවා කියන්නේ ඒක තමයි මේ life feel කියන්නේ. වෙන මොකක්වත් නැහැ.
That means, doctor, this each and every thought is a vibration, no?
Yes.
Each and every thought is a vibration. Right.
That vibration has this
Doctor,
whole
can you give me
data for
can you give me 1 minute? Doctor, can you give me 1 minute?
Yeah.
It's okay, doctor. Some call recording came. It's okay.
Now, still you are not clear about this. So one vibration having all the Satasahasra, Kalpa Satasahasra data. Well, how that is the same thing.
Yes.
Yes, Kino.
Then that means, doctor, this each and every thought is a vibration, no? Right?
That is the problem. That is the thing that we are trying to understand here.
Right. Feeling that it is true. Yes.
Yeah,
it is not.
That is the problem we have already. But what we are trying to understand is also that it is
not true.
Not a self.
Oh, no self. It's just a vibration.
Yeah, and when we fully understand that it is just a vibration and this speed only make this problem like this, then only you will touch the non-vibration.
Yes.
And I think we have talked about this repeatedly, but it doesn't
Yes,
go
yes.
inside.
Yes, no, no, I can understand it, doctor, that I asked it again because the alive feel is the problem and the alive feel is the thought
Life
is
is in every
thought,
stimuli.
every stimuli. That means every thought.
It doesn't necessarily need to be a thought. In
Ah,
humans, we talk like that
ah,
because when someone is not in the sensual world,
yes,
still you can have the human body.
yes, yes.
But then we can't really, we are not really talking about the sensual world. Then we are talking about the form world. And
Form world, yes,
someone is in the field, then it is a non-form world. So
yes.
these things change. So don't be static about this is the mind, this is the mind, this is the mind.
Right, right. We can't. Yes, we
It's a
should not.
stimuli. So
Yes,
stimuli has the non-form, and the sensual.
everything. And doctor,
Everything is one stimuli, tree.
yes. Doctor, this consciousness is a feeling, no? That means we are having the ability to feel, no?
Who is we are?
That means the system is having the ability to feel.
No, that's wrong. That you,
Uh-huh.
I think you must be talking about the body consciousness. No, I'm
Oh,
actually not talking about the body consciousness here. Body
mind consciousness.
consciousness is only a part of it.
Yes,
Light consciousness and the sound consciousness, mind consciousness, all four
yes,
are slightly different.
yes.
Body
In,
consciousness is related to the body.
yes. Actually, the mind consciousness is the thing that means
Now,
give.
this you have to understand this. Mind consciousness has to start from 5 sensory organs.
Ah, yes, yes.
There
All
is
this.
never like it has to start somewhere.
Right, right. Ditta Sutta Mutta. It's everything.
Yeah,
Yes.
if
Mm.
you go backwards and backwards and backwards, you will find out it started from whatever the 5 sensory organs.
Yes, yes.
Sister-in-law also started from the eye and the sound.
Yes, yes.
You can't have,
No,
you don't have any magic to get the no other magic.
yes. No, that means, doctor, feeling is happening in these systems, but feeling the non-form is the problem, I think. Non-self. Feeling the non-self still not
Yeah, we
happen.
always feel the vibration. Yes.
Feelings are there. No, so many feelings are in these human systems.
Yeah,
Feelings.
now that sentence, just to take that sentence,
Uh,
all those feelings it is related to the sense only.
right,
So
right.
tongue
Different.
has a feeling.
Yes, yes, yes.
Who cares about the tongue feeling?
Yes, yes.
That's why we are calling it. This is a total misunderstanding.
Right, right. We have to understand each and every feeling of each and every stimuli.
That
That
it's
means,
not a feeling by yourself.
yes, each and every sensory
Because this
organ.
whole body, skin is a
Mm.
vast area. No?
Yes,
So the body consciousness makes it so difficult.
yes,
As soon as you touch a gemba or the frog,
yes,
might jump now.
yes.
But the jumping is not just because it's slimy. A child might even put the frog into the mouth.
Yes, yes, it unknowingly, yes.
Unknowingly, in the sense, it doesn't matter to them because they don't have a mental picture that it is
Harming.
harmful or it is slimy. They might like it.
Yes,
Frog is even not harmful, so we can't really say anything. but
Yes.
it's just having a weird feeling, no?
Yes.
That is in the mind.
Yes. Yes.
That is in the mind, and mind means there is a mental picture
Yes.
of some weird feeling. So that mental picture makes it repeat. When it repeatedly comes, there is a aversion or liking.
Yes. One of the two. One of the two. Yes.
Yeah, but none of these things are actually happening because of us self. But the problem is
Yes.
now that body feeling
Yes.
was taken as happening here, here.
Right. Here and now. Yes. Hmm.
When happening here,
Hmm.
originally someone has to have an idea of everything is happening here. Taste is happening here.
Smelling.
Bladder fullness also happening here. Everything
Yes.
is happening here. So they separate that from everything else. That's the self.
Right. 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 This is happening to me. Taken as that. Yes.
Yes, because it's happening here.
Hmm. If we understand that separately, the problem is less. Losing the self. Yes.
No, that separateness should vanish at least. At least that separateness should vanish.
That means the day-to-day activities just happening. We can understand it's happening without any connection of a self.
Yeah, the duality should vanish at least for one stimuli for you to actually understand that it wasn't the case.
Yes.
Duality is there because of these sensory organs.
Yes. It's creating the illusion in different ways. Yes.
Yes.
Hmm.
That has to be untangled. ගැට ගහලා තියෙන එක බෙහෙන්න ඕනේ.
Yes.
That has to be a feel, not a talk.
Yes. To happen to that, we have to be relaxed and listen to them and contemplate.
Yes.
And most probably, that means the best thing is to live with a relaxed mind.
චිත්ත විවේකය, කාය විවේකය and Dhamma.
Because
but the importance is understanding this, because when I say it's only in one stimuli, and that is the tree, that is the rice. But as
Yes.
soon as I said rice, you were confused. You can't be doing that.
Yes, that day I didn't follow. I didn't know it properly. I couldn't separate and see. And also, doctor, each and everything should not taken as seriously. Just taken each and every word or form or experience or anything.
No, you can't relax so badly, because ලිහිලෙන් අල්ලගත්තත් බෑ මේක, හොඳින් තදින් අල්ලගත්තත් බෑ. That's the Lord Buddha's word.
Yes. ගොඩක් ලිහිලෙන් නෙවෙයි, but should not take it as tight, as seriously. That
Yes.
is the problem.
Because Lord Buddha said, no, to pierce one stimuli,
yes,
the stimuli should be there, no?
Yes.
Otherwise, how can you not, if you don't have a stimuli, how can you pierce?
Yes.
නිවන තියෙන්නේ vibration. The vibration should be there for you to actually see the non-vibration.
Yes.
So at least Gembage Sadhe should come.
You know, recently when my husband was shouting at me for nothing, right? I just looked at him and I remembered the first meeting of both of us. And I reminded him, now I just went there. More than, I think, 45 years So something. I said, first day I met this boy, some boy like this, and I came. At that point, doctor, that I didn't get that burning, right? As you said, it's a good thing to do. When
Yeah,
I
but that thing is to not to synchronize to that beauty of that moment. Actually, what is to understand is that
before that, there is
husband
no such person. Yes.
නොගේ දැනෙන එක, how
Yes.
that arised,
Yes.
why we feel that there is a husband, why we feel that there is a daughter, why we feel that there is a son, why we feel that there is a whoever,
Yes.
even a
And
cat.
and I told him, from before that there was no such person like you. And for my son, when he was talking on the phone, I went to the nursing home. The cot. The first moment I saw him like that. Those things are now I'm doing those things more. My sister-in-law and both of them, this son and the father, I am doing that. Actually, it helps, doctor. How this stimuli created, yes, that is very important.
Even though you don't know that you are a son, as soon as someone says that, or doctor says that mother is pregnant also, the mother-child bond is starting because in the mind.
Yes.
So these are complicated matters.
Yes, doctor.
You felt no, you delivered the baby.
Delivered means it was a cesarean section, doctor.
Yeah, whatever you felt no, you were
Yes.
mother delivering a child.
Yes, until he become big, there was some kind of burning, no, doctor, all the time. That how to protect him, that some kind of great suffering was there. I can remember.
Yeah.
All the time.
I think every mother has that with after only knowing this term only we calm down.
Yes. I can remember how much I suffered, my God, to protect him. All the time that burning is there. Burning was there. How can I am going to protect him? My mother was there until he was 8. After that, with so many servants, but all the time burning was there. My God, how much suffered. Can't even imagine. When he was 16, he said, no more servants, they are troubles. Let me live until you come. Let me live peacefully. And doctor, in the 14-hour sermon, Aryan Mahan says, it says some kind of chip. Can you remember? That means all these sansaric things are coming like a chip.
That's the vibration. That's the tree.
Right.
That's the chair. That's the knife. That's the fan. That's your toe. That's your whatever. That one particular moment has everything. That's the chip.
Right.
That's
that is
this
right.
actually Itta Sanya and the power to maintain this thing. It has everything.
Right. That is the chip. Yes. It has everything. That means it is synchronizing each and every time.
Yes.
To each and every
Stimuli.
And each and every sensor.
Anyway, there is nothing called, yes, every stimuli, whatever doesn't
Sensor.
matter which sensor.
Yes. Each and every stimuli, that chip is coming. Yes.
In the sense, තියනවා වගේ දැනෙන එක. It comes no anyway.
Yes. Sorry.
Even if the light, even if you don't have any idea, also light consciousness also, there is this life feel is there.
Yes. Yes, in the dark also we feel no that.
If that is the thing, that is arupa also, you have this life feel.
Yes. Because of the power. Sastrava power, it is there, no, doctor?
No, look at it in a different way. If there is a skandha, if there is a stimuli,
yes,
it is always related to a sense organ. There is always a speed. That's why it is felt like that.
Yes, yes.
Not because of self.
Yes, because actually this mind power is very high. This thought power is very much higher. Aryan also said no.
No, when you go beyond the thought power only, you can feel this arupa.
Yes.
You can't be seeing this now with the how can I say? You can't feel the non-form level of the stimuli.
Yes.
If you are actually having the nama rupa side of it, so you can't come to the middle, no.
Yes,
so
doctor. That as you said, when we separate nama rupa,
not
still
by the mind. This is experience. So
yes.
So you can't talk about that. It's
Yes,
useless
yes.
to talk about that actually.
Yes. That feel should be there. Without nama rupa, even that is existing thing is
Nama
there.
rupa not there means it is not a light or a sound or nothing. No
Yes.
smell, nothing.
Yes.
Just a feel, a life feel.
Yes. No separation. Yes.
And that is actually because of the speed.
Yes, speed.
Just speed, that's why.
Yes.
If the speed and the vibration two words, if Aranhan say never use those two words, I will never understand this term.
Yes. We can't
Only
understand.
these two words made me to help me to understand this Dhamma.
Yes.
Because Yobante Viditwana, I will never understand. But because Aranhansa used the speed and vibration,
yes,
that is the present or gift from Aranhansa to everyone in this world.
Yes.
Yes.
Because more scientific words like.
Because that's completely in the field.
Yes.
Non-form.
Yes. Vibration, yes.
Vibration and the speed.
Speed, yes.
If the speed is not there, vibration is not there.
Yes.
If a speed, vibration is there, speed is there. So
yes.
they are linked.
Yes.
And fully realizing this actually will make the craving to zero, in the sense this power to zero.
Yes. Fast vibration is the thing, yes. Fast vibration.
Speed and the vibration, two words that are enhances miraculous Dhamma. I think that is because of the data we have in the system.
Yes.
That is not needed for a village mother.
Yes. But
Village mother doesn't need it.
Even this English educated monks even couldn't understand that Now only they are trying to understand what Aryanans is telling. I think village mother feels very fast. No, doctor.
No, they just have to know whatever you feel, whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you think is not true. That's all they have to know.
Not true. Yes. ඇත්ත නෙවෙයි. සිතුවිලි ඇත්ත නෙවෙයි. හිතනේව ඇත්ත නෙවෙයි. Right.
දැනෙනේව ඇත්ත නෙවෙයි. That part is very important. Otherwise, why you should be scared to touch a slimy toad?
Yes. Feeling is the problem, yes. Through the eyes even it's the feeling, no, looking things and feeling, hearing things and feeling, touching things and feeling. Feeling comes in everywhere.
Yeah, feeling the sun is different. That is much heavier because of the repetition.
Yes. In the morning.
Understanding about the stimuli is the main important thing.
Yes.
And we worship Arananse because of this this new way of telling Dhamma. Otherwise, it is difficult with Pali, I think.
Yes, doctor. Still, we can't understand. Aranos is telling this and that. I used to write even. It's very difficult to understand still, because we don't know that language and meanings also. Some words can understand. Aryanvanse said Aryanvanse didn't learn that language, but anyhow, Aryanvanse can feel the meanings.
Yeah, it is really beautiful. Because trying to feel Dhamma is never spoken of.
Yes.
Never ever spoken of. Everyone tried to grab Dhamma and thought that sitting somewhere will reduce the burning.
Yes. That means the proper discussions should come up. Yes. But in
this angle should be understood.
Yes.
How the alive feel came. That is the priority.
Yes.
None of these other things.
Yes.
How did the alive feel came?
Yes.
Why the consciousness is such a magic?
Yes.
It is very important for even scientists. They are actually searching for that too.
Yes.
They know actually there is no self. They can't actually understand it fully.
Yes.
Because it is complicated because of the views of a lot of other things like God and all that.
Yes.
But if they get this point, that speed and the vibration, they also can see Nibbana.
Yes. But they are still in the material side now, doctor, mostly. They are trying to see things through this.
No, there are people interested in consciousness.
Actually, the wonderful thing is, doctor, when we walk, it feels no somebody is walking like. If we know what is actually happening here, sometimes it's like that. Sometimes feeling no, just the body is just walking. But every night now I see that after switching off the lights, still the self, that means alive feel is there, no doctor, fully there.
That's not the way to look at it. That's the self view. You have to understand how the alive feel is coming.
Right.
Because of the speed and the vibration, only the alive feel is coming.
Yes. Normally, naturally, this body has a vibratory nature. Yes.
Otherwise, every day you will be saying that, and every day you will, I mean, until death you will be saying "Tama danenawani," kicking the thing.
No, I am not. I am actually.
No, it is. It has to be contemplated in another way.
Yes.
Otherwise, when are you going to understand that?
Yes.
How did this alive feel come? That's the whole Mahansa's Dhamma's message.
Yes. How it is coming. Yes. Why I feel this? Why I see this?
What is the big deal about these consciousnesses?
Yes.
That's your problem.
Mm.
Everyone's problem.
Yes.
Why they are taking it as self? That is self view is also there. Self perception is also there. Self vibration is also there.
Yes. Though we are not thinking about it, but it's still there, but not taking very much interest in that because we know the story now. No?
Until you know the truth, magic කරන්නේ කොහොමද කියලා දකින්නකම් ඕකේ සැකේ තියෙනවා.
Now the other actually these six senses now very clearly can understand the
That
concept.
is in understanding. No, you have to feel it.
Yes, understanding is there. The non-feel understanding.
Because you feel now that the tree is there and I'm here.
Now not very much. That means the seeing is there.
Then you have to be the tree.
Yes, that means not like those days, doctor.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
We know the truth, but
seeing is there, but the tree word is not coming as
that's
fast.
not the important thing. I told you that day also too. Actually, I put that sermon also because of your words.
Yes. No, actually not that.
You should actually drop that word.
Yes.
Who cares whether the word is coming? මේක තියෙනවා වගේ දන්නව නම් ඉතින් ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙනවා.
That means, doctor, that can feel that there is a tree. There is something there.
Yes.
Can feel, but then not much. That means not very. That
how
means
these eye vibrations are working, that is your investigation. How these sound vibrations are working, that is your investigation. That's what Aran says Kamatahana also for you.
Yes.
Not about trying to not get the tree word into your mind.
Yes.
That's not even a Kamatahana. That's not a Kamatahana at all. Aran never says that.
Yes. No, actually, when seeing something now that is coming, the light is not true thing is appearing. So light is not true, it's creating in the eyes. That is there.
No, that's in the thinking side.
No, not thinking, but it is it's somewhere there. Not thinking all the time.
Then you have to see something and see how it works.
I used to do it, doctor. Actually, when in the morning also, today also, I look at the sun. That means sun on the sun, right? So I thought this is in the mind, no, anyhow. but whether it looks far away like that, I was just looking at how the vibrations,
එහෙනම්
light
බවට
vibrations.
පත් වෙන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ.
That is why I'm trying to now. බවට පත් වෙන්න.
You can't try.
Yes, slowly it will happen.
Yeah.
Because not like those.
Actually,
Yes.
what even that thing, I don't
Hmm.
think anyone. I mean, this phenomena has to be understood properly. The
Yeah.
one vibration, how one stimuli is the one vibration, and how that is not even that is not true. How even the one vibration is not true.
Yes.
Why you are saying yes? Because if the I is not there, you can't find that vibration.
Yes, Aryanansi told no. Nothing. There's nothing like vibration. Also, just telling this to give the idea. Just the emptiness is there. One day he told no, in a sermon. I can't remember. Not recently.
That is actually going beyond the vibration.
Because nothing is permanently there. Though we are seeing, hearing, or feeling, nothing is permanently there, and due to that, actually everywhere the impermanence nature, that means the emptiness is there. There's no me, or there's no nothing is there. So understand the emptiness.
Yeah, but that is thinking, okay?
Yes, I'm telling his sermon about his sermon.
Yeah, that is we say thinking. Today Aranwansi nicely said, and with Ravi, Ravi was asking, even Lord Buddha experienced this non-vibration first and then told to the world.
Yes.
So priority is feeling it.
Yes, which is actually because I'm not talking about this feeling, doctor. We have to make the ground, right?
Yes, because even the understanding is not, if the understanding is not there, that we are talking here about one stimuli, everything is problematic.
All right.
And Abhyantara Bahira is also in one stimuli.
Yes. No, I know. Actually, I can understand after listening to that Majja Sutra also. But now it's very clear that there is no outside or inside. Though still the feeling may come, but the fact is known by now. The tree branches are swaying. That mental image is appearing in this moment and just appearing and disappearing. Some sound is just hearing and disappearing. So nothing outside, nothing inside permanently. Because this unit,
for a moment at least, the duality should vanish and you should feel it.
Yes, because doctor, most probably this duality happens because this human body.
Actually, Ravi also talked about that.
Mm.
He can talk about that when you listen to that sermon tomorrow.
Right.
Or today,
Tomorrow.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yes. Today I listen to.
He was also talking about that.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you, as a unit, human unit, when we are moving.
That's the body. That has nothing to do with this tree vibration.
Yes. So we have taken as outside because we are moving inside something like that feeling is there. No? We are moving inside the world on a road. Because of that only this outside and inside thing happened, I think.
Yeah. That's because of the 5 sensory organs.
Yes.
When they occur simultaneously or simultaneously,
Yes.
this effect is there.
Yes. Walking on the road and feeling the outside breeze and looking by the eyes and all those things coming together and says there is something called outside. That is what happened. Yes.
Is there anything else? What are the other points?
The self-view thing. Mainly about self-view thing now we are talking. That means
actually, I felt that every discussion, self-view is highlighted than the no self-view.
Yes.
කාටවත් වෙච්ච දුකක් ගැන තමයි කතා කරන්නේ. කාට හරි කාටවත් වෙච්ච එකක් මෙතන නැහැ කියන එක. It's very important to highlight no self-view all the time.
Yes, actually the no self angle talking will help everybody, doctor? Yes, that should happen.
Because this mirage, actually the Maya Karya, the what is Maya Karya? The magic person? Magician. Yeah, magician standing in the middle of 6 roads.
Yes.
That is the Vijnana example, the consciousness example.
Yes.
That is what you told them.
Yes.
That how difficult it is to understand. That's the same thing.
Yes.
That is the thing to understand. People are, I don't know what they are trying to understand. They are waiting for the defilements to come down without even trying to understand the Dhamma.
No, doctor, that means there should be people like you, doctor. Don't misunderstand me. Because nobody's there to pull these things out. You are pulling everything of my weaknesses out, no? So without doing that, how should it happen?
It should always happen.
Yes. Aryan Mahanse didn't have time to do that.
That's why the Zoom discussion should be different. That Aryan Mahanse has done it now. But still now 7 o'clock one, everyone should be talking about. Now, just imagine, if the self-view is broken, talk is separate. Then the talk should be about why the alive feel is still there.
Yes.
If the self-view is broken, the main issue is why this, for which habit or which stimuli has made this system to still carry on like before.
Yes.
That is a discussion. So, but this get jumbled up sometimes. Um,
No,
going
actually,
backwards.
yeah, it's not taken. It's not taken up every time. Though Arenvans is telling ලෝකය ඇත්ත කරගත්තේ නැති අය මෙතෙන්ට ඇවිල්ලා කතා කරන්නේ, but all are talking with ලෝකය ඇත්ත කරගෙනනේ. So when listening to that, I feel that everybody is talking on taking the world as true. We are trying
Yeah,
to.
that's the thing. Yeah.
We are trying to see this world is not true, and they are talking based on the world is true. So that is the point. So I am not going to talking about those things.
Yes,
What type of
if the world is not true, then it comes to the inner burning. Why
Yes.
the burning is still there? So then, what is the stimuli which is carrying this heavy weight?
Yes, still, yes.
Yeah, why the life feel is still there is then the problem.
Yes.
Then there are habits which you feel like heavy,
Some kind of attachment. Yes, some kind of
attachment.
Yes.
But again, that is also now, if someone says ආරයන් වහන්සේ දෙයක් වෙලා, ආරයන් වහන්සේ දෙයක් වෙලා, I don't know. It's very difficult to if you feel like there is a ආරයන් වහන්සේ outside,
Yes.
then again that is self-view.
Yes. Doctor, actually speaking, that talking way, stream is not correct in that Zoom. That's what I feel. Because
But it is difficult because it can vary. But every time it should be reminded at least that
yes, there are
outside is not true.
There are feelers, doctor. They are not coming to do this. That is what I am understanding. There are feelers, but they are not handling that soon. That is the problem. With Asantimis, they should come to handle this. Then only this problem will be solving.
Yeah, but we do whatever we can do. The thing is, now for you also, what we have to understand is how, if we understand that seeing actually is not happening because there is a person, why we feel that tree, why we see as there is a tree or even light, is because of the sensory organ speed.
Yes.
If we are hearing something, if it is car horn, then that is because of the ear function only.
Yes.
So if someone has mastered this, it takes time to master this.
Yes, doctor.
Then if the outside is not true, whatever happens outside, there's no shaking.
Yes, shaking.
There's no shaking whatsoever.
Yes.
But the thing is, thinking, because mano vinyana, or the mind act as an organ itself.
Yes.
Where thinking happens.
Yes.
So that one can be a bit tricky because there can be some happiness, there can be some sadness, there are habits, there are so many things which can complicate.
Yes.
This past heavinesses in the past heaviness in the past stimuli.
Yeah.
So outside anything new to that person, outside will not be a thing, but there can be some, like your sister-in-law, there can be old stimuli which is
repeated.
repeatedly coming to the mind with power.
Yes.
That is normal. You have to let them know that is normal.
Yes.
But you have to, whatever the time it can happen, it has to be re-emphasized to the system that it's a past stimuli only.
Yes, when it comes, I used to remind that it's only a shape of light. Actually,
Yeah, but the basics are done before that.
Yes, yes.
That
Now,
is the issue. When the basics are not there,
yes,
everything is complicated. So where
yes,
the basics has to happen before that.
yes,
Because if you feel that the tree is still there, about 2 meters away from you, that is actually problematic.
yes, yes. Actually, now we know that stimuli are appearing through the eye sensor, and they are taken with as names and forms, and combination is a thing thought, and it's transforming to the consciousness level. That means the knowing level, and it is creating thought processes. That is what now happening here all the time.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
doctor, as we now this each and every homes have this kind of CCTV cameras. Actually speaking, this eye and ear is like a CCTV camera. That example also we can just think about it. Without a self, it is acting like that. No.
No, but each moment what happens is this every stimuli, that whole samsaric journey thing comes now with the life here.
Yes, yes.
That is the difference between the CCTV camera and us.
Yes.
A robo and us. What's the difference? Is this vibration.
Yes. That chip, yes, chip is coming.
Yeah, that will never stop until we change this pattern of thinking.
Yes. Now it's slowly changing, doctor, not very fast, but
Yeah, it is happening because we talk about it every day in different
yes,
angles.
yes, because not thinking, but I can feel that not attaching or clashing with anything around this, even with my husband.
Oh, now smell. We can't smell pineapple.
Yes, that is a different without a name.
But there is a sensation in the nose.
Yes.
That is due to the speed of the sensory organ.
Yes. We have given a name as pineapple. Yes.
Yeah.
But all these names are concepts.
Yes, at the same time, but there is a feeling also about the smell, even if we don't mind whatever the pineapple or durian or feces of a dog, it doesn't matter. Once once the outside is not true, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
But there is this feel of the smell, which is still giving you the form world.
Yes, yes. Form world.
That is also not true.
Yes, yes. Nothing is true now here.
So the Kama Raga, Rupa Raga, Arupa Raga, how this will go is by understanding that actually there's nothing like that.
Yes, yes. Yes, doctor.
Otherwise it will never go.
Yes.
එළියේ තියෙනවා නම් chocolate එකක් මේසෙ උඩ.
There's no
If there's
Eliot.
a chocolate on the table, definitely it is sensual raga, like
Yes, yes.
Kama Raga.
If you see something as outside means it's still this
It's
sensual
a
world.
sensual world rather.
Yes,
It can be like or it can be dislike.
yes. When it is comes,
You
when
said
it
no that the TV, whatever the TV, you don't feel like watching it. That means there is a dislike.
yes, yes, dislike, yes. After that, I watched.
That means story is still true.
Yes. After that, I watched a few days without any problem. When
You
doctor
know, that is the problem. R.N. Hansen says
Mm.
someone has to see at least one leaf of the whole tree. At least you have to pierce one stimuli so that your that suspicions will be gone.
Yes.
That's why. Otherwise, everything we can't be discussing now.
Yes,
Imagine
doctor.
you have million data and someone has trillion data. What can we do?
No, can't do anything. Yes.
We can't keep discussing every and each data, right?
Yes.
But
That is.
definitely we can understand if we divide them into these three worlds, we can understand smell and pineapple is in the sensual world, smell is actually in the form world, but the feel is in the non-form.
Yes.
Beyond that is the Nibbana. That means none of these things are not a thing to them.
I used to do that contemplation from the beginning. Three world.
Yeah, but you didn't know even what you're doing.
Yes, but I did it. Now also I can do it. Sometimes I used to do it if there's a problem.
No,
did
but
it.
I don't know whether unless one's experience these three worlds only, you can actually say. So if you actually go to the consciousness level only, you know what this non-form is.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's just in the mind. You are actually making another Chittarupa.
Chittarupa, yes, it's dangerous, yes. No, I'm
Just
not going so far, yes. Now I'm not going so far, doctor. I'm
just try to be normal.
Yes.
Just leave. Today morning or last night, Aranahanse said the best advice to people like Asanti is to not to do anything.
Yes.
Was
I
it
heard
last night or today morning?
last night.
Yeah.
That means Aryan once said the people who listen to this Dhamma for a long period should not do anything like Surangika and Asanta. So it applies to Surangika also. Because they have listened to this Dhamma very, very, very much. But to others, to a certain level, they should seek it seems, otherwise must drop it seems. I understood to this system now, no point of seeking, just to do the needful and just wait. As you said.
You have to keep understanding Dhamma yet. I think you're doing it very well.
Okay, doctor.
Because you go to see Aranhanse, you hear him talk, you listen to the sermons, you translate them. We talk in this one also. We try to see every angle.
Yes.
Rise, whatever we are trying to see. Well, have you ever eaten anything in that sense? No.
Yeah.
Have you ever smelled anything in that sense? No. Have you ever seen something? No. Have you ever listened to something? No. Have you ever thought about something? No.
I tried that. When washing the pots and pans also. One time I just look at it, whether the water and the body is different. I didn't feel that there's no difference. Just I washed without differentiating the body and the water and the pots and everything.
Yeah, but if there's no water or there is no pot, there is no tap. Actually speaking, you have to drop all this also, as R.N. Hanse said.
Yes.
Because if you keep thinking, there are three levels.
Yes.
This R.N. Hanse said nicely in multiple times, like maybe even 1,000 times.
Yes.
There are three levels. One is thinking,
Yes.
and then second is it comes to the mind.
Yes.
As you said that when you see something, it comes that this is not true,
Yes.
like that.
Yes.
And third is no, there's four. Third is nothing comes to the mind.
Yes.
And fourth is it's not a thing.
Yes. No, I just once I tried whether it's I can feel the difference here. Otherwise, I just looked at it and understood whether I am feeling a difference. Only once I did it. Oh, nama roopa ekatada වෙන් වෙලාද, like that. I just checked it.
That's wrong. What you said.
Mm.
Are you talking about the body consciousness or what?
No, I just
you're talking about the eye consciousness, right?
yes, eye consciousness and body consciousness, both.
You can't do multiple things at one go because it's one
One
stimulus.
at a time. Yes, one at a time. Right. One sensor at one time.
But Varan Hanse doesn't say that. Varan Hanse says what in the walking also. He said to just understand them and walk because
yes,
it's much easier than that.
Yes.
Sometimes it's much easier than that because then the child champa can appear, you know.
Yes, doctor, I'm doing that because I'm not thinking anything. I just, at the beginning, remembering the four contemplations and just walking. That's all.
Yeah, even washing you can do the same. But then
Yes.
if the outside is not true,
Yes.
There's nothing called pots.
Yes, yes.
Then there are no pots in the mind also.
Yes.
There's action.
Yes.
That is also not actually true unless you focus on that, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Natural
and whatever
happening.
you feel is not self. There's no self.
Yes, from the today morning also, I did a lot of work. But I didn't feel anything. I didn't see anything. Oh, I just done the work and then started writing this. By now noon, I started to write this. Until such time,
Good that sun is coming. Actually, it's a very good time. Because actually vibration should be there for you to actually feel the truth.
Yes.
There should be like a little bit of commotion. Then
Yes.
only you can feel what is, because the vibration should be there if you to feel something.
Yes, yes. One vibration is here, no, doctor, all the time. වැරදි හොයනවා, like looking some kind of my errors, like, right? So it's there, and that means downstairs there's a kamatana already.
Mm. Yeah, but at least he doesn't say no, not to go to the things and not to listen and stuff.
No, doctor, actually, those days I used to tell him, because of you, you are actually helping me to go out of this samsara, because I am not attaching to this world, because of you. You showed me the feeling of pain, suffering. You gave me the mind suffering, and I follow this path. It's the only thing I can have. Like that I am telling. He can't say anything, no? They can't
Yeah.
they can't understand, doctor. They can't actually understand the nature of the that means they are just they are
No, who
just
worries about level of consciousness?
no. Actually, most of the people lives in this world on the surface. No? They can't
Yeah.
see the deeper things, deeper feelings. They don't feel. That is what no. So everything happens for a good. I think it's that way because attachments are loosening. No, attachments are loosening, but helping is there. That is whatever said and done. Only thing is now a very big extreme is there. But this is not like O level or A level. This is something unimaginable examination.
Mm. Yeah, true.
Mhm.
So in a way, it is good. The life sufferings are good because Patachara will never understood Dhamma if she didn't come across all those losses, right?
Yes, doctor. Up to the age of 60, different types of sufferings are there. Until Aryan Mahan says
Now
Dham.
you can't give life to that now by talking
Yes,
like
yes,
that.
yes. Now that means Aryan Mahan is telling no. People who suffered only can understand this Dhamma and go beyond. Without understanding the suffering, who knows who is seeking for Dhamma relief?
Mm.
Now, no need to look behind, just to do whatever to do at this moment.
Yes.
With all this, trying to give this Dhamma to others also. Today morning, suddenly, when I was searching for that what army place, they have put Asanti Mrs. contact number in that. When I called, I don't know who she is. I said, Miss, can I know the place? She said, I'm also not knowing. Then I asked, can I know who you are? She said, I'm Asanti. I said, sorry, Miss. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you regarding this school matter. At the same time, she connected Aryan Mahanse and that Jayatissa Mahatya. And there was a little discussion. And now Jayatissa Mahatya is writing a letter to Education Secretary to take the permission from the ministry to send Metmudita people to schools to give the message. Aryan Mahanse said, Aryan Mahanse is sending Mahacharyatuma. It's good, no, doctor? Giving this message to these school children.
Mm.
So I'm actually trying to develop that in that area. So many things are there for me to do.
Yeah, that is good.
Hmm.
I think we have come to the end of the session.
Yes, doctor. Thank you very much. I bow down
Thank
to
you.
Aryan Mahanse and I bow down to you both.
No,
You
don't say that. Thank you very much, Aryan Mahansa. Thank you, all
thank
Dhamma
you,
friends.
Dr.
Thank you,
Terwan
Champa.
Saranam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Saranam, Dr.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Vanse, our noble friend and teacher. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Vanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Thiruvan Saranam. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are on page 55. If our body gets burnt, we also feel the pain. If you realize this from the bottom of your heart, you will never hurt even a worm. The inner current you feel and that the worm feels are the same. If the waves get connected sequentially, an endless cycle of birth and death can occur. We call it samsara ugaya. A person with a wrong view thinks the universe is created by God, and it is up to you to choose your path. Once Buddha said, Ananda, if people follow a different path, when I guide them to follow the right path to Jetavanarama, what can I do? The Arahat Mahakashyapa came to the Patali forest, and he had no competition. If the true nature of this Dhamma is understood by someone, he or she would not preach to compete with another. Even Mahamoggallana or Mahasariputta never went beyond Buddha's words. The important part is the mind, not the body. Buddha commanded Anandathero to demolish the sandalwood statue and discard it into the river. Buddha is not a statue, nor is his body merely a body. Because the mind dies, not the body. This whole process is a kind of frequency or resonation. And it does not stop here. It is not easy to understand this. Your thought patterns are formed according to a system of vibrations, and it does not end here. The reason for the journey in samsara is hidden in the part Nama Rupa Pacchaya Vijnana. Due to the creation of the mind consciousness or vijnana, seeming mentality and materiality are formed, or rather, the mind consciousness is formed due to name and form, nama rupa, union. In this truth lies the energy frequencies that create a system such as a telepathy system. This is understood through true wisdom only. When the energy vibrations are stopped through the spiritual process, Akampita Cheto Vimukti is reached. Akampita, non-vibrational, Cheto Vimukti, liberation from the mind. This is also the liberation from the vibrations or liberation from the influence of energy vibrations. In order to gain this understanding, Sakkaya Ditti, or the wrong view of the existence of the soul, or self-identifying view, must be eradicated. Through true understanding and experience, one realizes that there is nothing you can get from the outside or inside. Ajatta outside, Ajatta inside and Bahida outside. Realizing that there is no existing individual self or soul is the way. Until you reach this level of understanding, the cycle of birth and death will continue. Therefore, please get rid of all wrong views, wrong concepts. Contemplate and understand the philosophy completely. Observe how defilements fade in your practice. When vibrations become less and less, this is the heaven in your mind, in your own mind. Having more vibrations means you're experiencing hell inside your own mind. As explained in this talk, observe how the notion of the individual self is created and with the practice, observe how it dissolves. Recognize the illusions created by the thoughts in the mind. Also understand dependent origination, the foundation of the Buddha's philosophy. When you experience that the sense of self is dissolving, this is called liberation from the concept of self. Senses work, but you are free from everything, free from the influence of those. You will be able to experience the Animitta Samadhi, an objectless state of natural concentration or absorption. You can experience this here and now. It can be realized here and now. These are the answers to your questions. Participant, thank you very much, R.M. Mahansa. So the pain that we feel if our body gets burned, it's the same, whatever the pain a worm would feel. The inner current of a human and of a worm is the same in the sense that there's pain and there's suffering. If it's continued, if this vibration is continued without seeing the truth, an endless cycle of birth, that's inevitable, because there's both the beings are in the realm of ignorance. If we have the wrong view, anybody who's in this realm is governed by wrong view. The people, especially in the human realm, people think universe is created by God, or whatever they believe in, whatever the religions have told us. Religions are kind of mitigating that existential fear and stress, and so people have, people have something to look forward to, or maybe there's nothing to look forward to. They kind of make that decision based on whatever the religion they choose. Therefore, it makes it easier for them to, stick to one and just forget about that threat or whatever it is, the fear or whatever it is that's inevitable, because death is guaranteed, and what's going to happen after death, you decide with this over that or whatever it is, and then you just live the life without worrying it about over and over again, kind of mitigate that risk or fear or whatever. So this path is not a path of a religion. This is the ultimate truth, the universal law in which how everything is governed by, whether you believe in it or whether you understand it, whether you believe in something else. It doesn't really matter. This is how it happens, whether you realize it. If you realize it, then you know that that is the truth.
So, if this true nature is understood by someone, there's no competition, there's no necessity to kind of compete over a religion, because you, out of duty, you would share the wisdom you have, or this universal truth, not to compete with anybody, but if there's someone who has the willingness and the potential to understand this, then you will obviously perform your duty and share it with them. And in that way, this path differs from a religion where you are in a mission to convert somebody. And it is not the same case here. In this doctrine, the important part is the mind, not the body. Somebody came to Buddha during his time with a sandalwood statue of Buddha, and Buddha rejected it and asked Anandathera to discard it into the river, because Buddha never agreed with this idol worship or whatever, because it has nothing to do with what the Dhamma is. What Buddha said was, before his passing away, when asked by Venerable Anandathera whom to regard as the teacher upon your passing, Buddha said, "He who sees the Dhamma sees me." And this is based on our own experiences. We experience this to the extent to which we understand and realize the Dhamma. We experience the Buddha within ourselves. Buddha is not, well, we have the story, the history and all that, but the Buddha is that state where the mind is transcended, not by avoiding thought as in the concentration meditation, but by clearly understanding how the mind comes into existence moment to moment. And this paves the way for the defilements to be diminished, because defilements are diminished as you see the truth, because as when you know it's all an illusion, why would you hold on to any object or anything? So that holding on to something, that clinging on to something slowly vanishes the more truth that we realize. And Namarupacha Vijnana, name and form union, paves the way to the mind consciousness. So if we kind of talk about it and refresh about this, when we were born as infants, we had no language, the mind was not developed yet. Even the vision was not, we didn't even see our mothers, I guess, until the first couple of months or so, because we were born with a kind of a blurry vision. The senses are not properly developed to their full potential yet. So as we keep seeing things, but still whatever we see, whatever we hear, smell, taste, it feels like something out there, but we never knew what it was. And when we were slowly introduced to the language at the age of 1.5, 2, or whatever it is, first we were introduced to simple labels such as mother, father, and then during the kindergarten time, colors. The teacher or whoever would point at the color yellow and say yellow, and the kid was not able to fully even properly pronounce it properly. So lelo, whatever, and then eventually after many repetitions, yellow was pronounced. And during this time, all kinds of yellow will be pointed at, the kid will be pointed at, and by looking at that yellow in different shapes and shades, the idea that this kind of color in this kind of shape and shade is called yellow was established. So this form or color is entangled with the sound that's given yellow. That sound was given to us as a, when someone says yellow, it's a sound, it's a vibration, and these pressure waves kind of, the air close to whoever says yellow, air close to his or her mouth moves, and the next layer of air vibrates accordingly, and the next layer vibrates, and then it kind of travels in that manner. Not that the sound wave closer to the mouth sound move to the ear, but in that layers of air moving one next to each other. In this manner, the eardrum, the air layer next to the eardrum was vibrated. So the eardrum was vibrated, and that manifested the sound. So whatever the vibration that was at which yellow was uttered, that same vibration was reached, let's say, to communicate easily, the eardrum. And then when the kid uttered yellow, the vocal cords were also vibrated at the same vibration or frequency, whatever it is. So this name and form union created this idea that yellow is some entity, some object. There's something called yellow is out there. And if you think about it, then it feels like the sound came inside. Sound is inside. And when we think about it, when we think yellow also, it feels like it's inside, even though there's no internal, external. The yellow we see seems external. So this is the entanglement of the external and internal. So yellow, starting with simpler labels, simpler objects, yellow, red, ball, dog, box, mother, father. So this system works like that, not that the kid or the child purposefully said these things. The vibrations were given, the system kind of telepathized whatever the vibration that came through the ear. The same one was resonated through the vibration of the vocal cords. And so then the mother, father, bag. If you can kind of revisit your earliest memories, you will see that there was this initial thought, if that is my mother, if that is my father, if that is my bag, then there should be a self who is experiencing this, to whom this mother, father, and the bag belong to. This thought was taken up by the system. That is where the initial, the self-identifying view was created. And then the kid wonders, oh, this is me. Okay, these people ask me to repeat the name. They ask me what my name is, and I call, I answer Harshi. Okay, that must be, this self must be Harshi. Then check ourselves in the mirror, see the reflection, and attach that name, that form, that image to this self, this name. So everything is these different kinds of different manifestations of vibrations entangled, and thoughts are slowly now accumulating. The world is slowly shaping. Now this child has myself in it, in the picture. So I like to eat this, I like to eat that. And then the adults ask, who do you want to become when you grow up? And then somebody would say something, somebody would say engineer. And then this kid kind of observes these things, evaluates, analyzes, and comes up with his or her own version of self, with time understands that this self has to be unique to survive. This self has to be stronger or powerful or educated or whatever. So we'll pursue these things. And since now the whole world is slowly beginning to exist for this child, the so-called self is there. Anyways, beneath all that feel, all these vibrations come together when we say the mother. No, even though we just say name and form extends to all kinds of inputs from the five senses. When these five senses come together, thought is created. If we kind of pay attention to the thought about your mother, when I say the mother, you can think about your mother, and that mental image has her color, shape, smell, taste. If you as a kid, if you were used to, you know how your mother feels like when you touch her. So her temperature, if she gets fever, you can clearly say, "Mom, your body temperature has risen." This kind of information is in that mental image as well. So all this, the world is created, world is existing, underlying all that. When these vibrations came together, their underlying power is also coming together. That feeling that something is out there is validated by the idea that they're out there and their respective labels. So this is nobody's doing. I can't remember which sutta exactly it says. I think it's Visakha and Dhammadinna, that whatever that sutta, there they talk about nobody created this reflection or image, neither did I create it. It's a product of the causes and conditions. So we've been talking about this, and when we see through this, what's happening is we transcend this, and this self-identifying view is slowly dissolved. Identifying view is slowly dissolved, and the sense of self is also dissolved. This person who's claiming ownership and who's claiming relationships with respect to each other is slowly dissolving. Everything still happens according to whatever the system it happens. The idea that I am doing is the one that's slowly dissolving, and what it brings is the tranquility and peace to the system, because when we come initially, somebody who's seeking for the truth comes either because they're really curious, they want to know how this world comes into existence, they're very inquisitive about that kind of thing, or somebody had suffered enough, they just don't want to go through the suffering anymore, they just want to way out of this. So and when they see through experience, by associating this Dhamma and seeing the truth in the moment, when these defilements are slowly diminishing, when they see that, when they experience it within themselves, when they get to more subtler kind of defilements, we see that even a thought is very stressful. Not just having your kid being real and him his demise at an early age, or whatever the tragedies people face in their lives, or a partner leaving you, or the sudden death of somebody, or whatever it is, that makes sense. They are suffering, and they are very they're not easy to bear, they're very painful. But when they are gone, even the weight of a thought can make you so restless. We didn't know that before because we had bigger problems to worry about. The thoughts, the weight of a thought was not that big of a deal. To see how restless we can get just by having some subtle thought that assume the existence of the world. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. and it's when once you understand and slowly begin to realize and slowly begin to get your insights, when you're earlier before listening to this Dhamma, you were with the flow, anusotagami. Now you're against the flow. Now you're not, the flow is assuming that this world exists and this so-called self exists. Patisotagami, against the current, is now you see that this is, you see through the illusion, and slowly dissolving. This diminishment of defilements is slowly experienced, and unlike in a concentration, meditative absorption or whatever, it's whatever the thought we have in the moment is the one of the one we see the truth. See, for an example, somebody says something that upsets you and you get upset, and maybe if you're depending on wherever you are in the journey, maybe in that moment the truth will come to you, or you will be reminded of the truth, or it will come a little later if you're kind of a newcomer to the Dhamma. That why did I get upset? It's just a bunch of words, and words, the meaning was given to the words. We know how the mind was created as that kid, how we were introduced to labels, and how the meaning was slowly filled into these labels. So these are a bunch of words. For an example, let's say somebody call you a loser or whatever. Loser. When I say loser, L-double-O, so two different syllables, I guess. It doesn't have any meaning. A Chinese person wouldn't understand, who doesn't know English wouldn't understand. A person coming from a different background wouldn't understand. The meaning appears in the moment because of this entanglement. Because at some point we were introduced to the label loser, and somebody, probably when we were younger, somebody called somebody else a loser, and we are like, who's a loser? And loser is a person who's useless, whatever the explanation that they gave. And these two labels were attached, and there was, every time these kind of things happen, there's some sort of mental image, even if we haven't seen a loser with our own eyes. In the absence of a mental image, also there's some sort of a mental image. So from that day onwards, we felt like there's somebody called a loser out there, and these losers are this kind of people. So there's meaning that's been attributed, and there's like a negative value that's been attributed. It's not something that I want to be called by. So now when that word, these two syllables were heard, that whole mental image comes back by telepathizing, the principle of resonance. And whatever the meaning, the value that's attributed appears in the moment. And you get upset because if a loser exists, and there's a self who's experiencing that exists too. But if you think about it, a Chinese person doesn't have this who doesn't know English doesn't have this affiliation, hasn't been introduced to this kind of affiliation entanglement. Another person from an alien wouldn't know, because these labels have been, that I don't even know if aliens exist or whatever, just like, to kind of give some perspective. So because these labels have been created in the system, these entities have been created in the system, it telepathizes today too. And it makes us, it gives suffering. And, sometimes we would hold on to that thought and would suffer for days. This person called me this. How dare he calls me like this? We've been friends for years. Why? What did I do so bad? See this. So first, this sound became a thing. Sound became a thing, became the existing world. With respect to that, it's always something out there exists, and with respect to that initial thought that's been taken up by the system that I exist. If that is my mother, if that is my father, there should be a self to whom these people belong to. That is the same thought that's kind of reinforced here. Now, this has been reinforced like millions and trillions of times. It's so thick, it almost feels like there's a self here. I mean, it's how difficult it is now for someone to say that there is no self, and some people would still laugh at us if we said that. Like, you must be like cuckoo or something, something wrong with you or something. It's that strong. So this is our journey, and as we see the truth then and there, so that is an example of seeing through the illusion of things in terms of sound. Or let's say there's a framed picture of your mother on your table, and every time you look at it, you think about how your mother used to love you, take care of you. All these thoughts are called upon by seeing the visual of this picture right here. But if you contemplate on this picture right here, it's just a bunch of colors printed on a little paper or something. We can't even call it a paper. When we call it a paper, paper is real. Even the picture of your mother is not real. So there's so much entanglement that we have to see through to understand, and see through the illusion to realize the illusion. But this is the practical approach. This is the path that we take. In the time to come, we can talk more about it. So that is visual. We talked about an example of sound. Let's say you walk on the road and you get the smell of French fries, and it reminds you of the times that you used to go to McDonald's with your father on Friday nights or whatever. So, but what you experience right now is just a smell. It doesn't even, in reality, the smell of French fries is also being given to you as a kid at some point in life. And there's this tanglement of the smell to that sound, French fries, the label French fries, and all the other thoughts that's affiliated with it over time. We call them abhisankarane. Abhisankarane means one getting attached to another, continue to go along a thought, create more thoughts. So it's volitional formation in English. So and then we feel like I'm walking on the road, getting some smell. Now I'm back in my history, back in my past, thinking about how my father used to take me to McDonald's. So my father exists, McDonald's exists. The world has become real. To whom? To myself. So everything comes into existence in that thought. That is what bhava or becoming is, or jati, birth is. That's why the birth of the self took place or happened right here in this thought. And once the truth is seen, that thought itself dies here, and maybe another thought is born, where the thought itself assumes the existence of the self, the world, and that death occurs. Because if we think about it, the birth and the death, the baby who was born on his day one, he doesn't know how he was born, who his father is. Later on, through sound, through words, through thoughts, he learns how he was born. So idea of birth, the birth itself is just an idea, a concept. And children, when at the age of 2, 3, when their own parents die, in Sri Lanka, they just play under the coffin. They have no idea the mother passed away, father passed away. And somebody else tells you, you know what happened, your mother is not going to come back again. How are we going to take care of you? You will have to go and stay with your auntie and uncle now. We can't take care of you by ourselves. And this kid will be like, what is death? Why isn't she coming back? We'll ask more questions. And then they will see another funeral. And they will see funerals in movies and TV shows. And then they will see people suffering at deathbed. then the idea of death is registered through these manifestations of vibrations in the idea of volitional formation of thoughts. So the birth is an idea, the death is an idea, a concept, the self is an idea, concept, this whole world is bunch of concepts. So when we see through this what is happening is this sense of self is slowly dissolving. Fear of death is no more, dissolving. And it's just slowly taking us to tranquility. Not us to, there's no one to. This just becomes lighter and lighter. There's nothing called nirvana. There's no new object or mental object called nirvana. The absence of that suffering itself is nirvana. So I think, that's that portion of the discussion. Randima, Peruwan Saranai, Kema, Justin, and everyone. You have any questions?
Peruwan Saranai, Harshita.
Peruwan Saranai, Randima.
Yeah, if anybody has questions, they can ask.
Peruwan Saranai.
Yeah, Peruwan Saranai.
Yeah. I have a question about this mind consciousness. Now, for example, if you take for the first time a child sees a biscuit and he tastes it and smell it, he touch it, so he understand for the first time. And later on, when he eat more and more biscuit, these things get together, get associated with that thought, and later he would understand that that is a biscuit. That is, as you said, that is registered in the mind. So when we confront something we have never experienced in this life for the first time, then in that instance, in the first phase, in the first part, the eye consciousness, then the second part is the mind consciousness. In the mind consciousness, the ditta sutta mutta, the sight, sound, and the body sensation is not there, because this is the first time he sees unknown things. Then the ultimate product, which gives it gives as a thought, the ultimate product after the two phases, I mean eye consciousness and the mind consciousness. Ultimate product, we get an idea, a thought. In that thought, this ditta sutta mutta, all these parts are not involved. Then the thought, in that thought, it is not complete idea, I think. Thought doesn't give a complete this sensation. With the sensation is not there for the first time he experience it, so the ultimately he doesn't get all these ditta sutta mutta because they are not available in that experience. So how do you explain it? Could you explain that part?
Yeah, Peruwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, yeah, please explain.
Okay. You can explain it. It's okay. Yeah.
Okay, Peruwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Bernard, for raising that question. I think your questions are very valuable. So it's really interesting. Day by day, couple of questions are coming up. So your question actually, it's like you see, let's say we see a animal, some animal, but we do not know the name of that animal. We do not know because it is the first time we see such a creature. But still you see some perception arises, yeah, right? Some perception come. At least it will come, this is not a human, this is not threatening, this is some animal creature like will come. Because we have some sensor experience as to whether it is a fish or whether something, I mean. For example, let's say if we take a tree, even some fact that it is some tree, like some perception will rise. So that's how the recognition come, because if the perception do not arises, there won't be recognition either. What happens is some perception, you see, some perception has to come. So all this happen because of this. Once someone reach the elderly, slowly it has some basis of perception of what is a tree, what is animal, who is a human. Like human has two legs and animal carry, let's say, four leg, bird carry wings. Like some perceptionary world is there. So some interpretation come, because if that interpretation comes only, recognition that it is not an animal, or it is animal, it is a tree like, or some understanding come. So if we go back to the child, you see that toddler who is in the cot. So in that level, yeah, as you very correctly pointed out, it is just a sensor level experience only. Just a sensor, in the sense it doesn't know whether it is a biscuit or something else, but you see, it has the sight vibration or the other sensory vibration that starts to occur, but the interconnection will delay. The interconnection will delay because still that sensor level contact, that sensor level vibration do not you see, give rise to so much of power for the next level of interact, next level of mixing, next level of combining. But slowly, you see, when that small kid touches it and you see doing that and these kind of things, slowly the Sasviya power starts to build, because we know Aryan Mahansa has explained us what is this Yuktanu or the zygote. What's the level of power that is being kind of, you see, occurring at the each cell level. So this cell power is there. So much power is there. But actually, if it is the 30,000 watts a person is carrying, that level of equal power generating ability is there. But only thing is, still there is no ground still, you see, for that kids yet, because the thoughts have not formed. That is the sounds and the sight coming together and creating a perception, then having things. You see that process has not yet started. But we know at some part of the life, maybe theoretically we say at the Montessori level, but equal to that kind of a age, things start to get interconnected and combined. So after that, yeah, it has a mother, this is my mother, this is my pen, this is my pencil, this is my book, and so on. So some, you see, now it has some interpretation comes from the mind. So once the interpretation, like the perception comes only, it has a world outside. Otherwise, it will not really bother, like it is whether my mom or my pencil or my book, like. But slowly, when the things, these original sparks created, like the spark combine and coming together and having that things, so-called perception world, when this perception start to recurring, that is coming again and again, we call abhisankarana. So with that, the spark getting stronger and you want it and you are there. So simply the I-ness is created. Actually, that I-ness was not there with that original toddler, because toddler, let's say it is given for adoption to a foreign country, separate couple. That toddler after that will start telling mother to that, you see, people. So therefore, this mother perception really do not carry any meaning. So only thing is this perception you see creates the whole thing. So once the perception were created, then the soul is like a spider inside a cobweb. So then it has a world, it can't leave the world. So this is what happening. So I think your question, so let's say someone is like 20 years of age and all of a sudden he start to completely get a new kind of experience, like then somebody will introduce, no, this is a robotic AI platform, like let's say he hasn't heard it before, but some you see kind of sensor level formation will occur. But sound is not necessary, even though we call it label, and so on. Even just with another two sensors, even this can happen. The things, the perception can occur. So therefore, it's not necessary all the time, even with the one sensor. Like now, if you take the worm, like worm has just a one sensor, but still it has some liveliness, no? It has some itta sanya. So therefore, how this, even though we theoretically talk like this, we need to understand the combining of the sensor level isolated experience and forming of a particular perception is automatic and a natural thing, and which is we can't really think or analyze it like, but that happens. That's why if there is some kid, let's say that kid starts to live in a forest, someone abandoned that child in a forest, and after that the child will get used to the trees and that environment, and it also has a communication system. It, even though it doesn't know the words, there can be some level of communication with the animals, and so it also has a world. It has also a perceptionary world. So it also has likes and dislikes. It will also suffer if it something happened to that and this thing. So therefore, this is very unexplainable thing, but it is really happening. So let me give Harshi also to have her words.
Theruvan Saranai, Radhima, thank you for your valuable explanation. Justin, I think your question partly kind of involved how okay, let's say the Vatang Vattati, this two circles, as in, okay, you see, you hear, you feel, I mean, seen, heard, and felt, right? And then when these three come together, the thought is created. And when we see, because even though, okay, let's take the example of the biscuit that you were referring to, that sound, the color is seen and it feels like something is out there. That is the kind of feel before the child learns that it is a biscuit. And he can smell it and it feels like there is a smell. The smell is there. And the child can taste it and it feels like that it can be tasted. There's something out there. And when eventually the child was introduced to the label, the biscuit, through the sound, now the object of biscuit exists for the child and the child experiences it. And when the child closes his eyes, the same image is there in the eye of the mind. The only difference is that the one in the mind, it feels like it's a perception or mental image, whereas the other one feels like it's there, out there, but that is that wrong view, because the truth is not seen. When we begin to see through the illusion, and slowly that we see it enough many times, the idea that something is out there, this fullness, that it's really existing, that kind of idea slowly dissolves. There's nothing more than it, just a bunch of colors, a smell, bunch of smells, bunch of tastes. That plump fullness or whatever is slowly dissolving. When that is there, before that is dissolved, when there's a clear distinction between the mental image and when we open our eyes, it feels like they're two different things. How can you say it's the same thing? Because one is more alive, more lively. That idea is still there, but the more truth that is seeing, that liveliness slowly dissolves. Did that answer your question, or is
No, I asked the ultimate product of the thought of the mental consciousness, I mean mind consciousness, is to give something, some sensation about ditta, sutta, mutta. Right? Okay. So then, if somebody experiences, confronts some kind of something is outside, that is illusion. It's all right. But if he experiences something that he has never heard or tasted or never experienced, so the ultimate production of the mental consciousness, I mean mind consciousness, is incomplete. That is, I feel incomplete thought is the product. Isn't that so? Because
I think
it is.
Everyone,
yeah.
it's a radial mind, no? It's a radial mind.
It's the radiant mind. Yeah, yes.
Yeah. What's the problem? No question. Because radial mind, individually senses are working, not together.
No, Aranvans, I think what he's trying to
Ditta Tusamata is a Tina Sangati Pasono. The meaning is that sounds and firm together. It's not happening there because it's a beginning time, is individually, it's working these senses. Creation is not together coming because it's not normally won't grow up in these senses. That is fine. How is telling this? This kindergarten time is age is coming. That senses are perfectly working. So that time is the effort is coming together. This sense of creations. So kindergarten time. But before kindergarten time, baby in the pot. That's a radiant mind. It's not that time. That's why these senses are individually. This eye sensor, not ear sensor, and the other sensors not together that time. Senses, only the sensor creations. It's not together coming. Not mind sensor not mind sensor there. Not Tina Sangati Pasa is happening. That is why. Radiant mind. No colors, no thoughts there. So beginning time is this. That is why. That question is there, no? Radiant mind.
Excuse me, Aryan. If an adult experience that kind of thing, unknown, unexperienced one, he has never seen.
Something you are looking, you don't know what is that. Is okay. That's the name is don't know.
Something don't know is existing outside. That is also
you don't know something. What is this tree? You don't know what is this tree. It's a name is the don't know.
That's right. Thank you very much.
It's okay. It's simple, you know. You are telling somebody, I don't know that that one, that name I don't know. That's me. That's name is don't know.
Yeah. Exactly.
No, it's okay. You know. Simple. It's okay. Okay, Harshit,
Yeah. Any more questions? Yes, we have Dr. Ravi and Dr. Sakuntala. Theruvan Saranai. You can ask questions.
Theruvan Saranai, Harshi. Theruvan Saranai, everyone. Yeah, that was a very nice discussion. So I had the same kind of a question a few months late back, but I got resolved by asking questions like Mr. Bernard, right? Anyway, so as Aryan was said, so if we, so we'll see if we'll say as an example, if we if we encounter some kind of a creature or animal, but we don't we don't know the name of that animal, so we name it as the it is an animal, but we don't know the name. So we have a mental image that has a name with that has kind of an animal but without a name. So it's very easy. So there are so many things like that. So if you see a light in the sky, so maybe a star, maybe a planet, or maybe some kind of a satellite. So we don't know. We just see a light. So we say maybe a star, maybe a planet, maybe a satellite. Oh, so so there is no need to figure out exactly what it is, but we assign some kind of a name for that. But with the Ditta, Sutta, and the Mutta thing, so we get to know there is something. There is something. So even we see the light only, we tend to think the light is existing. So that is the part of our ignorance. So if at any point if you take the light is as existing thing, or what the sound that you hear it as an existing thing, so that is again back the ignorance. So yes, that's it. So it is a very nice discussion. Yeah. So
Yeah, even
yeah.
COVID-19, we have never seen COVID, right? But like it's that COVID in capital letters, that label, and some sort
Mm.
of idea that it's a bad thing, not a good thing, deadly thing, or whatever. We still have that Sutta coming together. We have seen dead bodies. So whatever it is, each one's like, you have a different mental image to what I have, but we have some sort of a full package.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
Dr. Ravi. I just wanted to.
Yeah. Whenever we the sensors get created, so at that point we tend to feel there's something, either maybe light, either maybe sound, either maybe stimulation from the skin. So whenever our sensors are there, so we feel like that particular sensation, something is there that is responsible for giving that then kind of a sensation. So that is the ignorance that we have. So if we, so ultimately what is happening here, so combination of all these sensation come together and form kind of a thought. So that again, that particular thought has kind of a power, the initial power that had in the sensor level. So after combining all these things, the thought also has that same kind of a power. It is more than that. So that power will give rise to another kind of sensation. That particular object is existing. So earlier we had only, and as in the radiant mind, only light is existing, the sound is existing, and the stimulation that come from skin sensor is existing. But after combining all these things, we get some kind of thought that object is existing. So now, as we look at some kind of a thing, I mean, we'll say the chair. So we don't get that the red color, the solidity, and likewise, we don't get that sensation separately, but as a whole kind of a shot, we get kind of a feeling that the chair is existing, the entire object is existing. So just that as a result of combination of all these vibrations, individual vibrations. So that is the thing. Yeah. So again, that's how the worldly perceptions become real for us. So from that point onwards, our worldly perceptions become real and the world gets created. So likewise, the me, my, mind concept is also the same. So if we see the reflection in the mirror of our own reflection, so then we tie up, this is the person who is having those all kind of feelings, all kind of perceptions. So that is me again. So likewise, we all, so that it also comes from the combination of the Ditta Sutta Mutta. So I think, that is the greatest illusion that we have. That is the greatest misconceptions that we have from our childhood now, from our childhood. So now there is a person who is having a world. So it is the greatest misconception we have, because we think there's a person who feels everything. Yes, Harshi.
Yeah, Dr. Ravi, I think, the sensation thing, I think, it, actually this Ditta Sutta Mutta is the 3D experience. So,
Exactly.
but really it is, we split these sensation as sight, sound, touch, taste, like that. But if we take just, for example, a blind guy, you see, that guy, we can't say he doesn't have the ditta, because that blind guy sensation of the touch sensor will be unbelievable. So there are some blind guys, they repair cars. So even though a particular sensor is not working, the other sensor is unbelievably has capabilities than a normal guy, is a normal human. So therefore, this has a very deep thing. This Ditta Sutta Mutta. This even though we say like this, actually even for a blind guy, that the particular sensation you see occur carry deep meaning, because sometimes some sensor capacity is going beyond the normal level of sensation of another human. So what I'm trying to say is, sometimes this Ditta Sutta Mutta, even you can't correlate simply to these five senses. Sometimes for a person like a blind guy, that sensation from his touch sensor, from his sound sensor, would be unbelievably creating all these 3D film. So that's why the sensation is very difficult to explain. Even for a worm, can we say for a worm it doesn't see? Its sensor is different, but that sensor give rise to some 3D perception. So this is something very different.
Well, Ranima, we can't necessarily say 3D, right? Because but some sort of perception, like for the worm, the temperature could be detected. So like that worm could always move towards lower temperatures, and in that there's a sense of some self. But if we said 3D, it would not be accurate. I think I just wanted to.
Yeah, no, I actually use these 3D things to say that why this alive feel, because why this dead perception becoming so strong? Because this perception has everything. The perception carry the sight feeling, the perception carry the touch feeling. You see hot and cold, the sound, and basically it comes like a package. So that's why the particular perception give rise to a live film like. So you exactly feel like this perception is the one I'm experiencing outside. So why this perception coming so strong? So why? It is because this sensor level give rise to that, you see, that sensation. So that's what actually I want to highlight. Yeah, Hashi. Okay.
Yeah, Randima, thank you. Dr. Sakuntala, would you like to share your thoughts about?
There was, I just got joined fairly late. Just few things I felt like telling now regarding this radiant mind and developing the thoughts when the child grows up a little bit. Now, right at the beginning, when the sense of feelings from the other, like the eye consciousness and ear consciousness, those merge together to make the thought or the mind consciousness. Now, right at the beginning, if you show the child a, a flower, it must be like seeing a picture, because just the child will identify it as a flower, but that feeling of existence or the itta sanyav must be developing. I think it was said like that in one of the deshana. The itta sanyav will subsequently develop when that repeated exposure occurs. Please correct me if I am going wrong, because repeated exposure to the same information, like showing a flower now, or maybe the colors. Now you say this is red color. So the red flower or something like that. So when the child is shown the same thing repeatedly, that three-dimension feeling or the feeling of existence or the feeling of this flower is there outside, that feeling must be the result of the abhisankarana, or this empowering or making that sense of feeling stronger and stronger. So that means the current which is generated at that level is more than the previous mind consciousness. So mind consciousness will become more stronger and more powerful, and you get the feeling that it is persisting. And then persisting means when you take it as something existing, you eventually get the feeling that you get the feeling that the self-existence, or the feeling that I am seeing the flower. So that was something I wanted to say. And also about, I think, the previous discussion, I think Ravi was mentioning something about this new information that we gather, the new data. Now I remember now when we enter the university, we are bombarded with a whole lot of brand new words and brand new thoughts. So maybe like 30,000-40,000 new words. So like learning the term tsunami. Now tsunami was something new to us until very recently, until it came up. Then people started looking for the meaning of the word, and then now it has established mind picture. The moment you say the word tsunami, you get the pictures and the disaster that happened. The whole package is parked right now, right here at this moment. So like that, we are learning new things throughout the life. We are getting new data added throughout the life. So when you have more and more data collected like that, I think you are getting more and more preconceived ideas, and what's called the drushtis are more and more. So that is why learning the correct Buddhist teaching or grasping what is taught is difficult for an adult compared to a smaller child. I think just few things that I wanted to add. Please correct me if I have mentioned anything incorrect. There was Saranai.
Yeah, I would say was perception only the words. Okay. Sensations. What is this sensations? I sensor and the sense. But sensor, I sensor, that's like a factory of manufacturing. No? Inside is a patient is there. The effort is light. So that signal is the pain, the signal. So that signal is light. But feel the pain. How still this? The speed is there. I, patient, speed, spark is speed. Yes, rapid speed we are talking. So this automatically comes this perception. The light. It's an existent field. It's a power inside. Every spark has power. That power is together power combined, speedily. That's more power is there. That perception is this creation is again and again is speedily happening. This is past. That coming that light. Light is the perception. Yeah, we are only the word is using. What happened here? Mechanism. That's a sankara. If we are talking about, no, it's a action. It's not the final effort. Is consciousness. What is this word? Is consciousness is only the word. Perception only the word. These are only the words. So we are using. The meaning is perception is same. Consciousness. What's the difference? Perception and consciousness. Perception have the power. The perception is the again and again is coming. Is existent field. Is the consciousness. It's same. Perception and consciousness is the same. Different is consciousness is existent field. The light is existent now. That's why it's consciousness word is using. So we are not telling that trees consciousness. Why? Not existent field. That's why I say so. Here's one. It's a standard aggregates, fire aggregates. It's only the explain. I think we want to tell others this, how is this happening? How is this process coming? How is this existence coming? So that's why eye conscious and the same other conscious, sound conscious, and the smell, taste, and the body's skin sensation. Also, these are together coming this sensations. That's the spark. One is spark. These are spark. One is spark. This thought. Thought have otherwise perception. Is a perception. So mind consciousness is there. After choice is in field. That's the feel otherwise. It's coming again. That perception is Itta Sanya. We are talking. Buddha's word is Itta Sanya. It's a perception. It's existing field, it's Itta Sanya. You are here. When I feel it's Itta Sanya. Otherwise, the perception, the consciousness, mind consciousness, what's that? You are there. The existent field is the Itta Sanya. It's a chair, existent. Otherwise, other side is you are here. You are there. So that's a two side. One side is outside, other side is inside. That is why something there, you're also there. Something not there, you're also not there. So that is why world is real. Someone thinking, you are also there. World is not real. You don't have to, yeah. Because this is not only the thoughts, you can feel it. Because this feel is the power. This power is the generative inside. Finally, this thought existed, something that inside the power, it's alive thing. That alive thing you are talking about, so you, me, my mind. How is coming in my mind? It's like this. It's okay. What do you think about that? Right? Only the words we are
So
using now. Yeah.
yes,
There was
yes, Anand was exactly Anand was saying. So, so what I suggest is just if you talk when we talk about the radiant mind, we are thinking about a small child. So that is good, that is better. But if you can take it as a spark, so it will be very easy for us to understand what is happening to that spark. So initially there's a kind of spark, so it gets resonate or telepathized with the light. So then it gets some kind of a feeling, some kind of an energy uh, uh, is built within it. So that energy is capable of resonating with the sound as well. So that is the point where the ear sensor get generated. So faculty of the ear faculty gets formed. So from that ear faculty, they get that spark get resonate with the sound as well. So now the strength of that spark becomes more and more. So gradually the the underlying power is building up. So that power can now become self-sustained. So it gives rise to another faculty. So likewise, gradually it grows so that the spark gets strengthened up. To that particular energy, we say, that is small child is now growing. So, the small child gets more and more perceptions. So then the world gets becoming bigger and bigger to that small child. But what is really happening here is the spark, the strength of the spark, the energy of the spark uh, become is becoming more and more. So the faculties get generated, and they can get they will telepathize more and more with this external with the other vibrations. So that's how it kind of tries to keeps its energy uh, to build it up within that spark. So I don't know, it's very difficult to say. So we say the small child is growing. Now it gets more and more worldly perceptions, and that small child is getting more and more worldly perceptions, and now the uh, mental formation occurs within the mental image formation occurs within that small child. So that is true. That is what we can see as human beings. The small child is growing, but what is happening within that small child is the developing kind of the spark, energizing by itself. So how it is get energized? Through the resonance, through the telepathization. So yes, I think that is the avinyanika or the non-conscious way of looking at this whole entire process. It's a system. The system is moving forward. So we assign a small child at certain point, and a grown-up child, then an adult, then an elderly man, then uh, uh, then an adult, yeah, and so on. So we are the one who assigning a figure to that certain phases, but what is ultimately happening inside is a growing, energizing kind of a spark. There was Saranai. Harshi? Randima, do you have anything to
Yeah,
any
that's very
comment?
interesting, Dr. Ravi. Yeah, as you very correctly pointed out, that is what is really happening. Because if we set aside all these perception, we leave out all these labels, everything set aside, every moment we can understand spark occurring. The
Yeah.
spark disappear, but yeah, as you very correctly pointed out, it is the spark which is getting energizing with the each and every breath of a person. Even though we feel like we breathe, actually, this each and every breath has a kind of a interaction with all these phenomena which is happening, and day by day, moment by moment, this power getting stronger is the one happening. So it's
Yeah.
not done by anybody, but that is what is happening all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, with the misconception that we have at this moment, we think this power is me, this power is myself. So I am the one who lived about 40 years back. So I have grown up. But what is actually inside is the spark, the resonating kind of a spark is there. So the energy, that energy that it has gives us some kind of a feeling that the existence. So I'm thinking with my drushti or the incorrect vision, I'm thinking I'm having, I have been living for this much of period. So now I am an adult. So that is the misconception we have, that so with the understanding what will happen, we get to know that there is, with this true Dhamma, understanding of true Dhamma, we get to know that there had not been a soul here. It was not from the beginning, at the present, even in the future, it will not be there. So we are referring a self, we are assigning a self to that the certain process or mechanism, so for a certain spark. So that is the ignorance that we have. So yes, Randima, I think we are
Yeah.
running out of time, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Ravi, I think that was excellent. Really, that's true, actually. That's what happening. Just imagine for a moment, if we set aside this perception world out, let's assume for a moment all these perceptions become valueless in your system, including your so-called perception of soul. Then, then it is just a breath only, each and every moment. No internal fire, no burning. It is the calm and the tranquility. So, and this is this Dhamma. So, I think we are running out of time. We have to hand over the Zoom. So, I think very interesting conversation came up. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, I think we can conclude the session now. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard, for raising that question. Thank you, all of you. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thank you very
Therwan
much.
Saranai.
Everyone.
Tiruvan Sarnai, everybody.
Good morning, dear Dharma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aran Hanse, our noble friend and teacher. Theruvan Saranai Aran Hanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with page 53. Things to hear and listen to. Delicious food and perfumes for the nose. Comforts such as houses, cars, beds, clothing for your body. All of this turns into one big suffering. When you lose money, slowly but surely, that too becomes suffering. When you get sick after satisfying your senses and tongue, that too is suffering. Now listen to the Buddha's words on the Four Noble Truths: suffering, the cause of suffering, cessation from suffering, and the path to end-suffering. Suffering, sensation, or pain is actually a feeling. The I is suffering when the I is thought of as an object. In reality, the I is only a vibration, a mental formation, or a mental image created in the mind. It is only a power created by the stimulation of all the senses. This is true for all 6 senses. This power of bonding through mental formation, sankhara, is a natural occurrence. This also refers to mental creation through mental currents. These mental currents do not exist anywhere. They come and go with unimaginable speed. The day you realize that you have lost yourself in you, you will also realize that you have never met yourself. Ever. You float in the waves of vibrations and currents created in the mind. So think about how we experience the world. Our senses are constantly being fed by things to hear, smell, see, taste, touch. All these pleasures are eventually linked to suffering because they are temporary. When we lose money, it too becomes a source of suffering, just like when we get sick after indulging in sensory pleasures. Buddha's Four Noble Truths teach us that suffering is part of life. And the cause of suffering is tied to our attachment to these sensory experiences. To speak about it shallowly, to truly understand suffering, we need to see how our senses and even our thoughts are just fleeting vibrations. They are mental formations constantly shifting. You haven't met yourself yet because you're just a floating ripple in this constant current of mental formations. Because if we pay attention to the I, the function of the I is the I that we are referring to here, not the physiological I. If the ear is not the physiological ear, but the function of hearing. Similarly, the function of smelling, the function of tasting, the function of feeling the temperature or the solidity or texture of something. And function of detecting thoughts. And these are like infinite fields intersecting and creating our experience. When we think about our visual right in front of us, it's already assumed that somebody is saying it, but that is not the case. Even our visual has a strong idea that is bordered by our body, that the center of attention is coming from this place, these eye sockets or something. But that itself is a thought. As you begin to see this truth, as this truth begins to get refined and refined, that idea dissolves and the whole visual fields become just a visual. Seeing becomes just the seeing. These mental biases that are attached with everything creates the picture, creates our experience. If you think about listening, if you close your eyes and pay attention to the experience of listening to something that you really like, some music or something, that mental image itself has the sound kind of centered around the ear, which is a mental construct. But as the idea of the self, the concept of the self dissolves by being exposed to truth enough many times, that mental image just becomes listening without any borders. So the same goes to the smell, taste, touch, and thoughts. When you open your eyes, you see whatever is in front of you. When you close your eyes, you can still see the same thing in front of you in the mind's eye. But those two pictures look different because when the eyes are open, whatever you see is embedded with the idea that it is existing right now. And when you close your eyes, when you see the same thing, it is embedded with the idea that this is an image of what I saw earlier. So these mental factors, as these mental factors dissolve, whether you open your eyes or close your eyes, you realize that it's just an image. Both of them are just images, just colors and shapes. There's no weight towards one over another. Same extends to the whole experience as the idea of the self, this wrong view, self-identifying view dissolves. Seeing becomes just seeing, hearing becomes just hearing, listening becomes just listening. Taste becomes just a taste. And if we dig a little more deeper into that, as the current does not belong to the battery shell or to the terminals or to the battery acid, our experience doesn't belong to the physiological aspects, because that itself is also part of the illusion, and whatever the labeling associated with it is also mental constructs. Here is an example. A young man feels the beauty in nature and gives up social relationships to get mingled with the sky, ocean, waves, mountains, trees, streams, waterfalls, music, etc. There is another young lady who has similar ideas. These are waves. These waves that both of them have are the same. They align. People look for rain when it's hot, and when it rains, they look for dryness. According to varied vibrations, the concepts turn upside down or downside up. This situation is connected with the vibrations and waves. It's all part of the nature. Nobody's controlling anything. It's how the whole system runs according to the dharmata or the universal law, or causes and effects. There is no creator here.
Let's go back to the story. Okay, for the first time, these two people meet and are happy to talk about nature and its beauty. There is no language to this unique understanding. This is a particular type of mental creation and a connection. Some call it divine love. In this story, the wonders of nature exist. Did you understand this? This is very valuable for young people to build harmonious relationships. To recognize these waves, words are not necessary. That's why some people just bond immediately and their relationships are so complementary that extends beyond words. Sometimes very few words are uttered, but the bonding runs much deeper because these vibrations are connected and they just fit like a glove in the grand scheme of things. Words are just a tool that is used to communicate what's felt. What's felt comes first. What's felt takes place in the womb of the mother. That is a vibration according to which the zygote vibrates as the cell multiplication happens. And that same vibration is like having your TV on and turning it to a certain TV channel, or having your radio on and turning it to a certain radio channel. If before the radio was turned on, even when it was turned off, the vibration existed, but there was no receiver to accept it. Similarly, in the mother's womb, the surrounding nature has the vibration for that birth, but if it matches with the vibration of the zygote, the natural harmony takes place, or the principle of resonance, or what Alan Mahasi calls telepathy takes place. That vibration becomes this vibration, becomes harmonious, and that is the karma or the story of whoever is born, and then in the body that develops from zygote to a fully developed newborn. The eyes are formed, the physiological eyes, ears are formed, and this vibration that's felt is manifested through that, and vice versa. And this vibration is evolved, altered, and so this particular vibration in this zygote is a unique one. Like that's why in the same family you have siblings of different natures. Some, one would be very calm and quiet, the other one would be a very angry and quick-tempered one. It's unique to your own story based on the samsaric karma you're carrying. If it belongs to the realm of the humans, that is that. As we grow up, as this is altered by various reasons, various conditions, causes, you die a very innocent child. You're born a very innocent child, and you could die a very angry man. And as this body expires, that vibration, if it is not suitable for a human realm, then it will find its suitable vibration in some womb or some vibration. So this is the story of our lives, and this is how, for us, for the nature and everything kind of evolves without anybody controlling or creating it. Everything is kind of interconnected. So there are harmonious relationships,
there are not so harmonious relationships. In the grand scheme of things, everything is in its equilibrium. When you can recognize that these are only energy vibrations and there is no truth in them, many obstacles and problems can be solved. Don't you realize that these are only mental occurrences? Just imagine everything has a name: chair, tree, table, etc. How can you see sounds? These are just sounds. If you think about the sound of the most beautiful flute music that's being played by someone, you have a picture. Right now, as I was talking about that experience, you had a picture, mental image. So this entanglement of two different vibrations, images are manifestations of vibrations, sounds are manifestations of vibrations, smells, taste, everything is manifestations of vibrations. But if you consider a vibration itself, there only exists a snapshot. As it continues to vibrate, there's a buildup of energy that creates the idea that there's something that is out there. And that same idea becomes the self, the so-called self itself. So it's all the wrong view, giving rise to the wrong view. And then the child who's born and who's at the tender age of 2 years old or 1 year and a half or whatever, when he or she is being introduced to the language, always the language is introduced in this entanglement between name and form. When we say form, it's sound is one kind of form. Image is one kind of form. Smell is another kind of form. Touch, thoughts, all these are different kinds of forms. So all of these has a name attached to it. That's how we think. We think with the language, but when we think, there's no sound that's emitted. We don't think out loudly unless it's required. So that sound is kind of inside that voice. That voice came into life through the language, one word at a time. Just sounds. The deep meaning here is seeing without sounds, kind of through the understanding and realization of how the mind comes to existence moment by moment. Kind of let this whole entanglement be detangled to its constituents. Image is just an image, sound is just a sound, smell is just a smell. When that happens, they begin to not carry the value it once had, the value that has been attributed to it by the system. When we say the mother, it automatically carries an enormous amount of value to us. It reminds us of our own mother, how she carried us, how she took care of us. All these images, mental images, entanglement creates value, a feeling. And they slowly lose that grip and they just become empty words. They were just mental constructs to begin with. The value addition was created through the wrong vision, by not understanding that they are manifestations of vibrations being entangled to create this so-called world that feels like there's something out there that's existing and I am seeing it and experiencing it on this end. So once you understand this, it doesn't mean you forget everything at once or something. You still know everything. You still have thoughts. An Arahant still has thoughts. Buddha had thoughts. Buddha thought in the next room, I think it was Kemakatero. Kemakatero is in the, or Anuruddha Thero is in the next room. I should go and talk to him. In suttas, there are many instances where it talked about how the kind of thoughts Buddha had. But it doesn't drive him crazy, or it doesn't make him biased towards one Thero over another or whatever. All he's left with is thoughts as tools to communicate, and the compassion, loving kindness, sympathetic joy, and the equanimity. And what needs to be done just happens, as it has been happening all throughout. But because of our ignorance, we think we do it, we have been doing it. And Buddha knows that it's not the case. It's not Buddha's doing. Even we talk about him as a person, it doesn't ever means a person. It is that particular, we cannot even explain it with words. It's that particular state of mind, let's say, for now, but it's the absence of that internal fire, internal burning. Just hollow thoughts, because that's how the system works. The thoughts that once came into existence, they just exist, but their power is lost. So this whole Dhamma, these sermons, it's about making an attempt to make us, you, lose the concept of this individual self. If you're not interfering with everything that's happening around, the idea of you interfering with everything that's happening around, then you don't have to try to make it about you, everything about you. It could be about everybody else, but not this so-called self, as how it is supposed to be. That is how the nature works. A tree would bear fruits and share it with the whole world, and even if someone cuts a branch, a tree wouldn't complain. Like, there's no idea of a self. But when a mind comes to existence, it behaves as an individual self, think as an individual self. And there's greed and there's more that is required. The self, individual entity, has to become the bigger, better person, to accumulate resources, to prove to the world, seeking for validation. All that is dissolved now. Who is seeking what? So this is what we are slowly seeing, that everything, all these images that runs through the mind from the morning to the day's end, just manifestations of vibration. What is supposed to happen through this system? The so-called self is retiring, and let it happen. Let the nature takes care of its course. But even if we know this, we cannot just purposely do that. By understanding and realizing mind, it just so happens. Even that, nobody's doing. It's like there's a seed that is planted and we water it, we put fertilizer, we give enough sunlight. We can't force the process of it becoming become a bigger tree, its flowering process or bearing fruits. That's, the nature is going to take care of it. As long as you believe in a self, you just let this Dhamma come to you and find let it become your water, and let it become your fertilizer, and let the tree grow into what it is, what it's going to do. Just you can't rush anything. Even we can say you can't rush anything because still the idea of the self is intact. So we are talking to a person, talking to a person, sharing this Dhamma. So when you begin to realize these sensations and perceptions are just energy and vibration with no inherent truth, many of life problems can begin to dissolve. Our attachment to objects, labels, and even to ourselves is rooted in a misunderstanding of these fleeting vibrations. The truth is, these are just mental occurrences. For example, we call things by names. Chair, tree, table. But what are they really? Just objects. We can't even call them objects. These are experiences of our senses. Try to imagine a world where the sounds and sensations no longer control your perception. This doesn't mean you cease to exist, but rather you start to lose the concept of an independent self. It's about realizing that the heat or cold we feel in our body doesn't exist in the body at all. It's just another illusion created by the mind. Now think about this. Whether sight is available or not. Even insects build houses. They don't even have the same vision that we have. They don't even see the same colors. Sometimes in place of colors, they're not even colors. They're detecting motions. And if we think about the human experience, the blind can't see. People with color blindness see another world. What I call a chair is one of those rattan kind of chairs, the wooden ones. You have this rattan weaving on the seat, and your chair could be your school chair. Somebody else can think of an office chair. We don't even live in the same world, but we have a common kind of a currency, which is the language. It gives us the ability to be able to relate to our experiences in a generally comparable way. That's all that's happening. But we think I and you are in the same world, eating the same food and thinking the same thoughts. It's not the same. If there are 8 billion people living in this world, there are 8 billion words. Just like if you have Alan Mahansi gives this example, just like if you have one phone number, I have one phone number, it's unique to ourselves. If you call my number, it won't ring on somebody else's phone. Like that, the vibration that we get as in the zygote stage that becomes evolved and altered with time, that's unique to every individual. So that's all I got for today. Let's move on to the rest of the discussion. Theruvan Saranai, everyone. Theruvan Saranai Randima, Justin, Kema, Namalini, Roji, Ayoma, everyone.
Thiruvan Saranai Harshi, thank you so much for your excellent speech. Thiruvan Saranai, all of you. If you have any questions, you are free to ask. Yeah, if any one of you has question, you can ask now. Okay, we'll continue the discussion. So,
I could ask one. Is that?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I had to. It took me a little while to get that button. So thank you for waiting. I wondered from last night's talk. You know, I'm sure you all know Buddha rejected annihilism and eternalism, and but also what I'm hearing, I'm not sure we're reading the same suttas, but anyway, the ones I've read, that's what my understanding is, that he rejected annihilism and eternalism, and so I was curious, the talk last night, how is what they talked about last night different than annihilism? I know I'm in alignment with the talking, the speaking, the teachings in here of non-self, and yet it almost tends sometimes there's anyway, maybe there's different levels Buddha taught. I think ultimately there is no self, but on the because he did also say you can't say there's no self, you can't say there is a self. So he didn't want people to take a view, a stand. It seemed that's part of the problem, is when we attach to a view, that because ultimately there isn't anything to really hold on to, and all of it is creating a self when we have these fixed views. So maybe it's too complicated of a question. Maybe it's not important, but I thought of that when I was listening last night, because I know he does not recommend to think that there's just annihilism, and I'm not sure why. He anyway, so that is, I hope that makes a question for that you can, if that is something you can give me some feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for raising your question. Actually, this idealism and the literalism, so this is very interesting. I think around this we can discuss so much. So definitely Harshi will also add on to this, and let me start. So now we can understand what is this mind. This mind is the duality. So this duality in the sense nothing else. So there is a power, you see, all the time raised in this system. So what is this power? So this power is this happiness and the sad. So sad and the happiness. So these are really extremes. Even if you say happiness, that is also another end, because mind is a product of the duality. Mind brings an end. Thought means it is an end. It is an extreme. So even this, when you say sorrow or the happiness, these two are like extreme ends, which rise all the time in this system. So we call living, the living means this variation. So this idealism and the eternalism is also refers to that is the two end. Actually Buddha, by coming to the middle path, in the sense that middle path is where the path which is really beyond the mind. Because at the beginning It understands what is the mind. So mind is a product of a duality. Mind is extreme. Mind is not a middle path. Mind is very biased. So either it is you see bias towards the happiness, or either it is bias towards the sorrow. So this is living means this variation in the mind. So nothing else. Even if you live for like 100 years, what is your experience in the mind? Either it is the pain, or either it is the happiness. You see, oh, it can someone, let's say, having a soul also can maintain like adukkama sukha. Sukha, dukkha, adukkama sukha. So, but it's very interesting why this mind, you see, drives so much power here. Why it is felt like that? It's because there is, you see, there is some liveliness feel here. That liveliness, we can say that is itta sanya. Since you are familiar with the Pali terms as well, I am using. And this itta sanya, or this everything is alive. So the world is real. The so-called soul is real. So there is one underlying vibration behind all this setup. What is that? Everything is real. Everything is real. So this is the ignorance. This is the illusion. So Buddha identified why this mind, why this mind can't control. In the meditation position, it is so nice. But when come out from the meditation position, this variation of the happiness and the sorrow back again start to rise. What is this? It's very difficult to, you see, live in extremes, because that brings all the time extreme. So it's very stressful, you see, to maintain even the happiness all the time, all the satisfaction all the time in the mind. But because this suffering, when you say sadness, that is all the time inevitable in the system, because the next one, like, so there is no permanent kind of a satisfaction in the system. So actually, more than outside, you see, given up or renunciation, this is in when it comes to the Dhamma, this is more like inside renunciation. Inside renunciation, in the sense, what is your world? That is not the external food or external relationships or external thing. Where the sorrow? Is the sorrow outside? No. The sorrow is the mind, because it is what the mind generated is seen outside. That's what happened. If your inside is very cool, very calm, then you are like an ice cube in a fire. So even though so many incidents and things are happening, you see, if the inside is calm, the inside is very pure, then nothing will matter, like, because this is kind of that kind of a transformation where the beyond mind, because mind creates the duality, that outside is real and the inside is real, and the ego comes and I want to listen only this piece of sound. I don't want anything else. I just want to maintain this level of sights. I want to maintain this level of touch feelings only. So all this, you see, these things come because of the ego. So this ego is the power otherwise. But let's assume for a moment this power is neutralized. So if this power is neutralized, then whatever the sensor generates, whatever the incident, whatever the scenario, it doesn't matter. So middle path is this. Middle path is, it's no more in the duality. Where is the duality? Duality is in the mundane world. That everything is real. But one sees the reality of this so-called world. What is the reality? It is the mind world. It is the mind world, and even this mind is not real. Mind is not real. So it's an illusionary thing. And then one understands this is a dream, and one sees the dream. One understands that it's always associated perception, and these perceptions do not carry any meaning. All this dead perception became alive because of one principle. That one principle is, it believes on the reality of everything. So that's how the duality came and the power created inside. So then once understand this, how this duality forms, and there is nothing important here, the world is not real, then slowly what will happen? It open up to the truth. So in its inside, the liberation start to occur, you see, when this liveliness of the things drops in the system. That's why we talk about the inside transformation. When someone get to listen to this Dhamma, there is an inside transformation. What is this inside transformation? Is that anatma. Anatma in the sense that is no soul, no soul. So what is that? What is this? That is the point where your current or your entertainment level in the system drops. What is this entertainment? Need for this, need for that, need for want. So need for that and this, the struggle to maintain things. So all this is this ego, this power. It is the mind power, because mind splits. Mind carry things. Mind wants strong things. Mind can't live with that perception, because mind can't drive entertainment with you see dead perceptions. Mind wants this perception world to be very live. So now we understand how the mind you see generates the power. So mind doing a cunning thing here. What is that? It splits. It splits likes, dislikes. So you see all these likes, dislikes. Where are these likes and dislikes? It is in the mind. So the birth, death, that is also in the mind. Light and dark, all these things in the mind. So we have to understand why Buddha said Nibbanam Paraman Sukha. Why Nibbanam Paraman Sukha? Because Nibbana is the Sukha. Sukha in the sense, actually that is free from all the happiness and unhappiness, in the sense that is the liberation. So all that will start to occur in the middle path. What is the middle path? That is beyond mind. How it becomes beyond mind? That is, this entertainment level in the system will drops with the Sakkaya Drushtiya fade away. So that is the point. So now we understand this is, my dear, this is a perception world. This is not any outside world. So this need for perception, if you take the Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, Arupa Bhumi, Harshi will explain, I think, the sensual lust and the lust for form world and the lust for formless world. So what is this? Everything in the present moment. In this moment, if there is a perception, and if you have a need for that perception, if you have a lust for that perception, that is the sensual world. the karma word. And you see, what is the rupa world? Actually, this perception. Perception is the rupa world. This perception are the sounds and forms coming together. There's nothing more than that. It's just a perception, but want to maintain this perception is another side. And then what is this arupa or the formless is what the everything is real. This perception is real. So that is the arupa. So we have to understand all these are like sounds like separate vibration. You see separate vibration. So when we understand how this program of things starts to create in the mind, and that becomes powerful as the then and there sparks have no meaning, because everything is cooked in the system, in the present moment, in the sense system itself. So that's why everything starts to feel like not real, nothing meaningful. Before conclude, before giving to Harshi, I like to add that it is the inside transformation that's very important, because it is the inside story that change, because this inside is a power. This inside is the lust entertainment, but with the Sakkaya Drishtiya fade away, this entertainment system drops. So that's why it becomes a very transition, and after that, whatever the thought that arise in the system cannot derive the same level of power like before. There is a sharp drop in the power. So this is what's happened. So energy, actually you were highlighting about the energy. So I think that's very important. That energy, what is this energy? Energy is nothing else. That is the entertainment. So that is what the speed of energy is, the entertainment. So that is the mind. So everyone trapped in a speed. The speed of energy is the entertainment. So once we understand the energy, what's this energy? This energy is not real. This energy is not meaningful. Then automatically that is the level of entertainment in the system that drops. So is that mean you can't entertain? You can't live happily? No, that is the ultimate happiness. Because when you have a pressure, you see, to maintain that and this, and it's another adding pressure in the system. But let the things you see to occur as it is, and your system is not get affected on the so-called sound, so-called sight, so-called touch feeling, so-called feels. So then it's a natural liberation. So then for that guy, you see its inside story is different. It is not a thinking. It is automatically liberated from the so-called outside environment. So that is more peace, more calm, more relaxation, no expectation, and that is the kind of natural liberation, and that is the middle path, which is no longer falling to any of the extremes. Yeah. Teruvan Saranai Hashi, I think you also can add.
Yeah, Thevan Saranandima, for that nice, valuable explanation. I'll kind of consider some angles that I thought I should stress on answering Kema's question. You ask about annihilationism and eternalism. So those words come from from Christianity. I think
Because, when scholars try to kind of translate Buddhism, it was whatever that is mentioned in the Pali canon, they kind of appropriated with the available lingo. However, if what it's talking about is two extremes that discusses there's something and there's nothing here. And this could take different forms. I mean, it has its own depth in terms of understanding that. So if we kind of think about how the mind is created, this is explained in Majjhima Sutra. And even though Dhamma is there in the Tripitaka, in Sri Lanka, we know in the past few decades, a lot of teachers, a lot of seekers of truth has tried to kind of understand the essence of what Buddha tried to teach. And we have personal experiences because we have gone through many different schools, few years at a time, trying to, just like you, trying to understand this. So why we are here discussing this under Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse was in the last 5 years, what Buddothpado, before that, for almost 30 years, what he had done is, worked on concentration, meditation for almost 30 years. And since he understood and realized that even in the absence of no mind, absence of body and mind, there was still the subtle sense of self. So he gave it up and he started exploring the Dhamma based on Tripitaka, the Pali canon. And eventually, like all the things like pieces of a puzzle came into place through the transcendental wisdom, Abhijnana. So that is, and after we listened to him intellectually, when we understood it, it's like a mathematical proof. It made sense. And there's this practical approach which we practiced. With that, we are on a journey, seeing the mind within us, and on a journey where our defilements are diminished. So certain we can call it interpretations. They're actually not so much like interpretations in the mind, but really seeing the Dhamma in these sutras. So in Majjhima Sutra is the one that really that we could really see that with where these two extremes, something is out there and something is not there, which is essentially duality, is really talked about in its true authenticity, I would say. So now that being said, I just wanted to give you some background. That being said, when we talk about duality, the language is a product of duality. When a child who's just being introduced to the language, when he or she is being told that is a chair, even before he's being said that is a chair, the label chair itself means something exists. The chair exists. Even if he says there is no chair, it means there has been a chair that is no longer here. So language always is a tool of duality. When you name something itself, something is already existing. What is that annihilationism and eternalism, the words that I used to translate, that talks about is whatever the Dhamma Buddha expounded transcends these two extreme opposites, because it comes from a place that doesn't exist, that doesn't accept some things out there, that neither, like you correctly pointed out, that neither accepts that something is not there, rather it's a cause and effect Dhamma. When the necessary conditions are right, the effect is here. When few different effects get together, they become the cause for a different effect.
So this is dependent origination, avidya paccaya sankhara, because, and all that cause and condition, cause and effect dhamma goes back to ignorance. So the whole world comes into existence because of the ignorance. That is what Buddha pointed out. Ignorance, what is this ignorance? Ignorance that this world is neither existing nor non-existing, but it's something that comes into the picture, comes into the existence due to not knowing that it is a cause and effect dhamma. And because of that, the mental formations are, because of ignorance, mental formations are formed. Therefore, when the mental formations are there, the mind consciousness is there, the name and form unions are there, then the sense faculties are there, then the birth, decay, lamentation, the suffering comes into existence. Because first of all, because of not knowing the truth, because the kid doesn't know this dhamma. He's been told, so he obviously believes that the chair exists. We usually say chair. Chair could be replaced by your mother, your father, your loved ones, the things that you dearly hold on to, the physical objects, the properties, whatever it is, the country, the patriarchy, matriarchy, whatever the love you have for the country, anything. So that thing is existing, and it feels like it's existing. It looks real, it moves, it makes sounds, it has smells, it has tastes, touch. And when you think about, you can think about it again when you go home also you can think about it and think further and fall in love with it and start hating it. The suffering is already in existence the moment the assumption comes to existence that this is existing due to ignorance. So and it runs even deeper, and Aryan Mahanse is not as a person, but as where this Dhamma is being expounded from, as of now for us, does a better job explaining this in all the other sermons, and we acknowledge that we have a language barrier. It could be lost in translation, yet we are making an effort to share this. So if we are falling behind, if we are failing, we apologize for that. Yet we can continue to have these conversations and try to kind of go for the pearl inside the shell. So that is what I wanted to say. And if we go even deeper to that, this something is there, something is not there, runs much deeper than that, to when the vibration is created, two opposing polarities had to come together to this vibration to be created. These vibrations are the way Aryan Mahanse's way, which is kind of unique, that we haven't seen anywhere, but it makes so much sense of explaining this term, this Dhamma, to people who are kind of so engrossed and indulging in the knowledge, because the science is so deep into explaining the physical things. Science is so deep into that. So there has to be a contemporary lingo to be able to explain that, because in Buddha's time you don't have to be able to understand vibrations, because 7-year-old, I think Sunita, who was untouchable, he was I think he was cleaning the stools of people, so he was kind of in the lowest caste back in the days. He didn't know any of that, yet his mind is not that corrupt with so many ideas and concepts. 7-year-old, his mind was much closer to being polluted by ideas, much closer to non-vibration. So it was easier with simple terms. His mental world is small, so he's easier with simple words and simple explanations for Buddha to bring that non-vibration to vibration. And there were many people like Upatissa Kolita or Bahir, if we talk about Bahir Sutta, in many simple words, many few phrases, they got to the super awareness. Yet there were like Ananda Thero was with Buddha for I I don't know for how long, but like we see him throughout Buddha's journey in suttas. Ananda Thero's name comes again and again. So I don't know how many years he must have been there, a long time. Yet he became Arahant even after the passing of Buddha. So there's a lot of knowledge that he kind of embodied. It needed so much, so many explanations to kind of take that vibration to non-vibration. So we are in a day and time where we kind of, through our journeys, through what other people are inquiring, the kind of question people have, we feel that we need more explanations to kind of uncover this. So that is why that because Tripitaka or the Pali Canon has accompanier. Accompanier means accompanier is non-vibration. So it's mentioned in plain language. So, and Ruppane. Ruppane is a manifestation. The closest translation we can give is manifestation. So, Kampane Ruppane, manifestation of a vibration. So that is why that angle is there for someone who requires further detailing, further analysis, first to understand this intellectually. That kind of anybody should be able to understand it based on what kind of walk of life they're coming from. So we have many different explanations, and hopefully this helps. Do you have any?
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai Harshi, can I add a small thing there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, now we understand, Harshi, as you pointed out, it is the Majje Sutra, because in this Sutra it is very clearly mentioned how the duality brings this unreal soul. This power is raised when there is a duality. So the Kema's actually question was about the eternalism and nihilism. So I think that's the question, no? Eternalism and the
yes,
yeah. So actually before the Buddha's time, I mean even long time back, so there were two views. Like one set of people really argue that there is a life after death. Then another people argue that there is no life after death life. So there was a kind of two views. So actually, what is the correct view? Like, but we can answer that. You see, using the same Majje Sutta. That is the easiest way to understand, because whether life continue or not continue. First of all, we need to understand, is there a life here? So very difficult to give a very straightforward answer like yes or no here. Only thing is, if there is one in the mundane world, that person lives with the belief of a self, you see, and then that person, even though he is still in thoughts, it's not beyond mind. He hasn't experienced non-vibration. His world is the vibration experience only. So in that I'm sorry. So This is about the two views we are discussing. So if somebody is still in the mundane world, and that means still in the thoughts, there is no experience of a non-vibration, not experiencing the non-vibration, no less vibration. It's more or less lives in the same level of vibration world. Then that type of a guy, whether that person, think from another thought that there is no soul, that becomes another drushti. If that person still think that there is a soul, then Teruvan Saranai.
Do you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, Aranvans, Teruvan Saranai, Aranvans, sir.
How very noisy outside, no?
Yeah, we didn't announce. We can't see Aranvas's name.
No, it's okay. No,
It's
it's okay, Harshana.